So, welcome everybody to Blades in the Dark, Chapter 10 Repercussions. It has been 2 weeks since the Duskfall earthquake, a week since your meeting with Suresh at the Aruvian consulate, and for the first time in months, not much has changed. It is civil war, if the Inkrakes are to be believed. The Skovlanders and the Aruvians are still rioting throughout Brightstone and Charterhall, still trying to push past the barricades erected on the White Crown side of Balmore Bridge, and the underprivileged Akarosi working class, bolstered by the activities of the Lost, continue their strikes in Coleridge and Dunslow. Cole witnessed a hooded Bell Brogan leaving a newspaper under a bench at Ankayet Park, a list of targets and their bounties. This was picked up by a group of Fog Crest radicals, and later that night, 2 more workhouses in Coleridge were put to the torch, as was one of the warehouses along Saffron Street, property of the Hive. Jeremiah is infuriated with the Lost, but Mortis has approached you claiming to have seen Deathland scavengers fleeing the blaze. If this is true, it would behoove you to ensure that Jeremiah never finds out. She is a smart woman, and if she puts two and two together, your relationship with the Hive could sour very quickly. She hates losing money and full stop. Amidst all this unrest, Preceptor Dunval has taken a sudden and mysterious leave of absence from his place among the city council. His vote and that of Lord Strangford are now being proxied by Lady Penderyn, who, while once a voice of dissension among the council, seems to have drastically changed her political leanings in recent nights. The curfew continues to be enforced, as does martial law, and you have all witnessed the Bluecoats make good on their promise to arrest anyone in the streets after the hour of wine. The Sparkrights, well informed and prepared to disrupt any sabotage attempts against them, have begun repair on the 3 down lightning towers in South Dunslow. Progress is relatively slow as the brigade continue to push back the Deathland's fauna encroaching into the farmland along Reaper Street. Though whatever had been occupying the Spirit Warden's attention for the past month seems to have been resolved, and they have dispatched some of their members to assist the beleaguered firefighters, as have the gondoliers. In more recent news, the southern transept of the Sanctorium, the chief cathedral dedicated to the Church of Ecstasy, has collapsed following the opening of a sinkhole in the southwest portion of the Immaculate Path and Bone Garden. It is possible that this resulted from structural damage sustained during the recent earthquake, but according to the messenger, before their sudden disappearance, a blurry photograph had been circulating among the Inkrakes that calls this theory into question. Some argue it is simply a smudge on the camera lens or a trick of street lights reflecting off raindrops, but all agree they see something. The photograph seemingly depicts a distorted image of a creature, multi-limbed and hulking, crawling itself out of the winding catacombs beneath the cathedral and collapsing a portion of the structure around it. The Inkrakes have taken to calling it the Bright Stone Horror, but have not published the photograph yet. You have all spent the past week considering how best to proceed with the impossible task demanded by Suresh and his silver nails. Return the Severosi sapphire, an artifact now in the possession of the Dimmer sisters, and Emeline will be returned to you. Fail, and she will die. Kawashi, your new temporary whisper, has been a model hostage. He has never turned violent nor tried to escape, and seems to love indulging in the vice of luxury and pleasure which Silas has provided him. Tuhan, Suresh's lead scout, reached out to you a few days ago now. He explained that once you have the stone, the exchange will take place in Mistshore Park under the shadow of Red Fog Tower, the last place Emeline remembers being before succumbing to her vice. It appears that the Severosi have a flair for the dramatic. The weather has been terrible, and today is no different. Constant rain and rolling thunderstorms, what you come to expect from the stormy fall season. Today is also Alnyam Udu, an Eruvian holiday commemorating the 4 falling stars that eradicated the old Temple Mound around 400 BC, leaving behind a burning lake of arcane fire that locals now refer to as the Well. Due to the significance of this holiday, most Eruvians in Duskfall have ceased their protest, at least for the night, in order to spend time feasting with friends and family. It is now half past the hour of thread, 3.5 hours before curfew, and our crew goes about its business. Now, I have some starting scenes I'd like to have you guys in, and of course, after that, you can go about your business in the city as you so choose. I think tomorrow morning the crew will meet up to discuss how best to deal with this whole Emeline Suresh problem. Now, remind me real quick, Cameron, you did miss last game, correct?
Yes.
Cool. So, how about we go ahead and kick off with you and wrap up that free downtime activity you get?
Sure. So I think let's see here. I think the Nighthawk was, investigating deep into kind of investigating uh, the conspiracy behind the cover up, looking through trying to get intel on Strangford's organization, figure out why he did what he did, if he, what his involvement is, why my parents were hollowed. I think that's what he kind of became a bit obsessed with, and was focused on, at least when the events of last game were going on. So let's see, downtime activities. So
I'll go ahead and move us over there real quick.
let's see. These are the clocks that we have going on.
Yep.
I'd like to know more about why my parents were hollowed.
Cool. So, um, I think because of some GM knowledge I know behind the scene, I think the best way to get that information is to and the Nighthawk can go about this in their own way, right? Like they're
Yeah.
looking into their parents and stuff. But I think it's gonna roll on a clock we already have, which is specifically this investigate principles of oblivion that the messenger has started.
Okay.
I love the picture of the little kid with the gun you picked for
Oh, that was my
for the messenger.
that was
Oblivion. Sure. All right. So what should I roll for this? I think I will try a prowl roll, actually.
okay, cool. So probably, what do you think that is? Kind of like sneaking into archives,
Yeah.
trying to find forbidden knowledge that way.
Yeah. As much as as much as it'd be fun to work in Sway, I think he's doing this as the Nighthawk. He's sneaking around. He is trying to find this information. So yeah, I'm gonna go with a prowl roll on that.
Awesome, love it.
What's the position?
Uh, Position is gonna go ahead and be uh, risky, standard effect.
Okay.
4. Awesome. So that fills up 2 segments of this clock. So you find out like a little more here and there, and I'll say like I won't reveal what is up with the principles oblivion until we finish this clock. But in your research, you do find that like you have already come to the conclusion that Strangford was somehow involved with your parents' murder because the Gray Cloak said that
Right.
like his crew was involved somehow, right?
He at least was the source of the cover up for sure. Maybe
Yeah.
probably more than that, but I don't know what that more is.
Yeah, and what you find out, this book that the gondoliers currently want, right? Like we currently have a mission to procure this copy for them. Um, it was written by Preceptor Dunval, who we knew was at Strangford's party, and a guy named Ephraim Shields, who in a previous downtime activity we found out was a doctor of philosophy and institutionalized in Murkwater Sanatorium. Um, you find out the three are connected deeper than just social circles, right? Like the fact that Preceptor Dunval was at Lord Strangford's manor was not just because they're friends. Um, the fact that Preceptor Dunval had Strangford's vote when he went out Leviathan hunting wasn't because they were just friends. There's some deeper connection, perhaps even an underlying organization or faction that exists there that is probably related to the hows and whys of what happened to your parents that unfortunately we won't be able to crack open until we discover the secrets of the book.
Okay. We might have to
Awesome.
bust this guy out. Okay, cool.
Cool. So moving us back over here. So this investigation was what the messenger was doing last week when we were dealing with Emeline's disappearance. But we find you today, Nighthawk, as the Nighthawk, um, along with Silas, uh, in the crew's underground grotto. Um, Unfortunately, due to events in the Deathlands, our entire crew, save Bear, was eliminated by the Deathland scavengers. And Cole took it upon himself to procure our crew a new band of elite rovers. And taking the messenger's advice, Cole looked in two primary places for these people. One was Dockers, and specifically Killian's Cutthroats. And the other was Lady Clave's crew, who might be a little disillusioned now that she's no longer hunting and she's kind of started up a pleasure trade. And that crew, this new crew, is who now stands in front of you. You see Bear, uh, and he's keeping it together. Like he's definitely kind of a senior member of the crew at this point. Um, but I think all of you can tell he has been hitting the bottle pretty heavily. And this past week, this has been something that has become more and more of an issue. Like he's keeping it together, he's functioning, but obviously the events in the Deathlands have affected him negatively. He's standing there with Marlene, who we met last game, Cole's once rival, who was offered a job in the crew. And he's definitely, he kind of seems a bit of an odd man out along the others. He's the only one not really a sailor. And he's kind of putting on a show, kind of blustering up, making himself look like he's the gangster everyone ought to think him to be. But beyond those two, we see a couple others. One is an Akarosi docker of about 30 years old, who was previously one of Killian Cutthroats. His name is Theo Booker, and Killian told Cole that he prefers to be addressed by his surname. And he came personally recommended by Killian, his work boss. Uh, he spent his early years in the ironworks of Coleridge as a laborer until an accident nearly severed his jugular. He bears a scar down his neck and is unable to vocalize anything more than a grunt. Um, Next to him are Elsie and Orcella Aberwick, identical twin sisters who previously worked the harpoons of the Storm Palace. They noped right out of Lady Clave's pleasure business and were looking for new work. They are both of Akarosi heritage, a little bit over 20 years old. They're petite to the point that manning the harpoons probably took both of their effort, like that kind of work as a team. Um, they keep their hair dark and cut short. It barely peeks down below their wool caps, and they could easily be mistaken for teenage boys. Standing behind them is a Severosi man, an aging Severosi man named Kadim Dikembe. He is well built and is probably in his mid 40s. If His story is to be believed. He made a name for himself on the Severosi Seas as a pirate before joining Lady Clave's crew. He seems to have formed a kinship with the twins, the Aberwicks, because when they left Clave's employ, he immediately followed. But that is all that is known about him at this juncture. So they kind of stand in front of our training facilities, kind of showing up to be presented to Silas and the Nighthawks as the two founding members who are available. And this is our new crew.
Welcome.
Glad to be here, boss, says Marlene, who you've previously had dealings with.
So, what all has Cole explained to you about what we do here?
He said it'd be good work. I mean, not honest work per se. And this is like a back and forth between the two sisters. But yeah, good, well-paying work, and we get to be on a boat.
Yes, we do have a couple boats. We style ourselves masters of these. What are they? Canals. Masters of the canals, though we do. What are their names? The gondoliers. We do pay up to the gondoliers. Yes, and as far as I'm concerned, if Cole vouched for you, I don't need anything more than that. What about you, Nighthawk? This is the Nighthawk.
All right.
What happened?
And Marlene will speak up at that. And
Who are these people?
do we all get our own mask? Is that something we all have to do?
No, you don't need a mask.
Do you
unless
want
the
vengeance?
specific
Do you want
situation may
justice
call
for those for
ambiguity.
the innocent?
No, man. I'm just looking to get some coin and not get my ass kicked in by Cole. So, nah, I'm
Then
pretty
you
good on
haven't
the whole
earned a
vengeance thing.
mask.
Our primary drive in this crew, above all else, is the acquisition of coin. You've come to the right place.
Kadim will speak up and be like, this is good. This is what your man has explained to us, and
Cole has come to enjoy the finer pleasures that come with having some coin.
the pleasures are
But if
not
you
mine to
enjoy
explore.
fisticuffs now and then, like he does, you will also not be displeased.
Yeah, Cole's an all right fighter, I guess. Marlene said.
The Nighthawk just folds his arms and stares.
Any questions for them, Mr. Nighthawk?
What happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
Bear will kind of
No.
speak up, eyes kind of looking at the ground, and he'll kind of address Silas at that and be like, I can only assume he means what happened out there, beyond the barrier, in the Deathlands.
Is that what you mean, Nighthawk?
You went to the Deathlands.
Yes. To retrieve cargo from the hive. And we did it. We brought it back. All of it. Even stuff we could sell. Again, make that coin. But we had to fight for it. I mean, the Deathlands, they're dangerous enough with the things out there. But listen, I hold myself personally responsible for what happened out there. I could have sounded the retreat at any time, but I was given an order to retrieve the cargo. And
You and those that fell performed honorably and to the letter of your duty. I would suggest more than anything that you take some time if this is something that you need to process. But there's no blame to be sent around.
well, I appreciate that, boss, but I don't really want to be alone with my thoughts right now. And besides, We got a whole new crew we need to teach the ropes. He kind of eyes Marlene and the two sisters, you know. Dikembe, Kadim, he's like, he can probably handle his own, but the youth group, he's a little worried about.
I think the Nighthawk will say something like, he turns to us, "This world is cruel and tries to consume us all, but you someday will have vengeance if you stick with us."
I will,
This is RP, by the way.
I'll hold you to that, Nighthawk. I appreciate you taking me in when you did, all things considered. Treating me as you have, even though we were once enemies. And one day, when the crew doesn't need my constant supervision, he kind of kicks Marlene to stand at attention. I might take you up on that. Maybe you can teach me how to follow those ways, the ways of blood, the ways of vengeance.
Of course.
On the flip side, is it the drink you prefer or the kind of drink?
Excuse me, boss.
I'm saying, is it the specifically the consumption of the alcohol, or do you like the kind of like the more special kinds of alcohol?
Listen,
What's your poison? I think is what he's asking.
me and mine were simple folk. We didn't have the luxury of being picky. So.
Well, I should take you to the Centenalia Club sometime to help with. It will, I assure you, help you ease your stresses and your woes.
Other character, I just love this. He's like, "What? Listen, you don't know what you're missing. Basically,
Like,
there are so much variety
Goddamn
out there."
shit. You're
Yeah.
drinking probably swill, and I can give you better than swill.
Whatever you say, boss. If they let me in the door, I'd be honored.
If
to be
I
a
let you in the door, they will let you in the door.
Cool. And with that, I think this is the first time we've kind of encountered this. So Nate, the Nighthawk, I'll let you describe what happens here. Our lair's secure, right?
Mhm.
We have alarms and stuff. What happens when those alarms are triggered?
That's a good question, because I think I wouldn't be surprised if it were sort of a combination of both Nighthawk and the messenger that were primarily responsible for
And I do
setting up
think that Emeline
security.
almost certainly set something up that's
And
ghostly too.
she did
I
too,
think that's level 2.
Oh,
I
okay.
think we need a second dot for
Okay.
spiritual protection. Yeah.
Cool. Just making sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then it's
So-
definitely something the messenger probably helped set up, and the Nighthawk probably added, the Nighthawk flair to it. It's.
I think it was probably the reverse, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're a founder, so you probably when we were getting stuff going, you were likely the one that you are good at keeping your identity hidden, keeping stuff hidden. So you secure the place, and then Messenger added the messenger flair to it.
Yeah. Messenger's like, you
So-
see this air shaft? I'm like, yeah. It's like a baby could crawl down that. We need to put a
So,
bomb in
do
here.
you
Like,
think- So I guess do you think the alarm would be more subtle and let us know what's going on rather than noisy or?
I think that there would probably be something not as subtle in like the common areas that are more insulated sound wise, right? Like light wise. But if we were on the edges of the layer, it would definitely be like, there would be some kind of flashing, flickering light or something like that, right? Some kind of like
Remember,
beacon
this is
to let you know.
also like Victorian era technology, so
Yeah.
we might not have like electric lights here.
I think it's probably, you know what, it might just be one of the like various tripwires and stuff, and like different sense like things that basically if something gets pulled, they're all wired throughout like the place, and like it just pulls the knob on a gas lantern, right?
Yeah, the flickers or something. Yeah.
Yeah, and these gas lanterns are never lit. If you see them lit,
Awesome. Cool. So, as you're talking to Bear about joining the Centernalia Club, that light that's never lit ignites. And here is the first things you notice. There was no sign of struggle from the door that leads up to your shop, Silas. There was no kicking down the door. There's no sign of breaking and entering. So whoever has just entered your secure, hidden lair can either walk through walls or had a key.
Fuck. Well, kind of look around and
We've been breached. Quick, we need to secure the place.
trial by fire. He looks at the new crew. Trial by fire.
Awesome. So yeah, they rush to get into position to kind of defend. And I think in the way my mind has it, like the stairs leading down from the back of Silas's shop are like in such a position where it's very defensible, right?
Mhm.
Um, and
There's one way in, one way out. Yeah.
yeah, and so the crew is kind of gathered round, waiting on your orders to strike. Um, but you see, starting coming down the stairs, and I'll even say you probably hear before you see that click clack of heels on stone. Um, you
So
see
as the
a
as a Nighthawk, I'm gonna kind of climb along the wall above the door to jump on somebody who comes through it, or that hallway. But I'll just be in the shadows back there.
cool. Um, you see this figure, and the Nighthawk probably has a better vantage of her than most. Is a um, slight and bookish looking Akarosi woman in her late 30s, wearing a simple though expensive work dress of muted gray and white. She is spectacled and keeps her dark hair in a tight bun, allowing a few strands down to frame her face. In one hand, she carries a leather bound ledger, and on the other, she seems to constantly be checking a pocket watch. The Nighthawk, you specifically are the first one to notice this feature, a silver pin depicting an asymmetric 8-pointed star decorates her lapel. Um, she kind of puts her hand up, still holding the ledger, having put the pocket watch back, and says, um, "Let it be known that this is me announcing my presence. I would prefer it if you don't shoot me, or whatever it is you all do, as that would just end up upsetting a lot of powerful people." And Messenger, you notice from behind her step
Right.
into this hallway two thugs whose appearance and demeanor suggest plainclothes police officers. Though that's all the read you can kind of get on them.
So when we heard this, I kind of got myself out of like immediate like line of sight of the stairs, and I have a little palm pistol that I had kind of like ready to go, and I'm like from the side, and I'm kind of like cowering almost a little like behind the chair in a way that's probably not terribly effective, um, because I was assured that this would never happen. Um,
I
and I say, "Who's talking?"
You may call me Lady Slane. I am the Chief of Operations for the Ministry of Preservation.
Which
I will quietly jump down behind them, to block
Behind
their
her two thugs.
yeah, to block to
And
basically stand behind them and potential retreat.
Yeah, I love it.
Quietly, just like, and then I'll just be standing there like,
They definitely do take notice of you when you come down.
okay, yeah,
And they're pretty steel faced, but there is some like they're not sure. You definitely put a. They don't like to be trapped between two people, right?
right,
They're definitely concerned about this change of events.
yeah, and I'll do the stoic Batman, just like,
I would expect that someone from the Ministry of Preservation might knock.
Uh, I don't feel the need to knock or send notice of my arrival to properties that I own. If you would like to get the magistrates involved, you will find that indeed the deed to this location is in our name. Most of your current holdings are. We gave administration of them over to the Hive, who in turn gave them to you, and we have no problem with that arrangement, but those deeds were all word of mouth, so you don't have much of a legal claim. But regardless, I'm not here to shake you down over turf. So far, you have been doing well for us. I have other matters to discuss.
I sort of get up and brush myself off a little bit. All right. What?
Oh, you were finished. Yes.
Oh,
I wanted to come in person to congratulate you on a job well done retrieving the Hive's property from the recent train derailment. I'm sure it wasn't easy, and you must be very brave to traverse the Deathlands as you have done.
yes.
It's a pity that our own merchandise was not recovered, but we'll take this as a lesson that should the ministry require anything, we should ask you directly rather than dealing with proxies.
That would. I'm glad you give us the benefit of the doubt there.
And she'll kind of look around at you and the crew, kind of turn back to her thugs who are now kind of blocked by the Nighthawk, and be like, "Well, it was lovely meeting all of you. I just wanted to congratulate you and thank you for all the work that you have done for the Hive and for the Ministry."
One quick question. So this means you likely have a key to our place?
Indeed,
Okay.
most of your places,
Okay.
anything that you got from the Hive,
That's a relief. Thank you very much.
of course. As she kind of turns to walk, but obviously the door is kind of being blocked by the Nighthawk.
I will let them walk around me.
Cool. It's kind of a tight fit
Yeah.
in my mind, but
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
probably
It's gonna be
awkward.
real uncomfortable.
so they will go to do it, but then Lady Slade will stop the two thugs and will turn around to you, Silas, and say, "Oh, you know what? Before I go, I do have a funny story for you. Um, I often play bridge with Lady Dalmore, the wife of our executive officer, and she relayed the most interesting anecdote. Her servants were shopping in Barrowclef Market the other day. Now, sometimes those scamps like to buy from hucksters over legitimate merchants, to pocket the rest of the coin. And, well, she's thinking that's exactly what they've done because her pantry is full of canned goods bearing the seal of the Ministry of Preservation instead of fresh produce. Now, I found this particularly amusing because we do not sell to hucksters. So someone must have pinched them from us. Now, being the fastidious businesswoman that I am, I cross-referenced the serial numbers engraved on those cans to find out which of our locations had been robbed. And guess what? Those cans were on the train that you retrieved the Hive's merchandise from. It looks like our product made it back to Duskfall after all. Isn't that funny?
It is.
Anyway, I heard you encountered a bit of
Realize
a
canned goods?
well, yes. Anything that will survive the journey on the trains.
Okay.
Anyway, I heard that you encountered a bit of a setback with your cohort. It's all very sad. The ministry would like to ensure you're operating at peak performance. To this end, and she'll turn to her two thugs. This is Gallon King and Cassian Peg. They work for me, and they'll be joining your crew.
Thank you for the help.
I do hope you have a pleasant evening, and that the relationship between your crew and the ministry continues to be a friendly one. War can get so expensive. Should you need anything, we're just down the road. Feel free to schedule an appointment with my assistant and we'll pencil something in. Oh, and were my two men to get, I don't know, killed in action and unable to report to me every week, I would need to recommend the Hive terminate their partnership with you. That and the investigation that would surely follow. She turns to the Nighthawk. I mean, with all the illegal activity you're involved in. Well, I don't think anyone wants that. Stay profitable, friends. Good evening. and then she will slink
Around
behind the
me.
rock to leave. Yeah.
Can you repeat those names real quick? The two new crew members.
Yeah, it is Galen King and Cassian Peg.
I would like to, as quick as I can after she has left, handcuff them to like some railing or radiator or something.
Why?
Yeah,
Oh my
roll.
god! Do you want us to get all killed?
What do I need to roll?
You tell
Let
me.
me see.
Sounds like a
Roll
skirmish or a
intelligence.
prowl, maybe.
Prowl? Yeah, I'd like to do it. I'd like to do it as subtly as possible. So yeah, I'll do a prowl roll.
Cool. It'll be a desperate position, limited effect.
Okay. I'll push myself to up the effect. So that's 2 stress, right?
Mhm.
Okay. All right. And then the effect is now standard.
Yep. Desperate standard.
Okay.
A failure.
Oh.
So do you do this after Lady Slane has left, or while she's still
Yes. After Lady Slade is left.
there? Yeah. So you go to handcuff them to a pipe or some such, and Cassian Peg immediately clocks you doing it. Like, these two are expertly trained in this type of thing. Like, and it then does dawn on you that the Ministry of Preservation definitely has its own mercenary army under their employ, and the movement is like lightning. He catches the tensing of your muscles to go make a move against you, and you are flat on the floor with level 2 harm, knocked out.
Okay. Okay, and
Uh,
I roll to resist the harm.
Yes, you can. It's what is it? Prowess resist.
Yep. All right. Rolling that.
Boop.
Cool. So no stress. And we'll drop that to level 1 harm punched.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I
and
got the.
you're not
yeah.
knocked. You're not knocked to the ground. You're kind of staggered back a bit because you weren't really expecting it. You were.
Yeah.
You know, you're expertly trained as well. You were
Yeah.
planning for that to go off, and he will turn to Silas, and the rest of the crew is tense too. Like, is this the moment? What, like, we didn't see the Nighthawk move. He just got punched. What's going on? Like, Bear's ready to be launched into combat, and not Cassian, the one who punched you, but Galen will turn to Silas, and he'll be like, "I hope that these circumstances won't be a constant thing while under your employ. I would hate to have to injure any other member of your crew."
I walk right up to him, stick my hand out, and say, "I very much enjoyed watching you do that."
And they will shake it.
And I
Silas.
kind of glare at
Oh,
the
word.
Nighthawk.
Silas. A word.
I hope that we more than want a continued pleasant relationship with the Ministry of Preservation. I assure you, this will not happen again. I sort of stare at the Nighthawk.
Silas. A
And
word.
try and get up to. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Let's go. Yeah, and I'm like, yes, we are going to have a word.
And I will. I'll look at him and just like give him like a respectful nod. I'm like, nice move. Like, and I will. Yeah. Okay. So Silas.
Yeah, so as you guys go off, just real quick. So like, Bear is like trying to grab the rest of the crew over, and because these guys are now crew, he's trying to gather them up. And what you notice as you walk away is, like, while they're crew, they're not here to work at all. Like, Bear is trying to get everyone else trained, and they're just standing there doing nothing in their own world.
Yeah. And we're not gonna like leave the room completely, but just walk a little away. And I want to just be like, we can't trust these guys or let them in.
We can't, but we can't also go blatantly do things like that. We have to be careful about dealing with this.
I
I don't
suggest.
trust any of them.
I suggest
and I don't want them anywhere
if she
near
wants
our
them to.
operations.
I suggest if she wants them to work with us, we leave them here. We tie them up, and they can see our comings and goings, but that's all they get to see.
Hear what she said? They are going to have to report back to her.
And they can. They don't go further in the layer, though.
They're tied up.
They don't go further in the layer, though. That's what I'm suggesting.
They're already in the thick of it. Like, it's not like this is hidden to them anymore. We have to be careful about this. I don't want them here anymore. I also don't want them on any of our operations. I have thoughts on how we can deal with this. And when we see the messenger next, I'm sure he will have some ideas as well. But we have to be careful.
See what the others have to say about
I would
this.
like to keep making coin.
Is there what do you think the others are going to think of this?
They're not going to like it either. No one's
What's your
going
plan for dealing with them?
with who? Our others?
Yeah.
Tell them what I'm telling you. We have to be careful about this. We are not in a position to tie them up and be successful in using that as a play. We're getting better, but if we lose them and we lose the hive, we're going to get to be the crows will be coming to see us very soon. And I can't tell you exactly how much I do not want that to happen to me. Like,
Okay.
I get it.
Okay. Well, I'll let you take the lead on this, Silas.
Yes. We can't be belligerent about this. If we're belligerent, we will die.
After you.
And if they're just going to stand there and do fuck all, then let them.
I think we should talk to Bear and just let Bear know that if they start poking around, he should let us know.
He should let us know, but he shouldn't do anything about it. He doesn't deserve to be beat up by them. He's been through hell.
Sure. Do you want me to do that?
Sure. Yes.
All right. I'll go. Okay. I'll go have a side conversation with Bear. You introduce our guests.
I don't think that's necessary. I'll go talk to new crew.
Just gonna let them stand there.
Yes. That's clearly what they want to do.
I don't like this GM laugh. Like Kyle's like, yes, you're just gonna let them be.
Listen, it wasn't
Listen, I don't
my
want.
decision to rob the hive. You guys made like 12 coin off that.
We
Yeah.
gave five very
This
good
is what
bets.
happens.
Yeah.
They gave us the idea. They're like, and if you get
What?
any extra stuff, sell it.
Some would say it's called Repercussions.
Some may say.
Actions have consequences. We
Mhm.
got a deal.
I say we just we implant some spirits in them, and take over their bodies. I mean, if they
I
show
don't
up
think-
to report in, who's gonna know?
The Nighthawk would not be okay with that.
Oh, you don't have to know about it, bud.
I have ideas.
All right. Yeah. So I'm gonna talk to Bear and just let him know to keep a good eye on them. Make sure and like if they do anything, like poke around, go places they shouldn't. If they like that, he should let us know.
You got it, boss. Cool. So that's kind of the state of the things in the lair. If that suits you guys, we can move on to the next. Likewise, if there's something you want to do to your own end, we could examine that now as well.
No, maybe just drink. I don't know. Actually, before scene, I will add all this, go to my special little cabinet that's got all my special liquor in it. Put out 3 glasses, pour 3, then take them all, sit down in front of me, and then have them there.
I will come to Silas when you have your drinks, and I will pull out the Nighthawk flask and pour a little bit in a glass. Swill it a little, like sniff it, take a sip. I'll offer Silas a little sip of it. It is the finest drink you've ever smelled, by the way. It is quite fancy.
It is, but I'm hesitant. But I'll say, no, thank you.
It's a good year.
It is a good year. Scene.
Okay.
Is that good for you, Cameron, or is there more stuff you want to do?
No, I think that's everything. Yeah.
Awesome, cool. So we leave you two drinking in the lair that has been somewhat compromised now. Who would like to check in with us next?
I can go.
Awesome. So Cole, we find you this afternoon in the back of a coach as it travels the streets from Night Market into Six Towers. You have been invited to the Cinnamon residence by Nebra's mother to join in the celebration of the Feast of the Well, Al Nyam Udu. You are traveling to First Street in the Charter Hall neighborhood, or Charter Wall neighborhood, I should say. And before long, you see the facade of Nebra's building. It's an eclectic mix of classical design elements and more unconventional artistic flourishes by the bohemians that make Charter Hall their home. The building is brick and several stories tall with ornate architectural details like decorative moldings, pediments, cornices, and an artistic, though functional, wrought iron fire escape. Beautiful murals have been painted on the brick facade at ground level, and the entrance is marked by a large ornate door with intricate carvings and decorative hardware. Above the door, a transom window features leaded panes in vibrant colors. Now, in the back of the cab, as you approach Nebra's building, um, well, we've said it before, right? The cabbies are all kind of creepy fuckers. But this is the first time it kind of dawns on Cole that that statement isn't entirely correct. It's not that all cabbies are creepy fuckers, it's that this particular cabbie is a creepy fucker. And it dawns on you, Cole, for the first time, that in all the times you've needed a cabbie in these recent games, it has always been driven by this one man. Now, it could be coincidence, or he could be following you. He hasn't made a move, he hasn't much talked to you, but it is now given you pause and you've taken notice.
Yeah, I think Cole notes that, and when he gets let off, he'll try to engage the cabbie in conversation briefly. Oi there, friend. Thank you for the ride.
Yep. Anything for a favorite client.
How did I become a favorite client? I just want to know so I can keep doing it.
You tip well.
I do. What how many cabs are in your company? Like if we needed to move a bunch of people, how many cabs and drivers would we be able to grab?
I'm not much that good with numbers. That's why they have me on a coach and not behind the office desk.
That's fair. Where is that office desk?
Here in Charter Hall.
Okay.
That's
I might
all,
stop by there.
Official.
Oh yeah. Well, it's all got to be official, I know. Well, thank you, and I slip him a couple of silver.
Appreciate it. Have a good evening. See you again soon.
I'm sure you will be. I tip my cap to him, and I I walk on. Kind of shiver as I go. I'm like, that motherfucker, he's fucking
The goats
creepy.
take the cab away.
Right. So I go up to the do you live in a house? Is the Cinnamon residence a house, or is it like a row house that has they own a floor of? I don't remember.
I think it's an apartment, we've said in the
Yes.
past.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an
Okay.
apartment. Like
Okay.
like an upstairs, possibly second floor. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Uh,
well, I wrote it as 2B in my notes, so we're on the same wavelength.
Nice. 2B, kind of like Sherlock Holmes. Um, so when you arrive, do you have to knock on the first door? Like, is there a door to the outside that you have to like get up into somehow, or
I think like like there is obviously a door. I think it's like open to the public.
open? Yeah.
Like
Okay.
yeah, and then
So Cole will like in the probably there's like it's because it's a nice neighborhood. He'll probably like adjust like his suit a little bit in the glass pane. Like he'll take his like hanky. Actually, it's probably clean, so he doesn't have to. But actually, he will pull out his handkerchief and like wipe something away from his face that he missed earlier, or that he had touched something and then touched his face. And he'll put that back, and he'll go ahead and open the door and kind of lightly jog up the flights of stairs, get to the door, and knock.
cool. So in Nebra, I think it's right now it is just you and your mother at home. Though your father will be here. This is an important holiday. He just hasn't arrived yet, and she's
Hmm.
like busy in the store in the kitchen cooking up a storm. But you do hear a knock on the door.
Okay. Nebra goes to the door, and would you say the door has like some sort of like little peephole that she can look through prior to
Absolutely,
opening
yeah,
the door?
I would think so.
Okay, she'll look through and see Cole's face, and then she'll promptly open the door.
Nebra, who is at the door?
Oh, it's your favorite. Cole is here.
Oh, good. Let him in. Let him in.
Of course, of course. Come on in.
I come in. I say hello, hello. What holiday is this again?
Could you repeat what the holiday was? I'm
Yeah. So,
sorry.
in like the uh the vernacular, it is called the Feast of the Well, but in Aruvian, it is known as Alnyam Udu.
It's the Feast of the Well. That's all you need to know. There's
What?
another name, but I'm not going to make you have to remember that. It's okay.
Okay, okay. But what? I've dug wells before. Like, why are we feasting? Is it because water's so rare?
Mm, this is a different type of well. It's a spirit well, actually.
Cole's eyes get big, get really big. Like,
No, but the
what?
spirit well is not here, Cole. Don't worry, don't worry. It's far away in Aruvia. But
Spirit
this
world
is
can't
very
hurt you.
special.
Okay, okay, good.
Please have a seat.
Oh,
And
thank
I'm
you.
assuming there's like little hors d'oeuvres and stuff that are kind of strewn about, like little snacks while
Yeah, absolutely.
mommy's
And like,
cooking.
but because this is kind of a holiday, your mother is definitely, like Christmas time or something when you're having family over and you make sure the apartment's extra nice. Like she has um like pillows and cushions for lounging all along the parlor. Um, yeah, spared no expense.
So Cole will pull out of his jacket only slightly crushed bouquet of flowers, and he's like, "Oh, these are for you." Like,
Oh, thank you, Cole. That's very sweet of you.
yeah,
Please, help yourself. I'll put these in some water. I'll be right back.
okay, okay.
And then
Yeah,
she'll go
he
and
starts
find like
eating
a little
things.
pot.
Yeah,
Yes.
and we'll take it for granted that Nebra, you've told your mom to kind of avoid eating meat until this unpleasantness with the bill hooks has concluded. So it's a lot
Oh,
of
yes.
um, breads and like produce products from Barrowclef Market, um, and like uh, the smell coming out of the kitchen where Nebra's mother is cooking is is phenomenal, Cole. Like nothing you've really experienced before. Um, Obviously, we can't have our patented cupboard ham with no
Well,
meat policy.
so I think Cole also pulls out another small package that is stamped with the Ministry of Preservation,
No.
and knowing that, he snagged a small cupboard ham, or maybe a large cupboard ham. I don't know, but from the the ministry spoils that we stole.
Cool.
And he's actually going to like put it like he has that, and he has a little another small like gift type thing that is wrapped. It's clearly for Nebra's father, because he's like, I don't know what you do on holidays. Do you give people things? Like this is how this works.
It doesn't hurt.
Nope.
Excellent.
So I guess at that point, Nebra will be coming back with the flowers in like a little vase or something like that, and put it down on the table, and then she'll sit next to Cole. Maybe
And
make
Oh,
some
Cole,
small
these
talk.
are so lovely. Oh, Nebra is so lucky to have a friend like you.
well, and also I got your mother this ham. Well, I got everyone this ham. I have this very small portrait. Like he has a very small like frame thing, like kind of gilded frame that you'd put like a portrait in. But there's nothing in it currently because he's not an artist or anything. But he's like, I have this, and then also I got this thing for your father, and it's wrapped. Where is your father?
He's still back at the consulate. He had some last minute work to do, but he'll be here shortly.
Okay.
So I'll take the ham, go back to the kitchen.
Sounds good. Yeah. Your mother is like, oh, Nebra, can you start prepare the ham as well? Make some cuts
Yes,
and
of
you see
course, of
like she
course.
is toiling away on uh cuttlefish that she's going to serve with radiant energy grown tomatoes on a bed of rice finished with a special Eruvian sauce and 5-spice blend, which is what Cole was smelling from the other room. But the more food on Alniam Udu, the better. It'll bring luck into the new year.
Does Nepper know if this is kind of just like a small gathering, or is there more people planning on coming?
No, it is just gonna be kind of a family affair. Like your mother was the one who was like, "You should bring Cole," because I think she has ideas that she'd like to see play out, right, between the two of you.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yes.
uh, and like most Aruvians are kind of going in their family, but it is kind of like um, while it's a holiday to commemorate and to feast and be with loved ones, it's not necessarily like a big celebratory holiday. I view it almost as like a Hanukkah celebration where there is some like solemnness to it.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Cole just kind of like nibbles at like hors d'oeuvres, uh, and like he doesn't know how to really act, and so anytime someone like walks into the room, he like half stands up to like I don't know what he's supposed to do. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do.
Please, Cole, relax, relax. You're fine.
Yes,
Okay.
Cole,
Do we want to
but
put?
we should have dinner on the table in maybe 10-15 more minutes. Hopefully
Uh,
your father arrives by then. I told him he should not go into work today. Let the consulate will survive with one day and today of all days. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm
Of course.
rambling.
if I can help at all, Mrs. Cinnamon, just please let me know. I know my way around. Chopping. I did lots of chopping in the army when I was drafted. Like lots of things.
She turns to Nebra and gives a knowing look and is like, "Oh, you know your way around the kitchen. Well, I won't say no to that. Come in, come in." And she's like, "You chop like this, and like very fine." And she's like teaching you, and it's like, "Oh
Yeah.
yes, very good."
Cole takes off his jacket and like rolls his sleeves up a little bit so he doesn't get anything messy. But yeah, he does that. And he said that he knows his way around, but he was really just trying to be polite. He is deft with a knife, but it's much more he's deft with stabbing a person than a vegetable.
Yeah.
So I think he gets a little bit of trouble, but he eventually gets there.
Well, and like Nebra's mother will help you if ever you stumble, and I think like for her, it's more just like she doesn't care if you're that great. It's the more like you offer to help, you're willing to pitch in. Like that's what she likes to see. That's good husband material. Cool. So
Got it.
about this time while you're in the kitchen, um, the door opens, the front door, and in walks Raul, Nebra's father, arriving from the consulate. And Nebra, as you may expect, he is not alone. He has come with Elstera of Rathi, who will be joining you
I figured.
for today's
I figured.
celebration.
Yep. Yep, sounds about right. Hello, Father. Hello. Oh, Miss Avrathi, it's good to see you again. Please have a seat. Dinner will be ready soon.
Well, thank you all for having me here this evening. Cole, when you turn and see her, and Nebra, you see this as well, that you got a little insight into this when you saw her at the consulate. Um, I'm not sure that Cole's seen Elstera before. You've been in the room, but she was masked up.
Right.
This woman appears attractive, late 20s. She's wearing a dark leather glove on her left hand that covers her forearm up to her elbow. Strands of long, dark, luxurious hair fall down her face, covering her right eye, which appears long dead. And signs of bruising are still visible around her eye socket and along her sternum. And Raoul will say, I tell you, with everything going on, it is getting dangerous out there. Look what they have done to Elstera. The madmen, the heathens. It's fine. Nothing to be concerned about.
Cole actually is like, Lady Ostera. Who did this to you?
This happened in the Saturnalia Club, if you could believe it. Just a bunch of misfits. Nothing to be worried about.
I happen to know. I have a friend that is a member. I could put in a word, perhaps have them taken care of. They will, of course, never be allowed back in.
It is unnecessary. They have done nothing wrong. They only did what they thought was necessary at the time. And in the end, this will only make me stronger.
See.
So out of character, Kyle, I think you mentioned last session, like, so did all of the diplomats at the consulate get called back to Aruvia except for Elstera?
Yeah, so that is correct. Like your father is essentially like he was just an accountant and he is now kind of the administrator of the consulate, which isn't uncommon when during like wartime when you send your ambassadors. Um it is weird. Elstera probably should have been recalled as well. Maybe she was.
Right.
She did not go. But you also know that Elstera is more than she seems. So
Yeah, it
who
turns out your
knows
CIA members maybe stay behind to cause
Mhm.
havoc.
Well, Miss Avrathi, I'm more than happy to see that you're still here in Duskfall. I'm quite surprised that you weren't recalled like the other diplomats, but it's a pleasant surprise. I'm glad to have another familiar face here.
Yes, I am pleased to be here and pleased to be spending time with you and your family. Indeed, my business in Duskfall is not yet concluded. There's still much to do before we move on to bigger and better things in the Akarosi capital.
Of course, in due time.
And your father, Raoul, will kind of pat you on the arm and be like, has she told you, Nebra? Today is Miss Avrathi's birthday. Today of all days. The feast of the well.
Really? What a pleasant surprise. I'm even more glad you're here. We must celebrate.
Thank you, Raoul. I did ask you not to tell anyone. Please do not bother. It has been a very long time since I have found cause to celebrate such an occasion.
Well, we won't get too out of hand. Maybe like a simple dessert. Something small but special. How about that?
I think something like that I could agree to. Thank you.
Great, of course. I'll be right back. And then Nebra will go back to the kitchen and kind of basically pass that along to her mother, and then probably help her with putting together something special for Elstera.
Awesome, yeah.
When Cole gets a chance with Nebra's father Raul, he'll be like, "Oh, Mr. Cinnamon," and he'll reach into his coat, right? But when he does, his Spirit Bane charm will be hanging inside of his coat as well. But he'll pull out the little package he has that's just like wrapped in like a cloth, and because paper, why would you waste paper for that? And he'll go ahead and hand it to her father and say, I did not know if it was customary for gifts to be given on this holiday, but Nebra said that it would be okay if I did.
Oh, yes. Well, thank you. And he kind of opens it up. What is it that you got?
It's a Akarosi made military compass. And so it's like a Victorian-esque like military compass that so it's actually pretty ornate in its design and like and whatnot, and so it and it has like a little flip out, so you flip it out so you can hold it to find your to see, and he's like, uh I did not I it's a little token from my time uh, in the regiment. It always made sure I found my way, and I wanted to make sure that you and the Cinnamon family would always be able to find yours.
Well, and he kind of takes a pause. And you can see he is like he wants to dislike you. Um,
Oh, I
but
know.
this is a very moving gesture, and I think you know those times when you've kind of been a dick to someone and they actually are really nice and you're like, oh man, that's kind of his place of being right now, and he is like, this is a very kind gesture, a very beautiful gift, and I will treasure this. And for the first time since you guys have met, he'll kind of give you a pat on the shoulder, be like, I am very glad that you could join us this evening for the holiday celebration. And this tender moment is then interrupted by Ostera, who caught glimpse of the Spirit Bane charm in your pocket, and will be like, I couldn't help but notice your Spirit Bane charm. Tell me, Lysander, are you much of a superstitious person? She said,
uh,
using a name I'm not sure you've given.
I've definitely given it to the family here, so like they know that my name is Lysander Colburn. If they told her, that's possible, I suppose. But so he'll just kind of accept that. He won't think anything of it. He's too dumb to think that. Um, uh, and he goes, "Oh, of course." And he opens up his coat again and kind of pulls it out. And when he's wearing his like really nice suit, he actually has it like pinned inside of the lapel on the inside, and so he pulls it out and sets it on the table. Uh, I don't know that I'm necessarily superstitious. Uh, I mean, I don't know that I'm necessarily religious either, but uh, there's lots of things in the world that I don't understand. I'm a man that's humble enough to understand that I don't understand a lot of things. And my time in the military, in the Akarosi military, was uh, faced with lots of challenges, and this charm and others like it were given to me by my dear mother before I left as a teenager when I was 14, um, and when I was drafted, and so I carried them through my whole time of service, and it saw me through all of that, all of those years, a decade and a half almost, and so uh, at that point, when I returned, it's just been a thing that I have carried, and whenever I have had ill feelings or whatnot, it's been a balm to me to have with. So I don't know if I am superstitious. If that's superstitious, then yes. But otherwise, you know, it is what I have.
Well, if it is ghosts you're concerned with, perhaps one day you should travel to the Eruvian capital. In Uduasha, we don't need to worry about such things.
That sounds very nice.
Maybe one day you and Nebra can go together.
Perhaps I have, besides the Imperial military, I've never been outside of Duskwall.
Yes, there is much more to the world than the battlefields the military have shown you, I am sure.
I should hope so.
Your dear mother, she's still with us?
No, sadly, my father was. Uh, Unfortunately, my father was drafted right after my birth for the Unity War, and when time came up and sadly died. My mother raised me until I was 14, and while I was away uh, in Scotland fighting my countrymen, uh, then my mother took ill with one of the sicknesses, one of the waves of sickness, and sadly died.
I am very sorry for your loss, but take comfort in knowing that you will be reunited with them one day soon.
Hopefully, not too soon. He takes a sip of tea, just and picks back up his spirit bay charm and puts it in his pocket.
Cool, and with that, Nebra's mother will bring out the dish, like, please, please, everyone to the table. Dinner is served.
Since Nebra was at the kitchen at the time, she'll probably be already at the table by the time everyone comes in and sits down.
Awesome. And yeah, you guys eat. It's very good food. A lot of stories go around the table of, um, what the holiday means, its significance. And again, this is kind of 400 years before the cataclysm, the falling stars that eradicated the Temple Mound. And Nebra, you know that these four falling stars were the demon lords that had been exiled from their celestial realm, who fell and were bound into the pillars that now stand in the districts of the Eruvian capital. Well, at least three of them still stand. Um, and all of this is great. All of this is good. Alstera seems quite preoccupied with Cole, and will then say, um, "So the Cinnamons tell me that you go to school with Manasa." At which Nebra's mother will drop her fork with a loud clang. Um, and her father will kind of go wide-eyed a bit, and Elstera will realize what has just happened, and will be like, "Oh, apologies. I thought most of the cards were already on the table. Uh, Forgive me. You go to school with Nebra."
Cole just kind of sits and, like, I think when someone dropped a fork, he instinctively took a big bite of something, so that way he has an excuse to not immediately speak, and so he's just he puts his napkin up to his face. Apologies. Yes, this is very good. Yes. I'm studying oratory and uh, political science.
Very, very interesting. A very lucrative career in those as well. Um, so you go to the same college as Nebra?
Um,
Um, I think Nebra will interrupt at this point, and she'll be like, "Yes and no. You see, you understand that the tuition at the academy can be a little high for some. So while Cole himself is not necessarily pursuing a formal degree, he decided that he wanted to take some classes in order to further his education."
Cole slides into this because he's like, oh god, I have an idea. She set this up great, and he's like, yes. You see, when I returned from the successful victory over the Skovland Kingdom, the regiment was completely disbanded. The pay that we were supposed to have received did never came. Those Skovlanders, and I'll mention, I believe also any of the Eruvians that were not already paid never received additional pay once they returned to Duskfall and other places I hear in the Empire. There were many riots and things at that time as well, something I never took part in. He definitely took part in. But I wanted to be when I returned and I found that my mother had passed. I was still a young man, and I wanted to better myself and gain an education. And so I did put in an application at Duskfall Academy, or what's the college called?
Yeah, that's correct.
Duskfall Academy. At Duskfall Academy, and I actually I do think that he did put in an application. I think it got rejected outright because he doesn't have money, history, name, anything. However, not having the funds to hire the right people and not having a wealthy name or a patron, not having educational records that I could demonstrate, I was unable to secure an appointment at the academy. I have been working these last several years to save up the money to do this, as well as trying to find a patron who would potentially be able to see value in my skill set, my particular set of skills, and that I could, on their behalf, they would see me through and see me achieve that appointment to the academy, and then also to through my formalized degree. But as Nebra said, I have been uh, uh, some would say auditing classes. So I've been making my there's a process, of course. Not all of it is. I'm sad to say, not all of it is above board. Sometimes I do buy the lunch of a academy student so I can sit in their place. And I'm not allowed to take exams or anything of that like. But I am allowed to attend the classes.
Elstera will kind of giggle a little bit and be like, "Forgive me, Lysander. That was a very long-winded way of saying yes." And she'll kind of turn to Raoul and be like, "I think you are making him nervous."
Yeah, Cole just laughs and then starts like drinking like not incorrect. Just-
Cool. Yeah, and you guys are just kind of dining. Uh, Dinner goes off without a hitch, and then afterwards, your mother's like, "Go get the thing, go get the thing," and you serve your
Yes,
special
yes.
dessert to Elstera. And then the rest of that evening is just kind of you guys lounging in the parlor, um, resting on the couches and the furniture, kind of conversing. Um, I think at one point, Nebra's father might set out like a hookah for any who might want to partake. Um, and yeah,
I think Cole will definitely partake of the hookah. Um, I think it's definitely something he probably did while in the military.
I think Nebra will take maybe a couple hits, but she personally doesn't like to use it, but she'll be polite since it's her father brought it
Yeah,
up in
and
the
I
first
think this
place.
is like this isn't like any of like the Akarosi drugs or something. This is like a fine Aruvian tobacco with like mixed spice blends.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool guys. So anything else you want to RP during this celebration or anything you want to do afterwards, knowing that you're going to be meeting with the crew tomorrow morning? Or shall we move on?
I mean, Cole will definitely, because they're asking him a bunch of questions, he will definitely ask them questions. In which case, he says, like, because he overheard Nebra say that it was weird that Lady Ostera was not recalled, right? And uh, and he knew that Raoul had not been recalled, and so he'll just be like, Mr. Cinnamon, do you mind if I ask? You've been working long hours now that everyone that the what is the term all the diplomatic corps has been recalled to Aruvia. Uh, are you finding that you I guess are you just having to run around and do everything yourself now, or like what is happening?
There's, in truth, not much to be done in that would be of political interest to someone in the studies such as yourself. Um, Mostly my job as of late has been making sure the lights are on and off when I leave. Um, but there are some things that take additional time. Um, Making sure that uh, there is a avenue for peaceful discourse still during this time of conflict, um, making sure that anything we don't want the Akarosi government to see should our consulate be taken. But on this, I cannot go into much more detail.
Oh no, of course. I've uh, the regiment that I was in was definitely part of. We secured a consulate in Scotland at one point, so I am familiar with the travesties that happen, um, and the information that could be lost, and maybe get into the wrong hands for certain. Uh, Sorry, Kyle. I'm looking at my notes. Cole remembers that there was a discrepancy about why the Aruvian consulate was pulled. Like they said that the Imperial Navy was in one place when it actually wasn't.
Yeah, so according to the messenger, I think, was the one who found this out and shared with us during the last game. But yeah, um, according to the messenger, and like this is going against everything that's been printed in papers,
Okay.
everything that most people believe. But the whole kind of civil war started in a similar like Gulf of Tonkin or Pearl Harbor situation where like the Aruvian fleet was engaged in conflict off the coast of Bright Harbor in
Mhm.
Aruvia, and Aruvia won that engagement, and then that was a powder keg that kind of started everything off. But according to the messenger's source, the Akarosi fleet was never in Bright Harbor. They were off the coast of Severin in Severos. Um, and so why
So
people believe this, they had no idea.
so I think Cole will definitely, um, you know, he'll he was like, I find it very interesting. So, as a student of political science, and I am very curious about the goings on of this. Like, I guess I was really driven, and I actually think that Cole is this person. Like, if he could just stop killing people, right? He would
Isn't that the
totally
way?
he would totally be a political science nerd and like an orator and like a politician to a certain degree if they would just let him stop killing people. But so he actually gets really animated about this, and he's like, I think my experience with warfare, and especially from such a young age, and especially as a conscript to an occupying nation, set me on an interesting path of analysis and review of the Akarosi Empire, and I think it's very interesting that I I've I have certain academic interests, and I was out having a drink with several of my fellow academics after a class, and one of them mentioned that they had met with a, uh, a dock worker recently, who had been speaking with a Imperial Navy officer, who apparently had said that the Imperial Navy wasn't at Bright Harbor, that instead they were off the coast of Severos, and that the cause, like the Cassius Belli, in this case, is a little odd. Like, or maybe there's some information crossed. I mean, I've definitely been in the field, and we've gotten the order to attack, when in actuality, the order was not to attack; it was to do something else, right? So
So
he kind
Raul,
of he just slips that information in there, like just like it was natural, like he was doing the overall whole thing.
yeah, so Raul opens his mouth to speak on the subject, but before any words come out, he is immediately interrupted by Ostera, who says, um, "This goes against everything that has been reported as of late. I wouldn't believe everything that little Tekarosi tells you if I were you."
I guess Nebra will pipe up and say, I've heard these rumors too, but it doesn't make any sense. It's not like a boat is huge. Like you would see a boat in the harbor. It's very difficult to hide such a thing.
Not to mention a whole fleet. And and yeah,
Yes.
Cole keeps eating little snacks that are left out. He's like, I don't want to talk anymore.
Oh, just to throw it out there. So for the dessert that Elstera received, I like to think it was like one of those little bunt cakes.
Nice.
Except it's like a ruby and spice flavored whatnot, but yeah.
Bunt cake, the demon's weakness. No.
Yes.
Perfect.
Awesome, guys. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'd like to say that if Silas ever finds out about the hookah stuff, like, he's gonna be pissed.
And he wasn't invited?
Yeah.
I guess, and this is happening at essentially the same time as the crew scene from earlier.
Yeah, your guys is probably going later into the evening.
So I do think at a certain point Cole is going to leave, but I think it will technically be before curfew. But I do think that it would be interesting if it was not early enough, in that he may have a curfew encounter.
Cool. Yeah, sounds good. Go ahead and give me a roll for that, and we'll see what happens.
What would you like? Or I guess this is me trying to avoid curfew.
Yeah, so something probably like a prowl.
We can do a prowl, yeah.
Uh,
What is the position and?
It is going to be a desperate standard.
Okay.
A 6, so we will take the 6, which is good because martial law is in effect, and if you're caught after curfew, it would have just been a one-shot KO. Cole is dead. But with that 6, you make it home, no problem at all.
So I imagine so I imagine what Cole does is he like he excuses himself. He actually like I imagine like a clock dings, like or like if I don't, is there a great clock in the city? I don't remember.
I'm sure there could be, yeah.
Or if not, there's a clock in the Cinnamon residence that like chimes, and he goes, "Oh goodness, I need to return. It's after curfew," and so he as he leaves, if Nebra like steps out, he'll like kiss the top of her forehead and be like, "I'll see you later." Like he's like, "I'll see you back at the lair," but that was great and also weird. Um,
That's pretty normal here.
okay,
Don't worry.
okay. And then yeah, and then he ducks out. And yeah, I imagine with that 6, he's doing a an Assassin's Creed type, like running across the rooftops or something, or like ducking into alleyways,
100%, yeah.
whatnot. So
Just waiting for you to randomly run into the Nighthawk. Like, what are you doing here?
that would be great.
Awesome. Cool. So, I think all we have left is Reese. How about we check in on you? Um,
I'm fine with that.
so one thing I need to know before we begin
Okay.
is if someone were to be looking to legitimately send you a message, like through a cipher, um, not in affiliation with the Nighthawks or your crew,
Mm-hmm.
where would they send that letter to? Where could you be encountered legitimately?
While he doesn't, and honestly, this is kind of what I was hoping to do at the beginning, anyways. Um, the only place that he can really be seen regularly, even though he doesn't acquire his Quicksilver from Stotzi anymore, he still buys his alchemical solutions from her. And so I imagine he still frequents that shop. And in fact, um, Reese has been seeing if he could get Stotzi to reconsider her position as his dealer. So
Okay.
imagine
Uh,
those two tasks would or whatever task you had planned, whatever task he had planned, probably link up at Stotzia's place at the
cool. So
apothecary.
let's go ahead and start in Stasia's alchemical shop.
Sure.
And yeah, how about you take it away, set the scene, and say what you need to say.
All right, so I think it's probably mid afternoon. Would say that was a good time?
Yeah, so it's 3 hours before curfew right now. So
Okay, so
what
it'd
is
be
that?
like 6 o'clock. It's 5 o'clock.
Like 6 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I imagine the apothecary is, isn't normally a happening spot, and so I don't imagine there being a massive amount of customer base inside the place. So Reese steps in and the bell on the door rings, and he awaits for Statia to make her presence known, probably coming out of the back or somewhere in the stacks of uh, you know rows and rows of alchemical supplies.
Yeah, she sees you come in as she walks out from the back. Um One thing I'd like to know from you, Peter, is you were tapped out. You lost Stasia as your vice purveyor
Mm-hmm.
because of an overindulgence of your vice. So could you explain to us what exactly happened that made that relationship fall apart?
I believe sort of what we had discussed originally was she just kind of cut off in a clean break. In Reese's mind, he felt it was probably had something to do with their affiliations, getting too close to one of the other groups, and so as a form of caution, she stepped away. She couldn't be caught dealing to somebody in my you know current political standing, I should say. At least that's what Reese believes to be the truth.
Excellent, cool,
But they never had a discreet conversation about it.
gotcha. Uh, so as she sees you walk in, she will say, "Reese, it has been a moment since your shadow graced my doorstep. I was
Oh,
beginning
it
to
has.
think all the unpleasantness of business had soured our friendship.
Well, that's why I'm here. I came for a couple different reasons. One, I need some more supplies and I'd like a bit of advice on one of my recipes. And the other, perhaps trying to patch up our business relation.
Well, the alchemical supplies, I can provide you no problem. This is a service I would do to anyone in the city. Uh, Advice on your recipe? Yes, we could talk. I would like to consider you still a friend, and we can discuss more of the particulars of that. But the illegal merchandise you require.
He kind of does one of these, like,
Yeah, there's definitely no one here.
yeah.
Yeah, it's like a witch's cottage type situation.
Yeah.
That is like a shop, but
Dusty vials all over the shelves.
exactly, very like Diagon Alley
cobwebs sort
looking
of
place.
hanging from the ceiling a little bit. Like the floor and the first couple shelves up are spotless, but anywhere that you can't really reach to dust is it's just covered in some sort of film. Especially just from the fumes in there, because obviously with all the alchemical activity going on, there's just stuff floating through the air all the time.
Yeah, like just step into the back with me, and we can discuss this project you are working on and the other things. And she leads you back to like the front-facing area of the store is definitely more like supplies, things you can buy, potions, tinctures. But like in the back is kind of more like her workshop, a cauldron, various alchemical tools and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of sits you down on a chair, um, and she kind of hovers over a cauldron every now and again, kind of throwing in some herbs and such.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, what is it that you were working on?
All right, so he will a second, I'm trying to remember the name of the because he had worked on a alchemical solution in the previous game and he failed at it.
Yeah, the sticky glue.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name. So he'll name off the the various ingredients and he'll say, well, I made sure to add this catalyst right after I added these three right here, but it just seemed to kind of blow up in my face.
How much of the catalyst did you add?
3 1/4 vials.
Well, it would seem that your recipe is spot on. You have done it exactly the way I would. But these things are tricky. It is not an exact science. So
Perhaps that's
the
where
best
I'm.
I can give
Perhaps
you
that's
is
where I'm getting it wrong. My my old profession is getting in the way of my new.
could very well be. Alchemy is something you need to feel rather than learn.
I'm doing
Keep
my
on
best to get a
going
feeling.
at it. Keep trying. You will find it work eventually.
He will sort of like very excitedly sort of describe the contents of his new laboratory that he's been putting together, and with some pride, talking a little bit about that his work area and what he's been able to learn and make and grow and do in this new laboratory, in hopes of kind of inspiring a little camaraderie in her.
Yeah, she listens she listens intently, and I think that does kind of ease some of the tension. I will say, Peter, the thing you were trying to make last time was binding oil.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Permanently fuses two surfaces until dissolved by alcohol.
Oh, okay, thank
Or
you. I could
sorry,
not find it in the book for some reason.
alkahest or electroplasm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's that. You guys talk about your alchemy, and she's not the best teacher. You kind of have like a student of science going to like an art teacher, right? And there's kind of a disconnect, right? But yeah, you have yet to discuss the illegal stuff.
Yeah, he's kind of trying to ease into it. So if it ever he finds a spot in the conversation where he can kind of bring it up, he will sort of try to subtly make that happen, and I'll represent that with a roll of some kind, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So let's just go with a consort. You know, a simple sort of like, can he master the conversation enough to steer it in his favor? And I think he's going to push himself while he's at it. Not the best idea, as it'll put me at 6 stress, but let's face it, he's very stressed about this situation, so it makes sense. So here we go. Consort roll. I'm gonna add
Yeah,
one.
this is gonna be a controlled position, but a limited effect.
Limited. Okay.
But you could push yourself to up that.
Yeah, I think he will try to bump it to a standard effect if he can. So instead of getting the extra die, I will bump the difficulty. And you know, I'm trying to think. You know, with his you know, his vice in mind, I think he would make a devil's bargain as well. You can imagine a desperate man trying to get a fix, as it were, and trying to get not just a fix but a steady supply again. Somebody who's as you know, addicted as he is in the direction that he's going. I think let's do a devil's bargain as well. And I think that just his professional relationship with Stasia is something he would be willing to risk in this instance, because let's face it, he's desperate. What do you think?
So what, mechanically speaking, what does
She would no longer be considered a friend, so he would be
Gotcha.
dropped from the list of clever friends.
Well, so the problem is a devil's bargain takes place regardless of whether you succeed the roll or not.
Oh, so he would lose her anyways. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I figured that was a consequence of failure.
No, a devil's bargain happens regardless.
Well, that wouldn't make sense then, right? Because if he lost relationship with her, then obviously she can't be his dealer. All right, I'm just gonna do the roll. I can't think of a good devil's bargain at this point.
I'll give you one.
Oh,
Okay, go ahead, Charles.
Well, I was gonna say, you could do the one you thought of, Peter, but it's literally that she's strictly his dealer. They no longer have a relationship.
Yeah, I could take that one. So like you could go to her for your vice, but you could lose her as your contact on your sheet. You'd have to pick someone else. Another one I would allow is that your desperation is so high that, and like, because of everything that's going on with your crew right now, that her selling to you is going to raise some red flags, perhaps put you in some danger, and will raise crew heat by 2.
Ooh. And we're at 2 right now?
Wow.
I don't see Reese putting
We're at 0 heat right now.
Okay. All right, let's do that one.
Okay. So everyone mark 2 heat on the crew.
Mm-hmm. Reckless Reese.
You're a
Again.
junkie.
Well, there's the reckless coming out.
All
There
of
we
our
go.
junkies are causing problems in this crew right now.
It's just how it is, man. All right, rolling with an extra die from that devil's bargain. Here we go.
Ooh, a failure. So it is controlled. So here's the thing: she's not going to deal to you. It didn't work out, and here is what she has to say on it. Like, well, she essentially just goes into detail about, like, she wants to maintain a professional relationship with you. She'll sell you the things that are legal to sell, but with you being at war with the Billhooks, who are owned by the Bluecoats essentially, uh, and now the Deathbed Scavengers, who are essentially owned by the prison, like, she's worried that anything illegal in your periphery has a chance to get picked up by the blue coats or arrested. And you know this to be the case. We see this all the time in entanglements, right? And so her deal is as follows. She will not sell to you, and will not, and there's nothing you can do to change that until you end the war with the billhooks and the Deathland Scavengers. And at that point, you could make a roll, and she could start selling to you again.
All right, so Reese will sort of like hang his head a little bit, and you can see the sort of sweat dripping down his nose as he's, clearly in the throes of some form of detox. And he'll shake his head sort of like meekly. He's like, I understand. Do you understand the position I'm in? Do I understand?
There are less reputable sources than me for that type of thing, if you are desperate enough. Places in the docks, places in Silkshore.
He'll sort of like give in a little bit to his desperation. He'll just be like, it's just tough sometimes. The things I seen, the friends I have that are going through it as well. I appreciate your
Tell
time.
me, Reese,
Whether-
being that I do hope we are friends and will continue to be such. Obviously, this chemical has taken an effect on your body. It has changed your mind, and now you need it to function at even the basest level. But when we first met, you told me the real reason that you started using Quicksilver to find her. Have you abandoned this quest? Is it now just a matter of survival? Or do you continue to look?
I continue to look. I haven't completely given up. There
Then
were
hold-
some that I'd found that I thought could bring me a little bit closer, but didn't end up working out.
Then
thought-
hold fast to what you have told me today. Remember why you used this substance to begin with. It is a tool for your quest. Do not let it have the control over you that it does now. Think on these things while you struggle, and may you find your way to your path once more.
Again, I thank you for your time. Your friendship has been invaluable all these years. And I'm glad it's still here.
I am too, Reese. I hope one day being your friend will not be as dangerous as it has been these past few months.
He sort of grins and he's like, I have to say I feel the same way. It's been quite a year, has it not?
For you, for me, I just run the same old shop.
Oh, I said there are some times that I'm quite envious of what you've got going on here.
Well, keep it in mind for the day you choose to retire. And keep retirement in mind. It will save you from making foolish choices and ending up dead.
Unfortunately, I don't think too many people in my position end up getting to retire. But I'll definitely keep it in mind. I thank you for your advice. Thank you for your counsel. And if I'm able to get that oil made, I'll make sure to bring you a couple, just so maybe you could try it out and maybe sell some in your shop.
That would be great, Reese. I look forward to that, and I do hope, regardless of the other stuff, that you still stop by and we can still have these little chats. I do so enjoy talking to you.
I agree. I feel I'm glad I had a talk with you today. Needed it. I'll be on my way. I'll try not to draw any attention. I'll go at the back, eh?
I appreciate that.
And
Cool,
he'll
and
sort of duck
oh,
out.
go ahead, Pete.
Oh no, he'll sort of duck out the back, like he said, just so folks don't see him coming out of her shop.
Sweet. Cool. So as you kind of leave her shop and get back onto the main street, a cipher approaches you, one of the messenger guilds, or members of the messenger guild, and who will he's like kind of looking through papers, checking names, kind of looks up at you and will cross the street to approach you.
I will stop and allow him to approach.
He doesn't say anything. He just kind of gives you a nod and holds out a letter for you to take.
I'll sort of look at him. I'll analyze the letter. Is there anything I can glean from what I see on the letter? Do I see a name on it or anything like that?
The only name on it is yours, addressed to Dr. Mulligan. It is it's like not in an envelope. It's the type of thing. It's like folded paper with a wax seal. It seems like very high quality paper. And there's a seal on the ink, or on the wax, that is familiar to you. Like, you're pretty sure you've seen it, but you can't quite place it.
All right, I will. I'll take the letter and flick a penny in his direction.
He takes the silver and kind of gives you a nod and heads off on his way.
Is there a way to track how much silver you have? Is it like a portion of a coin, or is that just the story? If you need small amounts of money, you just have it.
I think it is like just a way to, like, a story contrivance, right?
Okay, yeah.
Like,
I mean,
there
it's
is
not
like
like
an
he gave a
exchange
great
rate,
deal of money, but yeah.
yeah.
Like he gave, he made sure to tip the guy off. So yeah, he will continue on his way. He doesn't want to stay in the streets for too long. I will try to get back to the lair before opening the letter, but I won't go all the way down into the basement before opening it.
Okay. So do you want to read this like in Silas's shop?
Yeah.
Type okay. Cool. Yeah. So you get there, and open the letter, and it reads, "Dear Dr. Mulligan, I enjoyed our meeting last week in my office at Charter Hall University. It was most agreeable meeting someone interested in my work with the appreciation and understanding of the craft themselves. If you find yourself unencumbered this evening, my organization is putting on an exhibition at our design facility in Coleridge. I thought you might accompany me as my chaperone. Were you to find yourself requiring sustenance prior to the event, I would also be amenable to joining you for dinner at a restaurant of your choosing. If interested, please respond by the hour of flame on this, the 19th day of Ulsavet. If this is not of any interest to you, I apologize for any time wasted. Yours sincerely, Lady Uniferos, PhD."
Good, hot damn! I got myself a date. So he'll hurry off to gussy himself up. Is has the guy just left yet, or is the messenger still there?
No. So you're in the lair right now. The
okay, that's right.
left
I
on
went
the
back to
street,
that. Sorry, I completely forgot about that part. Okay. So I will call a messenger and have one deliver a message to her that he will attend. And I will pick a. Is Silas there?
He's not in his shop. He might be down in the lair.
I'll venture down to see if I can. I want to ask Silas for a good spot to go eat.
Awesome. So yeah, as you head down, you see a menagerie of people you've never seen before.
All right,
which isn't terribly unsurprising, because Cole was out recruiting a new crew after what happened to our last one. And you see in the far corner Silas and the Nighthawk drinking together in the darkness.
And it's like I'm at 1.5 glasses left now.
All right, so Reese will sort of approach and be like, "Oh my good man, are you two drinking together?"
Does he see the two?
He does, yeah. I mean, he has no context, right? There's just a bunch of new people, but.
Good evening, Reese.
What's the occasion?
You want to tell him?
New friends, and he kind of gestures at the courtesy of the Ministry of Preservation.
Oh, that's very nice of them.
Yes, very.
Apparently, they have keys to our place.
That doesn't surprise me.
That doesn't make me feel better.
It doesn't make me feel good at all.
How can I help you?
Well, I've been invited to a bit of an evening out, and wondered where's a good place to get a bite of food. Perhaps a drink. You seem to be a fella who knows good places to go about town. Where's a good spot?
Is one. What's that one restaurant that I got from the
The
Dimmer
Golden
Sisters?
Plum,
Yeah, the Golden Plum is a great one.
if you have a reservation.
If you can get a reservation.
If I wanted to get one, how would I go about doing it?
What?
If I wanted to get a reservation there, how would I go about doing it?
Well, I was helped by the Dimmer Sisters.
Well,
As,
that that resource is out the window.
Yeah, so
I'm assuming Emeline never told Silas that she and Nebra went there once, correct?
Yeah, I think Emeline probably wanted to maintain Silas' sense of pride, you know.
Got it.
So that
Fair.
was a girls' night out, shush, you know.
Yeah. Sure.
I could
Okay,
send a
just making
messenger
sure.
and on my behalf get you in.
Well, that'd be
If that's
nice.
possible.
I think that'd be nice. I'd love to help if you could help me out with that. So he'll sort of look around. So who's the new fellas?
Be careful. You may get used to it.
At this point, I think it might be better for me than other things.
Yes, it would. And I say that like flat, like no.
He'll sort of roll his eyes in Silas' direction. Well, I better go get dressed up if I'm going out somewhere nice.
I'll go get that messenger for you. And I just take the last full like highball glass and just throw it back entirely.
All right. While Silas is off getting the messenger going, I'll do a quick introduction to myself to the new crew. Nothing, more than a hello and a hi.
I'll pull Reese aside just to the agent, to those agents, and be like, tell them nothing.
These two fellas here.
They're spies.
And you let them inside.
They forced their way in. They had a key.
Again, doesn't surprise me. Fellas.
Evening.
I'll get that messenger. And I saunter upstairs.
All right, so Reese will disappear.
And you
upstairs to
were,
get
sir?
dressed.
And one of them kind of pulls out a notebook.
Yes, I was. You'll walk away.
I like it. Reese knows better than to talk to cops.
Yep, so he'll disappear upstairs and get dressed and make his way off toward dinner time with a lovely lady from the what's the name of her guild?
Sparkrights.
The Sparkrights, that's what they're called.
Yeah. Cool. So like message goes off, and yeah, we'll just kind of smash cut to Reese at a table in the Golden Plum with Una Pharaohs.
She's Emeline's sister, correct?
Correct. Older sister.
Yeah.
Who looks there is a resemblance to Emeline that is unmistakable, though Una's a bit older, about 33, a bit more well-fed. She has not had kind of a as rough of a life as Emeline has had.
Let's just say a drug problem.
Yeah. And she is dressed very conservatively. Obviously, like her more like work outfit, like aprons and electroplasmic gadgets, has been left beside. But still looks very ladylike and kind of sits across from you. And she's kind of in my mind, almost a Sarah Beckett like character for those of us who played Mage. She was very focused on her work and really likes to talk about that. And when uh, that's not the topic of conversation, it kind of lulls, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think for Reese has enough, techno babble that he could keep her entertained for the very least. Um I think he would, you know, talk about his personal how he achieved to create a personal electro barrier, for any for any need to be traveled outside of the electro barrier, and sort of talk shop, as it were. Try to keep it professional, even though you made a joke about it being a date, but he's not trying to make her feel uncomfortable in any way by talking about things she'd be comfortable speaking about.
Sweet, yeah. So let's go ahead and give me a roll, probably like a consort
Sure.
sway or something of that, like just to see how well this date not date goes.
All right. Am I in a what position am I in on this one?
I think like you're talking about the stuff she likes. I think you're in a controlled position. I think the effect is standard.
Okay. Here we go. Yeah, not great.
All right. Um, yeah. So she's kind of difficult to read. She seems to be enjoying your like talking about work, about inventions. Um, but if there's anything else on her mind, romantic inclinations or anything like that, that's hard to read. And it could be like she doesn't have them, or it could be that she is just very good at keeping her cards close to her chest.
It's a
Um,
possibility.
but at, as kind of conversation about electroplasmic stuff is kind of coming to a lull, and she of course has told you like she's excited to show you the exhibition, excited to show you the Sparkrights design facility, thinks you'll really enjoy it. But when a lull kind of forms, she will kind of change subjects a bit, um, based on your conversations at the Sparkright Tower in Charter Hall University last week, and will ask, so have you had any news of my sister or her whereabouts since last we talked?
Well, we know who she's with. We don't quite know exactly where she's at, but we have a line in to get her back. That's something we're working on right away. We'd like to see her return safely if we can. She is quite dear to me, as I'm sure she is to you. I'd like to see her returned.
Is there anything I can do to assist with this? Um, I don't know exactly what I could do. I have a lot of inventions that may be useful. If money you need, my older sister, I'm sure I could convince her to help. We,
Well,
I would just like to see Emeline back safe.
like at present, Reese is trying to suss out how much he wants to reveal. Again, like he doesn't want to bring her wrapped into this if he can help it. So he's gonna be a bit subtle. Well, there's an opportunity for us to acquire something that the group that has your sister wants and says if they they'll return her. They said she's quite safe, but couldn't really trust what people have to say these days. The people you have to acquire this item from are quite skilled in well, let's just say they follow a similar bent to your sister. They like the
How do you
spooky
mean?
end. They like the spooky end of things. They like to employ the company of those that have passed beyond. As it were.
I see. I knew that. I mean, we all knew that my sister's disability would only end up getting her in trouble in the long run. I am sorry that it has come to this, but I do not want to see harm befall her. So please do everything you can to see her back safely.
If you had any, you said you had some inventions. If you had anything that could, protect us a little bit from some sort of spirit activity, as it were, that would be helpful.
We have several things. What exactly do you have in mind?
Some sort of personal device, perhaps.
I'm sure that could be arranged. Where would you like it delivered?
I'll give her Silas's shop. What's your shop called?
Phantom Exports.
Thank you again.
Or
Well,
import, the main one.
Phantom Exports or imports.
Either.
Imports should be running now.
You could have it delivered to.
And this is why I should be having meetings with foreign dignitaries so I can import things and maybe have some hookah. But
I work closely with a fellow who runs a place called Phantom Imports. Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I'm afraid I haven't.
It's an import-export firm. Mostly deals in antiques and whatnot. Very legitimate business. He says with a smile. But they'd be able to get it to me.
All right, I will see that it's done.
Well, now that business is done, what could I get for you to drink?
I will have a whiskey and water, please, and thank you.
Sure, girl after my own heart, he says as he orders one as well.
So tell me, Dr. Mulligan, is there a Mrs. Dr. the Mulligan?
He straightens up a little bit at that and gets kind of a bit of a somber face, and he just says, there was. Unfortunately, we lost her during the war.
I am sorry for your loss.
It was a tragedy, but I move on regardless.
Did you fight in the war, or have family who did?
I did. I was a medic. Most of what I did was patching up fellas who saw a bit too much combat.
On our side or theirs?
Well, based on my accent, I'm sure you could guess. I'm from Scotland.
I have no solid opinions on the matter. War, I mean, can be very profitable for someone who invents new technologies, but it is a horrible cost that must be paid by those within it. So regardless of what side you were on and what was lost or gained, I'm sorry that you had to live through such times.
As am I, but I found myself in more comfortable surroundings at this point, so just happy to be out of it and successful on the other side.
Did your wife fight in the war as well? Or your previous wife?
No, she was at home when it happened.
Oh, I see. Was it shelling? She says she has like no tact. Like,
yeah. He's picked up on that and just kind of brushes it off directly. He understands she's not trying to be offensive and what'd you say?
Describe how the body looked when you found it.
Well, her face is all purple. No, I'm just kidding.
Was it the bullets or was it the bayonets?
Was
like,
the
what happened there?
Unfortunately, it hit her little cottage. We thought sending her that far north, she would have been safe up there, but the speed in which they took it over was
any kids or just the two of you?
Not just the two. Didn't quite get that far.
And you said you work now as a doctor here in Duskfall.
Yeah, I felt I'd take the training that I learned while during the war and try to apply it for better means. Helping people as opposed to patching up fellas that have been shot. But as it were, it seems to be still a pretty common
Yeah, the city can be dangerous. Now, you seem like a respectable and handsome uh man. Um, what what does a guy like you um do hanging around my sister of all people?
That's a good question. um, say we do business together.
I didn't realize that my sister had an interest in medicine.
Somewhat.
Well, it has been a long time since we spoke. I'm sure we've all changed in some ways.
Just tell me, sir, fill in your life.
Sorry, what was that?
Sir, fill in your life.
Oh, this is kind of the first time you notice she actually does blush a little bit, and she's like, no, knowing my sister, you must know that we come from a noble lineage, so it was all arranged marriages and finding the right suitor and dowries, and well, such was not in the cards for me. So I was sent to university and have since found my work keeps me busy enough that it is difficult to go out and meet new people. But the idea of marriage is not something I find distasteful, and I keep my eyes open to new possibilities, as I think any scientist would.
Well, I'd say I would I wouldn't expect anything less from someone like yourself. I have to say you are quite an impressive individual. Just looking at the research that you've accomplished so far and the position you find yourself in now. I have to say thank you for bringing me along. This is I'm excited to get to see what's going on at the event there, and I'm happy to be in your company.
Well, thank you for noticing. Yeah, I take pride in all that I have accomplished. I have worked hard and sacrificed much. Um, but yes, today is not just my day; it is all of the Sparkrights Guild, and I'm very excited to show you some of the new things we have in store for the city. One in particular, I think will catch your eye, um, but I shouldn't spoil the surprise.
Oh, I can't wait. He'll order another drink and, you know, try to continue to keep the mood light.
Awesome. Yeah. It goes great. You guys drink, you guys eat, and eventually you guys head off to the exhibition. So after a while, you arrive at the Sparkrite headquarters. Um, Nearly all the buildings in the Bankside neighborhood of Coleridge are businesses and dormitories catering to the Sparkrites, their guild, and their craft. The three largest buildings in the neighborhood are the massive workshop, factory, and design facility that form the center of Sparkrite HQ. As Una leads you in, you see the interior for the first time. The Sparkrite's workshop is a bustling place filled with the sounds of hissing steam, the hum of electroplasmic energy, and the clanging of metal against metal. It is housed in a large industrial building with tall ceilings and large windows overlooking the trade water to the east. The floor is constructed of well-worn concrete, and the walls are adorned with various tools and equipment, including gears, pipes, and valves. Here, animatronic hulls work alongside living Sparkrite tinkerers in the creation of new electroplasmic technologies.
That's actually really cool.
The next building over, as she kind of leads you to the exhibition hall, um, houses the factory, where large machines are used to create intricate parts and components for the guild's electroplasmic devices, including those needed in electroplasmic generators, city lights, and lightning barrier towers. Most of the machines are still powered by steam and use a combination of gears and pistons and levers to perform their work. The non-hull workers in this area wear protective goggles and heavy gloves as they tend to the machines, pouring in distilled Leviathan blood and making adjustments as needed. Nearby hulls shovel coal into massive furnaces which power these machines. Moving towards the exhibition hall, you get to the northernmost building, which houses the design facility.
As
This is a
hold on,
go ahead.
as we're sort of walking through the facility, Reese is like just agape at all of the technology around him. He is in Tinker's heaven, right?
Oh
He's
yeah,
just
dude.
like he like you can imagine he's asking questions about this and that and everything. Is you look at that over there? Are you using? No, does it really work that well? You know, and
Yeah,
he's
and I
just
think like Una kind of knew that you would be like she obviously has a lot of pride in this place, and like because she could have easily gone just straight into the design facility, but she like worked from the back forward so you could see all the stuff, kind of giving you the grand tour. Um, but yeah, the final building, the design facility, is a multi-level building, and this is where the Sparkrite engineers work to create new inventions and design. It is equipped with drafting tables, blueprints, and all kind of tools needed to bring their ideas to life. The floors are made of well-worn wood planks that creak with every step. The walls are lined with shelves filled with mechanical components, scrap metal, and various odds and ends that can be repurposed for new creations. And it is on this first level of this facility that is open to the public and serves as the exhibition hall. It is filled with all kinds of mundane electroplasmic devices, ranging from small gadgets to large, intricate machines, including the piece de resistance, the thing Una wanted to show you, uh, a new model of electroplasmic carriage, which kind of looks like an old Ferrari or Alfa Romeo race car, like a two-seater type thing on like those kind of like bike-looking wheels, right? And yeah, this is like a new design of what we would say is like an old-timey car that the Sparkrites have created. These devices, barring the car, are arranged on pedestals and shelves, and visitors are encouraged to touch and interact with them. Um, and this is where you find yourself.
uh like Reese is like walking circles around the thing, like looking under things, over things, behind things, uh not touching obviously because he understands that you know he's been in a lab before. He realizes, you know, you just don't touch until you've been told you
Well,
can.
at this place, like in the others, I think that's true. But this area, this first level of the design facility is almost, think of it as like a science museum where like you are encouraged to like, here, touch it, play with it, and they're all stuff, you know, barring the car, right? Which is like it won't hurt you, it won't break, you know.
Yeah.
But they're for people who have that interest of what do the Sparkrites actually do, can like test things out and be like, ooh, ah, right?
So he'll walk up to the carriage and he'll say, "What a marvel! Can I sit in it?"
Yes, yes, please.
Oh, so he will does she look like she's going to join him?
No, she's very much like gone into like what is it, like tour guide mode,
Sure.
right?
So she's just enjoying the show essentially of this individual taking in all of the marvel
Exactly.
around her.
Enjoyed
Okay.
showing off all this stuff to you. Yeah.
Yeah, so he will if she were gonna join him, he would definitely open the door for her, but he will seeing that she is steadfast in her position, he will softly ease himself into the carriage. You know, he's not gonna jump in, he's not gonna leap over the edge. He will, you know, open the door and kind of admire the mechanism, and as he sits inside, he just sort of takes in the whole his whole surrounding. He's like, how did you fit it all in such a tight little package?
Oh, it's a miracle of technology. I tell you, everything is slowly and slowly getting smaller and smaller as the years go by. I tell you, in 5 years, I would see these across the streets of Duskfall. Gone are the goats and the carriage, and there are pellets left in the streets. This is the future of our city. And I will say, Reese, you can probably appreciate this more than someone like Silas, because like the car's not comfortable. Like this thing was like built for like speed and efficiency,
Yeah.
but from a technological standpoint, it
Function
is
over form, right?
damn cool. Exactly,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
It's like this is gonna change everything. This is new. You just built this yourself.
Yes, well, obviously there are models of electroplasmic carriages on the streets and
Nothing like
white
this.
crown and bright stone, but nothing like this.
No,
Um,
this is fantastic.
this is just the prototype. Once we can perfect mass production, um, we will add some things to broaden the appeal to our more particular customers.
Such an intricate form of engineering here. How do you plan on producing this? It must take a lot of time to craft one of these.
Yes, more time than we have engineers at the moment, unfortunately. Our main priority right now is the reconstruction of those downed lightning towers and the deployment of that alternate fuel source, and showcasing it off for the city. But once the city has lost its dependence on Leviathan blood, and we can dedicate a core of engineers to the creation, manufacture, and distribution of this new fuel source. This should give us enough um, wiggle room, enough breathing space to move some engineers into um, the design of these, breaking it down for manufacture, and in my mind, say 2 years time, all of those workhouses in Coleridge that are designing gods know what for a technology that is now several centuries outdated, will be producing these. This will be the new industry of Duskfall. This will be, I mean, those who invest, these will be the new nobles, up there with the Leviathan traders. 5 years' time. That's what I'm thinking.
Virgil Kusarian's already an investor.
This is all just so marvelous. Thank you so much for bringing me here. I never thought I'd see anything like it. And
I'm
as he
glad.
just continues to marvel, what do you call it?
Well, we haven't come up with a proper name. Right now, it is just a bunch of letter and numbers on a blueprint. Um, when it goes out to mass market, I'm sure we'll get some marketing exec to come up with something fancy.
So incredible. He's almost tearing up at how like marvelous everything around him is. I had no idea this is what sort of thing you guys were building.
It's just one of many marvelous wonders that we make here in this animatronic workshop. I apologize that I it is not available to you to drive it around. Let me tell you, that experience is a life-changing opportunity. But you stick with me, and maybe in a few weeks or months, we can get you out in the road.
That would be marvelous.
Would you like to see my office?
Absolutely, he says with a smile.
Cool. And she kind of takes you up there, and this is more of now, you know, where that 3 kind of wearing off based on that and the conversation you had. Yeah, you kind of get the impression she might have some feelings for the good doctor, and that's probably kind of her wanting to get you alone for a little bit, and stuff like that. But yeah, um, anything else you kind of want to do on your date at the design facility before you kind of end the evening?
No, I think that's a bit it. We can leave the whatever happens in the office to a mystery.
Yeah, yeah, awesome.
Yeah,
Sounds
it's great.
great. So we find ourselves in the lair the next morning. All the crew has gathered to discuss what to do about this whole Emeline's situation, how to go about getting her back. I will mention that Kawashi Magoro, uh, the temporary whisper that Suresh has lent you, is still in your safe house, and you know. Certain members of the crew, probably the messenger, maybe others, have complicated feelings about this, where like he should be guarded at all times. But obviously, that hasn't been the case since we kind of lost all of our crew. Um, so he's currently unguarded, but Silas, you're kind of okay with this to some degree because he hasn't attempted to escape. Like this has almost been like staying at an Airbnb rather than a hostage situation.
Well, I'll also point out that he gave me his word, and then I told him that
Listen,
if he broke it, I
you
would kill him.
out there, if you want to be a hostage, be taken hostage by the Nighthawks, because we will treat you well. Or if you need us to take someone hostage, we won't like treat them like garbage.
Are the two guys from the Ministry of Preservation there as well?
Absolutely.
Okay.
They don't know they're already hostages. Nah,
So I guess I'm sorry if I missed this. Have they seen our hostage?
They have not,
Okay, kind of like
because he is not at the lair. He's at a third party location.
yeah. Okay, yeah.
So I think Cole will, he'll be up and he'll be preparing breakfast for all of the people there. He's kind of accustomed to taking care of a crew of people, so he's just making whatever food we have available.
Yeah, and I think like you met them when you hired them, but you haven't had much interaction with them beyond that, and like hovering over you like annoying gnats or something are Elsie and Arcella, who are looking you cooking, and it's like, oh, I don't like mine too spicy. No, shut up, you want to add more of that, that's what gives it the flavor, like, and just kind of bantering as you're kind of preparing food.
Yeah, I think occasionally he just like kind of shoulders past them gently to get to a thing. He doesn't like even really notice that they're there. And then he's like, yes, don't worry, like you can you'll like listen, all of you, it'll be a little bland, but we'll add some salt, we'll add some peppers, we'll like you add it after. That way everyone can have it to their own taste.
And Kadim will approach and kind of put his hands on the sister's shoulders and be like, ladies, please give our employer some room to work. We are not on the ship anymore. We can have nice things. Give the man some trust. And he kind of looks at you. I apologize. And he kind of leads them away.
Cole winks at him and says, "Oh yeah, but don't remember, I'm not really your employer. We're all part of the same gang here." He kind of he does his hands are busy, so he kind of touches his elbow to him. Just
Yeah, and he goes, oh, yes, forgive me. It is a different operation you run, different from Lady Claves. It will take some getting used to this arrangement, but I do appreciate the sentiment.
can I get you anything? Do you like coffee?
I would not say no if such were offered.
I Cole definitely like looks around for a towel and then just wipes his hands on him. He grabs he's not wearing his suit, by the way. He's definitely wearing, just whatever. But yeah, grabs a big like essentially like the cowboy pot style, and that's been sitting on a burner, and just pours a cup that's probably extremely hot and probably very bitter, but
Like an
I
oil,
to him.
like it has an oil slick on top. It's just thick ass
Yeah,
coffee.
definitely.
Yeah, Katim drinks it, and it's very much to his liking. The very functional caffeinated beverage. At this point, Marlene will approach you and be like, "Hey, Cole, you got a minute?
Of course. What do you need, Marlene?
Um, Listen, I know you helped me out a little bit before. but I was kind of hoping I might get a bit of an advance on whatever it is you're gonna pay us, maybe to the tune of like 3 coin.
Cole laughs at him.
No,
Oh, Marlene, you're such a
I'm
joker.
sure he's saying it out of my earshot.
That's why we keep you around. What do you
No,
need
it's
what do you need 3 coin for?
well, that before you offered me a job, which listen, I am thankful for, by the way, and I mean to do you proud. I was fighting in the pits at Iron Hook, and
I remember.
well, I'm still under contract, and they still want me to fight unless I can buy it out. And
You owe him 3 coin then.
I, that's how much they said it would take to buy out the contract. And I would like to give my full attention to the crew. And some of those fights, man, I think they kind of got wind of how things are going down, man. I think they mean to kill me.
I see. Well, I wouldn't want you dead. But I don't really have 3 coin just sitting around collecting dust, you know.
Yeah, I know it's a big ask, but I'm good for it. I'll work whatever you need. You have a dangerous mission, I'll do it. I'd rather die for you than get my face bashed in at the pits, man. I'd like for my mother to be able to see me in an open casket if things go the way they are.
I understand.
We're in the long run, wrong line of work, bud.
I understand. I mean, how about we go have a chat with what was the guy's name? The sergeant.
Sergeant Velk.
Yeah, how about we go have a chat with Sergeant Velk? We'll see if maybe we can figure something out.
All right.
Is there some reason you wouldn't want to be chatting with Sergeant Velk?
I mean, is there some reason you would? He's not the friendliest guy, and I kind of just want to be one and done with it. But if you think you can convince him, I'm all for it. I just
Well, how many fights do you got left on your contract?
I got 3. That's what they want. 1 coin for each fight I'd be bouncing out of. But these
So-
guys, they have me pinned up against. These weren't fights like before. One of them, I mean, this guy, the things he did to get locked up, man,
Maybe we should hire him then.
So I think I get you. What you're telling me now is that you got put under contract for this fighting. They went ahead and paid you up front, and so you owe them these 3 coin, I assume.
yeah, something
Okay.
like that.
Something like that. All right. Well, don't want to see you in debt, but don't know if there's a good way that we can do it. Let me think on it for a minute. I'll talk around a bit, and I'll see what I can figure out for Velk.
And I'm not scheduled to fight till next week, so you have some time. But yeah, anything will help. I'll take whatever you can offer.
Sure. Well, at least you better keep up on your training just in case.
Yeah, all right. Hey, big guy, want to spot me? He kind of looks at Bear, and they kind of head out into our training facilities.
Are we all there at the lair, or just a few folks at
Yeah.
this point?
Yeah.
Has the delivery arrived yet?
Yeah, I think we'll say like a package arrived addressed to Reese in Silas's shop. Silas, you probably saw this, but
Mhm.
you don't know.
He probably told me ahead of time. I hope.
No.
No.
Anyways, I will grab that package and bring it down.
Brought it down.
Yeah. Yo, you brought it down?
We got a package for you. Because
Oh,
you're not discreet enough here.
Wait.
As he like the 2 thugs.
Oh, you're right. I should have my mail delivered here. I'm here all the time anyway. Good thinking, Silas. Good
It
thinking.
makes me realize what I have to do now, and I have to be done.
So I will go ahead and unwrap the device that was delivered.
Yeah, and it's like a personal lightning barrier, like, and not one you have on your boat. It is man portable, but because it has been compacted into such a small form, it is like a one-use thing. Like you can pop it, but then like the fuel source will essentially burn out, unfortunately. And this is, however, using not Leviathan blood, but a small sample of the new Sparkright's fuel source.
So is the fuel source just like in a jar, or is it already loaded?
No,
in
it's
the machine?
mounted into the thing, and it's kind of compact on such a design. So it's about the size of like a baseball, and it's kind of demon core looking. If you're familiar with what that is.
Demon core? No, you might need to explain that a little more.
It was
it's
a nuclear.
It's a
I
sphere.
see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a metallic sphere.
Oh, I see. Okay. I thought it was you were talking about an item in the game. I was like, what?
I bet the
Cool.
sphere's like not cool to the touch, even though it looks metallic. It's like somehow warm in a weird way. Like
No, it's actually probably, knowing what it does. It's actually probably like frosts over. It's actually probably like too cold.
I'll sort of hold it out in front of
I like that.
everybody. What do you think this is?
Interesting. I've seen some prototypes of tech like this before.
How do you know?
Get around.
And I say this. It's a personal lightning barrier. And I sort of
What did
hold
you
it
order
up.
in a catalog?
Leave my ways.
It doesn't look like the one you made last time. It's very different.
Oh, I didn't make this one.
Oh.
It looks
Can I
very
take
nice.
May I take a closer look?
I kind of give him the sort of face, and I reluctantly hand it over.
I'll take a look.
He drops it.
I think I want to go over the things. Just like, interesting. This is this is a very compact model, but the power requirements should be way higher than this. Is this the power source? And just touch it.
Yeah. Okay. So who's around this right now, watching this happen?
I'm around, but I'm across the room, I think.
Yeah,
I'm
I guess
sitting
it
on one of our
depends.
chairs with my drink.
Yeah, I kind of.
And okay, so those of you around, which one of you guys have Spirit Bane charms?
I do.
I
too.
also do, actually.
Okay, so those of you with Spirit Bane charms, when you kind of touch it, they flicker, right? In a way that, like, you've seen them activate when ghosts are around. So it's almost like for a second they are kind of warding against something like that, though you see no ghosts, though none of you are trained whispers. And then it goes off. So it was almost like there was a flicker of a ghost or something, and then nothing. But
Cole goes from chopping a thing to holding the knife like he's gonna stab someone. He's like, "Holy shit! What the fuck was that?"
Night Talk, you should probably give that back.
After touching it, I'm like,
I think you've
and it
done
is
That
like
was-
a
Reese just kinda
freezing
holds his hand
cold
out.
to the
Yeah.
touch. Yeah.
yeah, and just like wiping some frost off my fingertips. It's very unusual.
Reese will take it back and cover it in a cloth and put it in his bag.
Is Emeline's not here?
No, she's still kidnapped.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, he probably doesn't know about that, right?
I think he does.
He's probably been.
I do.
filming.
Okay.
Well, it's up to
If-
Cameron, right?
if he
Like, 'cause
doesn't, he
did
does
miss
now.
that game, so yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I wonder what Emeline would say about this.
She'd
I haven't
probably
seen
say,
her.
"Go get me the jewel so I can fucking tell you." So that like,
Well, hopefully we can introduce her to it.
Now, where is she?
She's being held by the what are they called?
The silver nails.
The Silver Nails.
The copper knaves.
Seems like a lot's happened.
In exchange for stealing an item from the Dim Sisters, they will
Dimmer.
release.
Dimmer. You call them
I
dim, I
mean,
think they come and kill you.
Hence why you
Are you tr-
acquired this device.
You acquired the device to do what?
You have to deal with the Demmer sisters. This right here could help us. Do you
What
not
will
see?
it?
If you say so. It sounds like it's got some sort of spirit inside.
Well,
What does it do exactly?
It's a lightning barrier. It keeps you safe from spirits.
But aren't the Dimmer sisters like bigger, giant spirits? I feel like they would overpower the lightning barrier, no?
I don't know enough about ghosts to tell you one way or the other. I just know that this right here could potentially help
Though
us in what we have to do.
This power source could be a problem.
That is where it's a little unfortunate. This is a one-time use. Once we run out of fuel, it no longer works. But if we find ourselves in a bit of a spot, this would definitely help us out.
Good thinking.
Well, guess it's time to get down to business then, isn't it? What are we gonna do about these Dimmer sisters?
Are we on a timer with them?
I don't remember.
No.
No. So the Silver Nails are expecting the stone returned to them this week. The Dimmer sisters are kind of blank, right? The only thing you know about them is I think Silas went to say like, "Hey, we can give you Emeline back if you give us the stone," and they were like, "No, thank you. We no longer require Emeline." And then your reputation with them dropped.
Right. So my problem here is that if I remember correctly, so we have a week to deliver the stone. But how many weeks we got left on delivering that book that we're also required to deliver to the gondoliers?
Yeah, so I think if my math is correct, the book doesn't need to happen this game. But it needs to happen next game, or as a stretch, it could happen the game after that. But
Well, the book itself, I mean, we could just pay them, right? This is just in lieu of payment, right? Could we just pay them? Do we not have to deal with the book at all?
We could pay them, but they'll also charge
very,
interest.
very expensive.
Yeah, I mean, they came to us and said, give us your money or give us this book. If you give us the book, you can have like a month.
Yeah, it's best that we get them the book.
I mean, I
But
think
we're not rushed on the book.
Well, I guess that...
And we
I'm
all
just saying, it feels like every week we got something else, something new to do. So,
It's the price of being in
It's-
business there, isn't it, Boy?
hey,
Regardless, got to do something with these Dimmer sisters. If they're not willing to deal with it anymore, you know what we have to do.
well, here's my problem. We're also fucking at war with two fucking other gangs that are bigger than us.
well,
Again, the
think I
price of doing business.
have other ideas for how to deal with those wars after we get Emeline.
Oh yeah, it'll always be after. It's not like
Once we
You
get
know.
Emeline, I will be dealing with one of those wars.
Well,
oh
that
well.
just adds to our list of priorities, though.
Where's this
you can
gem
keep- you can-
that they
it's-
want?
It's in the Dimmer sisters. We gave it to them. Remember?
And they won't give back Emeline?
No.
They don't have Emeline.
The copper nails have her.
Oh, the copper nail. And we're at war with them, right? Like, actually, out of character.
No, we are not at
No, we're
war
not.
with the copper nails.
I think we're at like -1 rep with them. But our meeting was relatively friendly. I believe all things.
Yeah,
Our meeting
As
was
friendly as it
Captain.
can be with the
having a great
with
So,
Arkesh.
whisper.
Because just to catch up, like, what do they want for Emeline? I got a character like.
An artifact we delivered to the Dimmer Sisters.
Yeah, so in the
Okay.
first game, the people involved in that stole a stone from the Severosi consulate building, and gave it to the Dimmer Sisters. Like
Oh,
they
right.
were the ones who wanted it. And last game, we found out that the stone holds cultural significance to the Severosi people, and the Silver Nails, a Severosi ethnic gang, want it returned in order, like in their mind, as price for like recovering Emeline, because when they found her, she had overdosed, and they had fixed her up and had been treating her kindly. But then they also said, if you don't do this, we'll kill her. So it's it's a tough
So
read.
Okay.
But
So
we,
I like
but
to
in
think-
return, but in
I
return,
appreciate the catch up because I was a little confused at who was connected to who there.
but in return, we have in our say possession one of their members who is our current acting as our current whisperer, or not whisperer.
Yeah.
Whisperer.
So I'd like to think that that Cole also, this is happening in character, and that we're all like sitting down to a big breakfast essentially, and he's bringing things over, and he's like, and let us not forget that the City Watch went ahead and released a dozen fucking hardened billhooks so that they could go ahead and hunt us. Right. Additionally, because of the shit that happened, the shitstorm that happened last time out on the train, right? It wasn't Bear's fault, it wasn't anybody's fault, but because of that, we're also now at war with the Deathland Scavengers. Both these groups are bigger and meaner than we are.
I wouldn't
And
say
you already
meaner.
said,
Just say bigger.
listen, I don't go around butchering the people and actually hanging them up on flagpoles and shit like the billhooks do. So I think maybe they're meaner than we are on the whole.
We haven't
I'm
done that
happy to
yet.
go do it if that's what the plan is. But at the end of the day, these are not people to be trifled with. And you already said we're pushing them out. What? Do you want me to go get the schedule? Here, someone give me a pen. I'll go ahead and try to schedule in this war, since it's going to be at least 2 weeks out, right? It's going to take a week to get Emeline back, and then it's going to take a week to get the book or do whatever we're going to fucking do there, and then maybe in 3 weeks or so we can maybe schedule some time to deal with the billhooks and the Deathland Scavengers.
Busy life.
Is there a way to kill two birds with one stone here? Get our
We are
enemies.
open to ideas, Nighthawk.
Like, I'd love nothing more than to bring hell down on anyone who's got Emeline. I'm just thinking, who's the bigger threat? Who's easier to take down?
Do we
And
have any encounters yet with the billhooks? That
The messenger and Cole have like the messenger's been hunted some. I think Cole had some encounters, and like let's not forget, the reason we're at war is some billhooks were set free, and the Nighthawk, and he might not have shared this with others, but went out and like beat down one of them for escaping justice, one of his like friends, and that is what ended up causing this war to break out with you guys.
Oh,
So out of character, it sounds like the Nighthawk should be the one to take care of this billhooks war for us.
well, I had some thoughts on taking care of the billhooks. I couldn't remember offhand who we were at war with because I don't keep track of that.
And we don't necessarily know that the Nighthawk did that. Cole, I think, is working
That's
under
why I
the
said out of
impression.
character. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Cole is working under the impression, because it also just happened to be that the billhooks got released to hunt us during the whole Crow takeover, and so he thinks that it's related to that. He may not know, because we definitely killed a bunch of them there and did a bunch of stuff. So he doesn't actually know the Nighthawk connection.
Silas wants to take care of two birds with one stone, but not one of the birds that we're thinking of.
And I'll
Let-
also say, from a mechanical standpoint, just as a GM speaking here real quick, ending these wars doesn't necessarily need to be its own score. This is something you could perhaps do in free play if you want to go with like a non-violent option, right? Because there are ways to end a war without fighting it out, right? You might be able to do exchanging of turf, or you might find out, a way to pay them off, or violence doesn't need to be the answer. But I also realize who I'm saying this to. So.
Yeah, I mean, like, out of character, I want to find a way to get all of our enemies, anyone we can, to fight each other, and just right in front, right, and the battleground is the Dimmer sisters' house. Like, I want them to rain hell down there.
The spider, that's a hard thing because let's look at it this way. Deathland scavengers are in the Deathlands, and so far as I know, they don't send many hunting parties into not Deathlands. So if we keep ourselves out of the Deathlands, which is just a sensible idea, no war, no, we should be able in that regard.
Though
Yeah, for the
Mortis
scavengers,
did
it might
tell
be.
you
Oh.
that the
Mhm.
Deathland scavengers were probably the ones who ignited the Hive's warehouse, and if that gets leaked, that could be bad for you guys.
And we're
so
not
it seems
saying
like
that
they are escalating the conflict.
Yeah.
Just
the
not
Dimmer,
against you.
the Dimmer sisters' house isn't near the lightning barrier, is it?
It is not terribly close. So if you look at the map of Six Towers, their house is along this Bone Chill Way. In the Gray Fingers neighborhood, between Bone Chill Way and Night Stalker Alley.
Okay.
So not close to the lightning barrier, close to the river though, and close to those the Black Surf Caves or something like that.
Yeah, because I was like, if we could take down the lightning barrier there, suddenly their house is outside, and then get the Deathland scavengers to come and attack us. We put the house between them and us. But
I
that
think Cole
sounds like a lot of casualties, and also I'm not sure if that.
I don't
would
think
work.
it's really possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Cole will, look over at the two Tweedledee Tweedledum over here. We got these two fuckers, right? That our new help from the ministry.
See, that was the other bird I was thinking of in dealing with when it comes to dealing with two birds in one stone. Being the billhooks and Tweedledee and Tweedledipshit over there. Whatever the school or Duskfall equivalent pop culture references.
Right.
But
like Silas or Cole will lean into Silas and said, but I thought you said that if they aren't reporting back every week, that the ministry is going to have some words with the Hive, and the Hive is going to have lots of words, maybe lots of knives with us.
As I said to the Nighthawk, we will deal with it carefully. It's not going to happen all in one go. It's going to have to be planned out. And I have some plans. I'm working through them. I will have to speak to other outside individuals in regards to it. But it will be solved, and I will let you know your part when the time comes.
You're the boss. That's your role. So I get it. Yeah. I'm just saying the fucking list that we got going on our plates here isn't as simple as saying let's go fucking steal a gem or some shit.
We need to get Emeline back. That's what we need to do.
Never mind. It is as fucking easy as just saying we got to go steal some fucking gem.
I want to be like, it's not kind of how we dealt with stuff in the past.
Like, I think Cole just gets up and leaves.
And we could just take
Okay,
down the Silver Dales instead if we don't think we can attack the Dimmer sisters.
So I know Nebra wasn't at the first game, so she's probably a little familiar with the Sapphire or whatnot, but has that ever been like fully explained, like what it was and why that we had to take it and stuff to her, or anyone else that was missing?
Anyone else want to fill Nebra in on this? Those of you who were there. So I think Silas and Cole.
Yeah. What was the question again?
Oh, what is the Sapphire? Why did we have to steal it?
We
Where
stole
did
it on
it go?
behalf of the Dimmer sisters. They wanted it. We stole it out of the Severosi consulate, where Emeline had to do essentially what you would have been doing.
And then Cole pops in, and her own job as well, because it's a fucking ghost anchor, some bullshit.
Yeah.
Goes
So
back.
she had to
Oh.
do double duty. And in the process that we stole it, delivered it, it was all fun and good. And then shit with Emeline happens, and she's in possession of the Silver Nails, who are Severosi. They're like, we kind of want that back. And so we're at a sort of, what do we care about more situation? Do we want to get her back, and is it worth? We're already kind of tanked with the Dimmer Sisters because I had the gall to just ask for it.
You ever seen? Cole comes back in. You ever seen those like stinging little insects? I don't know what the fuck they're called, but little stinging insects that fly. That when like an electrolyte comes on, like a street lamp.
Mm-hmm.
You know how they fucking
Yes.
they all get drawn to it, and then there's like a little fucking cloud of them. Now replace insect with ghost and light with sapphire. Right, that's what the
Oh,
fuck
interesting.
happened.
And then this is also something that's very important for the Severosi in general, which is why the Silver Nails is
they
asking
want
for
their
it.
cultural artifact back, and
We did
want
steal it out of their consulate.
And at this, around the breakfast table, Booker will grunt, and he'll pass a piece of paper that he has written a message on that says, "Dimmers can't be mad at those they can't see."
can't speak, but when he does, it's in riddles.
Nebra will just write down. Could you elaborate, please?
Even though you could have spoke that.
He kind
No,
of
I
gives you a
thought
look.
Booker.
He gives you a look
Wait,
like,
no, wait, hold on. Okay, just to clarify, Booker can't speak, right? So
right?
that's
Yeah.
the only way he can
He's
communicate.
not deaf.
Uh,
Yeah. Regardless, so like,
Well, maybe Nebra doesn't want to say it in front of the two Ministry of Preservation
okay,
guys.
Yeah. So
Okay.
he looks at that, but he does give you a look, and I think he can't articulate his feelings, so this is maybe a bit of an insight into how he feels. But never, he kind of gives you a look of like, what was that not clear enough?
I motion over to where the two, like, I'm sorry, is it Galen and Cassian or something like that?
Yeah, Galen and yeah, I
Other
think you hit it.
notes. Galen and Cassian.
Okay, Galen and
King
Cassian.
and Cassian Peg.
Yeah, so she'll just kind of like motion her head over to where they're sitting and be like,
No, and I think like, so his thing to you, Nebra, was like, in his mind, everything he wrote down made sense. Like, how
Okay,
could I explain it more clearly?
So-
right?
okay.
The Dimmer sisters are into all this like weird ghost stuff. Can they see things through lightning barriers? Like if you put a lightning barrier on, does that make you essentially cloaked from their spirit sights? Is that what he's saying?
And he, seeing that you guys
Cole
completely don't understand.
Cole reaches over and is like, "No, he's fucking saying being sneaky. You dumb fucks. Wake up in the morning."
He gives Cole a pat on the
Okay.
back, and it doesn't.
We can sneak, right?
I wish there was a way we could use we could get past their defenses easily.
Well, that's something
Well,
you guys could look into, right? You, as part of the score planning, you could do some investigation into what their defenses are, how to get around them.
Well,
I mean, personally, the Dimmer sisters took Emeline in and then dumped her as soon as she was inconvenient to them. I say fuck them.
Well, I'm pretty sure that that was more of a relationship of convenience anyway. So I'm not too worried about pissing off the sisters themselves because, well, they were never really that important anyway.
Sure, you're right. We should just go to war with them as well. Like,
Booker says, pointing to the sheet again.
We don't need, we don't need to go to war with them. We just
Stealing from them is a good way to go to war with them.
Only if they find out.
Yeah. What if it's someone else who took it?
I
Oh,
don't
cool.
think this we want to really trust someone else to do.
I mean, we have a personal like we could make it look like someone else stole it, like
Like this.
maybe, or the Death Hand scavengers. If we got a lightning shield, they got lightning shields.
That could work.
Leave something behind, you know, break it down
Like a
a
silver
little.
nail.
Because so
Like a silver
I
nail,
would think
perhaps?
that the Nimmer sisters and the scavengers are probably not besties.
But we do have a silver nail not employed.
Yeah, I'd rather not piss them off since they hold the card that we want.
I was just thinking of using an enemy of our, like one of our enemies as a.
I'm sure he's just as inspired to get this jewel back as his boss. So maybe if he is the face of whatever it is that takes the jewel from the Dimmer sisters, they'll think it's them.
Are you saying we're going to leave our guest?
No, that probably won't work out.
No, I'm just saying if they see any of us, make sure it's him.
All right. Well, it sounds like a plan is forming, and that plan is going to be going against the Dimmer sisters to steal the stone. Is everyone feeling good about that? Anyone else want to throw other plans in the rink before we
Well, I'd
move
say
into engagement?
if there were a way to negotiate with him more, perhaps it'd be easier just to go talk to him, but it doesn't sound like any negotiation is going to happen.
We're
We're going to have
already-
to resort to stealing it back.
Yeah, I already tried the polite route.
Yeah, I mean they're going to know it's us. You know, we already asked for it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So how do you guys want to go about doing this? Our options are assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, and transport.
Stealth.
yeah, stealth or deception. I think
Good thing we got someone who's real good at stealth.
I like deception and stealth.
Hi, Nebra, how you doing?
I think stealth is the only option, sadly.
Yeah, so
Then I'm
for
trying to wake up.
deception, I'd need to know what's the method of deception. For stealth, I need to know what's the point of infiltration.
The only reason I said deception is because if we are trying to blame someone else when we do this, that would be the method of deception of like, right? But
Well, no, so this is just helping me know the start of the score, right? So like you could definitely move into deception from a stealth, or you could move into assault from stealth, right? This is just how we're going to begin it,
okay.
right?
I think then stealth is we want to go in quiet. We don't want them to see us.
Mhm.
So what is the point of infiltration?
I have a crazy idea.
Oh, go ahead.
And maybe it's stupid and impractical, but
Those are always
we
the
have-
best ideas, Cameron.
we have one half of a ancient gate, and if there happens to be one in their house, which is very old and old enough, if I recall, to have been part of an era where these gates may have existed there, if they happen to have one in their basement, if there was a way to.
If I remember correctly, this gate in particular leads to a spot outside the lightning barrier.
Yeah, so that's so right now we have access to an ancient gate in the Deathlands. We don't have one in the city. But like you could venture out into the Deathlands and see if you could get that gate to connect to one if they have it, but
It's a
you are at war
stretch.
with the Deathland scavengers. So
Yeah. But we don't know if they have a gate either. But that's my crazy idea of like warp into their
Well,
basement.
I wonder
well, that
how
could be something where if someone wants to do a quick roll to and explain how they do some research into the Dimmer sisters, maybe you could find out things like that.
Well, I have quick thing to add to that. You did say that we're at war with the Deathland scavengers, but we know the other group that hangs out in the Deathlands is the Silver Nails. I wonder if there's some way of working out a deal with them where perhaps they could partake in using this
protect
gateway
us,
as well.
protect us when we get to the gate from the Deathland scavengers.
Help us get to
So
the gate, and if and once we get it set up, you can use it too.
I don't know if I go that far, but
Well, I think it's a mutually beneficial situation. Wouldn't you rather be friends with the Servanaires than enemies?
they want the jewel.
Well, yes,
I
they
think
want a
that would be
jewel, but
you want the jewel back, and we want Emeline back.
well, I think if
Maybe
in
you
the
can help us.
process
Maybe we can work together, and that's the reward.
I
But
think in the process, if we could find ourselves an ally in that, I think that's a win-win, wouldn't you say?
Cool, and you have Kawashi there who could help broker
Yeah.
that meeting.
Exactly.
Um,
We've been
Maybe
nothing
Cool,
but
so
civil
that-
with them.
all right, I'm willing
What
to
was that,
do
Joe?
I was gonna say maybe Cole's gonna say maybe I'm just big and dumb, but what does this do for us? Like we get a gate to go to the Deathlands.
we can
How does that help get Emeline back?
Well, if perhaps we have a way to get into the Dimmer Sisters
pass
uh,
their defenses.
past their defenses and directly into their lair using this death gate.
Is that perhaps they also have a gate, and if we can find a way
Yeah.
to connect the Deathlands gate to their gate, we can get in.
I'm
Alright,
willing to
so-
consider a sway roll for looking through the library.
Yeah,
For this,
plan
maybe.
is
that
to
would at least
find,
answer the question, if that's even an option.
the plan is to find where our gate leads to. Use that gate to get out there. Find another gate out in the Deathlands somewhere that connects back to the
No,
Dimmer Sisters.
we have one in the Deathlands. If we can find a way to connect that gate to one at the Dimmer Sisters, we can just go there.
Yeah. So if you would like, Cameron,
Gotcha.
I will, for a one stress flashback, like 'cause you
Okay.
could go to the library in the
Yeah.
future, but I will also allow a one stress flashback, knowing like once you found out the whole story with Emeline and stuff last night when you and Silas were talking, you like went to the library and did your research, so you could just pop in right now and be like, actually, here's what I
Yeah.
found out.
Okay. I will. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll take the stress to do that. And at the library, I'm doing this as Virgil, doing research into different parts of town. And this is I am still talking up the librarian there. So I'm doing it through a sway move of like, hey, where could you put me this way? Like, what do you
Yeah.
you know? Tell me more about this. Like, she's probably like a history buff enthusiast, and I'm just trying to get her to give me some information about these things.
Yeah, love it. I think this is going to be a controlled position standard effect.
Okay. Let's see here. Is there any way I can buff this any bit? Just out of thinking.
You could take because this is happening in Charter Hall archives.
Yeah.
You could take +1d and add. This is the Charter Hall bonus, right?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
take +1d to the roll, and you add +1 heat to the crew.
I think that's worth it.
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Yeah.
So everyone add +1 heat to your crew.
Okay,
Currently
so
at 3.
it's controlled. It's standard effect.
Mhm.
And then +1 die. Sounds good.
Cool, a 5. A success with a complication. So here is what you find out, Cameron. And like the librarian takes you to like not necessarily the forbidden section, but like a section of the library so old that like it's been forgotten. Like this is how long the Dimmer sisters have been here. And what you find out about their manor, like their manor is not very well documented. Like it's an early structure in um, Duskfall's history, but most of the people who ever went inside are cultists, or people like Emeline who like haven't said word one about what the mansion looks like. But what
Mhm.
you do find out is that um, the mansion is actually built over the ruins of a temple to a forgotten god. And this temple, now underground, is connected to the river mist from the Black Surf Caves by a connection of ancient canals. Um, it it can't be stated for sure, but it is nearly a guarantee that the Dimmer sisters have some sort of ancient gate in this old temple that connects to the Deathlands, right? For this
Okay.
pre-cataclysmic era. Now, going into some more modern books, like books of engineering, and like, okay, well, how do ancient gates work and stuff like that, you discover that this is not how ancient gates are designed, right? They're kind of like a wormhole, right? You go through one and you exit a very specific one. But you think it might be possible with someone like Reese maybe tinkering, or a whisper using arcane spells to tinker with that wormhole in a way that it kind of diverts from its intended location to another on like a bespoke use, right? It kind of hijacks the route.
Okay.
It's dangerous. It could come with complications, but it is doable.
Can I borrow this book?
Yeah, the librarian had forgotten they even had it. Yeah.
I'm gonna
Not
I'm gonna have this book on me at this meeting, and I'm gonna
Cool. And this
relate.
book isn't like about the Dibber sisters. It's more
Yeah.
like architecture and like stuff
Ancient
like
gate.
that, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the ancient gate. Yeah, specifically. It's like, all right. So I have learned that the Dimmer sisters' house is built upon an ancient temple to a forgotten god that almost certainly has a gate in there. And I just so happen to have this book that explains some of the mechanics of ancient gates and how to maybe modify one to go to a specific location. If only we knew somebody who were willing to, tinker with something like this. And I look up at Reese.
Yeah, it'd be really
Would you-
nice if we knew somebody like that.
And so but then we tinker with our own and not the one in the Deathlands.
No, we don't have one of our own.
We don't have one.
Oh, okay.
We haven't
Well,
built it yet.
So we have one. There is
Oh.
one that we have control of in the Deathlands. We can get the silver nails to help us defend us to get out there, or sneak us out there, perhaps, and then we can make some modifications and warp into the basement of the Dimmer Sisters mansion, past all of their initial defenses. They're
Now-
probably not expecting someone to come in from that direction.
Now, Kyle, you mentioned also that there are canals underneath their building as well. Does that mean it has we would potentially have boat access to to underneath their system as well?
That is what Nighthawk found discovered. Yeah.
Yeah. And we could have even
So-
our escape. We could even have that as our escape option. We could have the boats waiting for us.
Well, you bring up an interesting point. If we were to go in there through the canals as opposed to going through the gate, don't get me wrong, I want to go find the gate, but if we were to use our boat, we would definitely have access to my lightning barrier. So we would have a more permanent solution for fending off the ghosties and whatnot.
You could just bring it with you when we go through the gate.
It's a boat.
Not the boat.
Do you want to
yeah.
carry it out into the desert?
So he has a
Oh.
personal one. The boat
You-
also has a permanent.
Oh, okay, yeah, gotcha. Yeah, your personal one you can bring with you, but the boat one, okay.
What if we use the ancient gate that exists underneath this? You said temple. That exists within this temple as our escape route.
It could take some time to get it to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we'll get it to work or not. That's why I figured we take that time to get in versus
If you'd
on the
like.
spot try to get out.
Sure. But what you're saying is, you said the words you said to me earlier, or you said to everyone earlier, was they probably don't have defenses against this kind of attack, and I would have to completely disagree with everything you just said about that, because if they're as old as we say they are, if they predate Duskfall and they actually were around when these gates were fucking used, then they would exactly have those kinds of defenses.
They'd be the people who know about them best, don't you see?
Like, we wouldn't. If we had an ancient fucking gate sitting over here, we don't know shit about it. We wouldn't know to put guards around it or none shit like that. But these motherfuckers have been here since the beginning, so they would, right?
But it hasn't been used.
Your
how
plan
long?
Then, your plan then
Do we
is-
know that? Just because we haven't been using it doesn't mean it hasn't been used.
It's possible they're using their own gate to go somewhere else.
They also don't seem like those that are unsavvy.
So what you're saying there, Cole, is potentially we could use the gate as a point of egress as opposed to a point of ingress.
That was my thought if we were going to try to figure out a way to get out. Sneak our way in using the boat. It fucks off. We like maybe take a small canoe or whatever down the canal. Something that we don't care about, something that's not going to be tied to us. leave it there, and then
Depends on
yeah.
how these canals are.
And then, well, so if you think about it, we got to get the jewel out of the city anyway, right? We got to get it to the Silver Nails, who happen to be located out in the Deathlands. If we think that this,
so they're going to meet you in Miss Shore Park for the handoff in 6
oh, okay,
Yeah.
well, never mind then.
So
So
you
it
actually
sounds
don't have
like-
that part.
Sounds
Yeah.
like it's been more advantageous for us to take the canals and do what we know best, which is going by boat, as opposed to trying to get.
I mean, I
Why
like
not-
the idea of trying to use
I
the gate, but
I like the idea of the gate too. I like the idea of using the
I like it as well, but I think we're a bit
silver
more,
nails as like an ally in this.
Well, I like using the gate a bit more as well, but thinking about the number of points of failure with that gate. That's if we can even get the damn thing working.
If we can't get it working, then we can try sneaking in. But if we, that's what I'm saying.
But
How
again,
about
we're
we try
dealing,
getting
we're
the?
dealing with a short amount of time here, so it's either we throw everything.
No, we're
at
not.
it-
We have a week to
How
get
long
the
do you
gate
think
working.
It's going to get to the damn gate.
To get the gate working.
To get to the gate isn't far at all.
Okay.
It's close to the Lost District.
Right.
Oh, okay. So okay.
Yeah, it's more like to get it working. That could take days, weeks. I don't know, but like if you can get it working within a week, we can use that as an approach. If it fails, we can still sneak in.
So it sounds like there are two plans here for the point of infiltration. So let's kind of get it to a vote. So we have entrance by the caves and the canals, or through the ancient gate.
All right. Let's. Who wants to go through the canals?
quick question, Kyle. Well, before I vote, I guess we already voted, so never mind.
So yeah,
No,
I get it's over. It's fine.
Be official.
But I was going to ask.
It's three
normally-
so far, but
Yeah, 3 out of 5.
Yeah.
that's
That's
a
it. So
majority.
that's
So,
over. Yeah.
I was going to ask. Normally, do we do information gathering before the score?
Yeah.
Because we've started the score.
Yeah.
So
Not yet.
uh,
we haven't rolled anything yet.
gotcha.
I mean,
'Cause
we're
we're deciding on the position or the on the point the.
like the other unknown is we don't know if we can get the gate to work, and so I would want to know we could do that before we go, and so that's
No,
one
I
where.
don't think we get that choice.
No.
Well,
Look,
I
So
don't
what
know.
I was going to ask is, do we want to do the, do we want to take out our whisper, go have a walk around the neighborhood, see if we can do some reconnaissance?
So
Rolls
at
and
this
whatnot?
point, I'll say because these are things that in my mind should have taken place in in the free play, right?
That's what I was
um,
asking.
Yeah. So you can definitely do that. It'll just be flashbacks at this point. So like you're at
I
the
didn't
table
realize
and,
we
like,
had moved. I didn't realize we'd moved into the score because we hadn't moved in the score. We just said we weren't in the score.
this
We're
is
planning.
engagement planning. Yeah.
Engagement planning. Sorry, I must have missed that part. Never mind. Yeah, if we're stuck not being able to do the research without flashbacks, then that's what it is.
well, I think
Alright.
we've already gotten a lot of research already. So
We have done no research.
We've
So
done 0. Yeah, I've done one thing of research that tells us the gate is there. That's all we know. We don't know if we can use the gate. We don't know if the canals are intact. We don't know how to get in and out. We just know that they probably exist.
I am sure
There's a lot of things we know.
really good
We don't know how
information.
well the canals are guarded. The canals might be heavily defended as well. They might have things to prevent physical people from getting in. Like, I'm
Use your
going with
flashbacks, find that shit out.
like I think we should probably use some. Yeah.
All right.
Does somebody want to do a flashback to determine if we can modify a gate? Does somebody want to do a flashback to determine if we can get out the?
So you
we can't do
won't be-
flashbacks
canals.
until we're in the score. So we just
You
need to do the
can.
engagement planning.
You can right now. I'm allowing it. Cameron.
Okay.
So the deal with the gate, how that will end up working, it's going to be a roll that determines the success or not, right?
Okay.
So like, can it be done from your research? Yeah, it can, right? Will it? You don't know until you're there,
Okay.
and you don't know what the complications of it will be until you're there.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know what the gate looks like, what state it's in. We just know where it's at. We've never visited. It could be completely destroyed and in pieces.
Yep.
Like just from looking at the number of problems we have to solve to get this fucking gem, the gate is a much larger set of problems. We don't even know if we can point it at the location we want it to, if we can even get it up and running. So in this instance, our best bet for saving Emeline, which remember, that's what we're doing, is taking the path that we know best, which is taking our fucking boat, and going and doing some crime. So,
I think the Dimmer sisters are expecting that.
that's great, but you're not the one who has to fix the fucking gate. You're just Captain Ideas.
I'll roll a tinker if you want.
I mean, the deal is they're probably we don't know what they're going to expect. They could expect a canal thing.
They could expect a gate. I mean,
They focus on
Yeah. So, do we want to do some scouting out to learn what kind of defenses we might want to avoid?
if you want to spend the stress, go ahead. If you want to go do that that flashback.
I'd be willing to work on that, or do you want to do that, Cole? Or
I mean, I can. I'll learn absolutely dog shit, but I'll do it. Okay, I'll go scout out in a flashback. Earlier yesterday? No, because yesterday was when we found out about this. When is this flashback happening? I guess because we still have a week before. This is the morning of.
Yeah.
The next
so
day.
what is it that you're looking into? You're looking into the Dimmer sisters' defenses.
Yep.
So this could have been any time from when you found out that
This previous week, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. I will do a hunt roll to gather information about what I think is, or is that more of a survey?
No, hunt would work. I mean, you're trying to track a trail and that sort of thing.
Survey is gather information about opportunities or exploits as well. So I think survey might be more of the thing.
Okay.
I'm going to take at some point for a flashback. I will have taken several walks probably around Six Towers and whatnot. Actually, I'll do it as 2 flashbacks, but because I have a second thing I think I want to do.
Okay.
But yeah, So I'll start with the survey.
Well, how about you tell, because maybe we can roll them all into one.
Okay. I'm also gonna go talk to the Grey Cloaks.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go schmooze and consort with the Grey Cloak commander and try to get any records that they may have had or any knowledge that they may have had on the Dimmer sisters, since they were the precinct in charge of that thing. Like any rumors, any things that they knew about, all kinds of stuff like that.
Cool. Yeah, let's roll that all into one. Granted, you would be kind of consorting with them, but you could take either the hunt or the survey, and we'll loop in the Grey Cloaks with that as well.
Okay. Well, can I actually do them as separate? Can I choose?
Yeah, if you want to.
Mainly just because I'm going to do the survey or hunt. It doesn't really matter. I have 0 dots in both of those. So I would like to use my 2 dots of consort when I get to consort.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's fine.
So survey is risky standard?
No, because you're just walking the streets. I don't think people are going to put 2 and 2 together. I think this is control standard.
Okay.
It's so controlled.
Cool. So with the 4, what type of stuff are you looking to find out about the Dimmer sisters' defenses?
So I think things that I'm trying to do with this are going to be noting all the locations of all the windows, all of the doors, seeing, pacing off essentially, without looking like I'm pacing it off, but pacing off what all the layout is to try to build a picture of what that looks like on the inside. Seeing when people arrive with packages, or things like that, how long does it take for someone to knock and open the door? I even at some point might actually, for part of this, set a small fire, or pay a an urchin to set a fire in the building next door and see what the reaction to the Dimmer sisters property is, if the brigade shows up to try to put it out.
Cool.
Kind of
All
thing.
right, so you discover several things here. So the Dimmers Manor is a dilapidated 4-story manor house under the shadow of the ruin and haunted Grey Tower. In the Grey Fingers neighborhood of Six Towers. Like most of the buildings here, the once grand architecture has fallen into disrepair. The windows on the lower 2 levels are boarded up, and paint peels away to reveal weathered bricks beneath. The structure emanates with a strange, almost palpable energy, and an ethereal blue glow emits from the windows of its tallest hexagonal tower. Personal lightning barriers sit next to stone gargoyles on the structure's steeply pitched roof. No doubt were installed to keep ghosts in rather than out. Looking inside when someone delivers a package, the response is fairly quick. You do notice that the person who comes to the door is no longer Rosalind. It is someone different. You peek inside, and it seems like despite the disrepair of the outside house, the first room at the very least actually seems to be in well repair, well furnished, and looks very stately, and in stark contrast to the outside. What else? So you start a fire in the building next door. The brigade comes relatively swiftly. There seems to be no response from the Dimmer sisters. Almost like perhaps they have their own wards and protections, or else like they don't care, or whatever. Because you know they're home, right? You've never seen, with the exception of like 1 or 2 cultists filling that Rosalind role, leave to run errands. The cult stays indoors, and no sign of the actual crones. But that is kind of par for the course. Even being near the structure as well, I will say your Spirit Bane charm flickered. Like, this place is definitely haunted. And the Dimmer sisters probably have some level of control over those ghosts. As a consequence to your success on that 4, because of the fire that started, it ends up bringing just a little bit more heat onto the crew, and we'll all add +1 heat to our crew sheet.
Four heat already, man.
You're muted, Charles.
I was saying, yeah, we'll get to wanted this game.
I
The message will be gone once, and we'll just get wanted right away. And so then I will, once I've done that, I will go talk with the Grey Cloak commander.
Cool. And I don't think this will be 2 roles, but this can be in the same flashback, so you don't need to spend additional stress on this.
Okay. What's the position on this?
I think controlled, limited, just because of the Dimmer sister secrecy.
Okay.
Woo!
Nice, a 6. So what exactly do you want to find out from this the Grey Cloaks?
I mean, any records that they may have retained on the Dimmer sisters, on the property, on incidents involving them. Is there a way in? Has an officer, like, our officers, ever been deployed to go inside for some reason? Like, have they needed to like find a missing person, etc., etc.? Like,
Yeah, so like people go missing around the Dimmer sisters all the time.
mhm.
Officers have been deployed, but anyone who is not invited to the Dimmer sisters manor has never left the Dimmer sisters manor. So if you are able to do that, you will be a first. They, like, their ancient records and stuff can confirm what the Nighthawk said, that there are uh canals in the caves beneath the area that lead into the manor. Patrol boats haven't really gone in, but they've like scoped the entrance. There seems to be no physical defense down there that they could see. But the caves themselves are just eerie to be around, more than likely haunted, or else like perverted by the power of the Forgotten Gods temple that exists there. Also, like strange noises come from the catacombs, almost similar to what you might expect from like the Spark Rites. And anything else? Yeah, and a lot of the disappearances throughout the years that has been recorded are actually like come from within, like members of their own uh cult. It's like every 100 years or so, one of their cultists just goes missing.
How bizarre. So in this planning session, I go ahead and I pull out the drawing that I've made and the canal thing, and I'm like, okay, so like I talked to the Grey Cloaks. They said that there wasn't any physical defenses they could see, but that the canals are definitely eerie, that they emanate strange noises, kind of like spark rite type things. I mean, whenever I was around the area, like even a block off, it felt like there were ghosts everywhere. My spirit bane charm was losing its shit. And more than likely, it sounds like the Dimmer sisters have some sort of control over this, so they will probably know right away as soon as anybody goes on site type thing, unless we can somehow bypass that. I assume that's going to be what's his name's job, and then. Yeah, so I assume we'll be dealing with a lot of ghosts and a lot of ghost things.
I think with all this ghost activity around, I still think the gate's the best way to get past it. Personally.
Question to anyone that remembers: does the Severosi Sapphire emit a blue glow itself?
It did when it was luring in spirits. Emeline and the messenger encountered that and had to like turn it off as ghosts were
Right.
attacking the ship.
Okay, I'm just wondering if it's possible the sapphire is in that hexagonal tower, since there's a blue glow that emits from there. And it's simply a matter of just getting into that tower and grabbing the sapphire. Or I could be wrong.
No, it sounds cool to me.
All right, so it looks like we have the 3 points of infiltration, either straight to the tower, through the canals, or through the gate.
I would have been cool with the tower if the messenger were here. Because I think he would have been extra helpful, or they would have been extra helpful for that. My vote is for boat.
My vote would definitely be for gate after what I heard from Cole, for sure. Because Cole's like, no, the tunnels are haunted. The ghosts are gonna get you.
We got a lightning barrier.
To be fair, I think every inch of that fucking place is haunted. So
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter when you set foot on it. It's gonna be alerted.
Does it matter whether you're driving slowly into a haunted location or teleporting into the middle of it?
Right. I mean, there's also to be noted. They don't give a shit that I lit a fire next door to their building. No one seemed to give a shit about that. So
It's not surprising.
my thought of lighting a fire in their building probably may not work. But the other aspect is that there were personal lightning barriers on top of the building. It looked like some sort of technological devices that I could only surmise were there to keep ghosts out and keep ghosts in, kind of thing. Keeping everything inside. We could, I don't know, blow one of those up or something, and then that could be a distraction of sorts. I'd be pretty fucking distracted if someone blew up a lightning barrier that I was using to keep ghosts in. Now, is it a
If
good
only we
plan?
had a crack shot.
Sure, if I knew where the messenger was,
Yeah.
I'd be asking him
We do have
for
some
help.
famously good at blowing up things.
We do have one of those, but
Well, we don't necessarily have to blow it up. We just have to disable it.
mostly I'm saying blow up because you'll want it to be quick since, like I said, it's on top of the building. And my guess is that as soon as anyone gets anywhere near anything there, they'll know about it.
Cool.
So, can I do a quick tinker roll? Just I don't know if this merits a flashback. It's just whether or not this would pan out from a tinker's perspective. Like, what if perhaps we overloaded one of those lightning barriers with an intense amount of ghost activity? Would it potentially short it out? Is what I want to suss out with my tinker brain.
Yeah, I don't think you need to necessarily roll this. I think
Just based on
if
the sense I've
like
built one before, and I have some that he does have some knowledge on them.
yeah, like it's all. I think your thinking is correct. Like it is always a fear that if with concentrated ghost activity, right, that a lightning barrier could fail.
So if perhaps we got our whisper to concentrate some ghost activity on top of one of those lightning barriers while we're trying to enter, could cause a distraction at the top of the house while we're coming in the bottom.
I think he would be more than happy and willing to do that.
Awesome. So it sounds like the plan now is cause a distraction up top and crew sneak in underneath via boat.
Business on the
Yep.
bottom, party on the top.
Now, I do have one more question. If we want to consider the gate as a backup option, it does to reroute it to somewhere in the Deathlands. Do we want to talk to the Silver Nails to potentially like be there to like protect us if we do need to use it?
Well, then we'd have to tell him where it
Maybe
is.
when we give the sapphire back, they'll be more.
I mean, I would be willing to
willing.
flashback to do.
Yeah, let's save that for a
Station like
flashback
that.
in case we have
Okay.
to use it.
Yeah. We can
Yeah.
say that for a flashback or something. Sure.
I'd say I don't want him to know where it is unless we actually have to tell them.
Yeah, that'll be. I think that's a good score flashback, and I will take that flashback when it
Sounds
comes up.
good.
Cool.
All right. Sounds
All
like
right,
we've got a
so-
plan.
We take 1D for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? I'd say
Damn
said,
right it is.
you'd be the first ones to get out alive.
Well,
Does the
nice
plan's
working with all of
detail?
you.
Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability to the target or hit them where they're weakest?
I don't like that he's looking to another part of his bedroom.
Right.
Like,
Who are you
has something to do with
consulting? What demon is present with you, sir?
I think I'm gonna give you one. I think going through the canals is probably the best of a lot of bad options.
Still not a good.
Can any friends or contacts provide aid or insight to this operation? Well, you have Kawashi helping, so we'll give you the +1, and perhaps the Silver Nails. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
I mean, I'd be
yeah.
inclined to say yes, no matter
Probably
which way
yeah.
we
Because
go.
if Kawashi fails or something, yeah. All right, -1D. Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparation? They do have defenses and preparation, so -1D. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Nope.
If you said yes, I'd be like,
Son
"Fuck
of a
this, we're done." Bye, Emeline.
We get in there and the Silver Nails already have it. Like, haha, dick.
Are there any other elements you want to consider? Adjust the dice accordingly. No, not at this moment. So that gives us a 3D engagement roll. Coming
Three
from
dimensions, baby.
Emeline. A 6. All right. That is going to be a good result. The crew is in a controlled position when the action starts.
Before we walk out and do anything, I'm going to go up to Tweedledee and Tweedle Dipshit, or whatever the culturally relevant term is. Say, we're going to go do some work. Where are you guys going to be?
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna pull for this one the what is it? Your crew flaw. Your unreliable.
Mhm.
So they won't be available for this one. But this means also Tweedledee and Tweedledum won't be there. But essentially, Bear's going to be like, before these guys can go out on a mission, we got to get them trained, and he's spending the time doing that.
Oh, okay. But the more is, are they staying here at our
In the
place?
lair, yes.
And they don't plan on leaving.
No, they're going through like boat protocol and stuff like that on whatever
Okay.
boat you guys don't take.
No, port's
Alright.
here, starboard's here.
That was the answer I wanted. Carry on.
Cool. So this controlled position you all find yourself in, you guys sail through the canals. This ancient, hidden subterranean canal system. You guys go through these canals. The soft trickle of water echoes off the walls. They're of rough-hewn stone, towering and carved with scenes of a bygone era and kind of a bas relief along these rough-hewn walls. There are ancient and symbols and glyphs that adorn these walls, but their meaning has been lost to time. The water is black ink. Its surface ripples gently in the flickering torchlight. And after a while, you arrive at this ancient temple. It betrays the passage of time, has been intricately carved out of the bedrock, and the walls have begun to crumble. The once proud columns and arches have weathered centuries of neglect, and their stone surfaces are now coated in petrified moss and vines. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth and the faint musk of age-old stone. In a alcove in the far side, the Nighthawk sees what is unmistakably an ancient gate, but more prominent is something that sits at the heart of this subterranean complex. It is an onyx idol that seems to absorb all light that touches it, creating an unsettling sense of depth and infinite darkness. Nighthawk, with your knowledge of the Forgotten Gods, you recognize this statue immediately. And the Forgotten Gods are an interesting one because they are not something humans can describe. So artistic representations of them aren't necessarily accurate, but more of what the human mind can comprehend. And you recognize this as the dream beyond death. The statue stands over 6 feet tall and features a grotesque approximation of the human form. The statue's mouth is open in a silent scream, and its many limbs are twisted and contorted as if it were in the throes of some otherworldly agony. Its posture seems relaxed, however, in a profane acceptance of the inevitable. There are many passageways and catacombs that kind of wind out from this central complex. And as Cole was alerted to by the Grey Cloaks, you do hear what sounds like Sparkrite machinery and something like metal dragging on the floor of the stone complex in scraping noises. Whatever these machines are haven't been spotted yet and don't seem to have taken notice of you in your controlled position, but they do stalk those catacombs. As you arrive, you hear the explosion of an overloaded personal lightning barrier atop. And Silas, for a good moment there, you were worried it was not going to happen. AKA, if you had rolled less than a 6, this would have required a roll. Because as Kawashi told you, as much as Suresh referred to him as a whisper, he wasn't strictly speaking a whisper. It was more of a role he found himself able to slide into, if you catch my meaning.
More of a
Um, um, but it does go off. It's hard to say what's going on topside. You can only assume the Dimmer sisters are taken aback by that. But this is where we find ourselves at the heart of this Forgotten God complex as we start the score.
Forgotten God Complex sounds a great name for a band.
Yeah, it does. All right, so we have infiltrated somewhat. Would you say?
Oh, were we supposed to tell you our loads?
Oh yes, sorry. It's been a while, so if I mess up something, please do call it out. Yes, please, everyone. What is your loads you were bringing?
I'm bringing heavy for not the first time, but like
Heavy.
rather than just
Well, Silas showing up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
I like to think that you just have like a really big overstuffed backpack. You're just like, hi guys.
It's like a duffel bag or
Oh no, my
something.
Yeah.
trench coat is like just like clearly like
He's
stuff.
just wearing he's just wearing all of his finery all at once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coal is also heavy.
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 Best day to go heavy, I guess.
It is.
All right, we're all heavy.
Heavy.
Cool. Thank you for the reminder.
Maurice, do you want to take a look at that? I point to the ancient gate.
Yeah, I will do a once over on it. See if I can figure out how it works. Like, can we
Cool,
approach it, or are we like looking at it from like within the canal waters?
No, I'll say like you guys are off the boat. You're kind of standing in that central complex with the
Okay.
statue, and it's just off in an alcove. So yeah, you can approach it. And then how about you roll me something to? Are you trying to mess with it or just trying to see?
I don't want to activate it or anything in case there's some sort of.
But I will
it
give you
explodes
the.
or something, but
I will give you help you out and give you the book, or at least show you the
Sure.
passages that talk about redirecting an ancient gate.
All right, sounds good.
If you want some help with that roll.
That'd be great. I would not turn that down.
So Nighthawk takes a stress, and
Yep.
Reese gets a die.
What's my position?
I think it's at this point you're in a controlled position, and the effects will be standard.
Okay. Standard. Okay, and then I get +1 die for help from the Nighthawk.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
Cool. So we take the 5. Yeah. You can definitely manipulate this thing to do what the Nighthawk has described. Your only concern is you don't know the consequences of that, right? Like you think you have the equations right that you could link it to where the map showed that your secret gate is, and you think you can do the calculations to mess with it. Probably I will say something that like this type of thing is probably new with the advent of new technology, right? And probably something the Dimmer sisters hadn't really prepared to defend against in the ancient times. It'll take some time, and you don't know what'll happen if the roll goes south, right? As a complication to that roll, though, I'm going to start a 12 segment clock, and that's just going to be the distraction wears off.
Good. Can I pre-configure the device just in case we have to run here? Like if we don't want to spend the time while we're running, instead set ourselves up with a secondary.
You could also do that in a flashback.
Or I
but
could
either
not
works,
waste the
yeah.
stress and do it now.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of stress to spare.
That could be that could be the outcome of this roll potentially, right? You've wired it
what
up.
I said I was doing, so it'd have to be a new roll. I mean, that's up to Kyle, but I think it makes sense. It's a new roll. Would you agree?
Yeah. It will need to be.
All right. Well, here we go. Tinker roll. What's my position? And is it still a controlled position?
No, this one is going to be this is going to be desperate.
Okay.
And it is going to be limited effect.
Okay. I will then push myself, which is 1 stress. That's 2 stress, right? All right.
It's 2 stress.
Pushing myself to bump that up to a standard effect.
Okay. Success with a complication.
Can't roll a
So
6
yeah,
to save my life
it
today, boy.
it takes you a while, and I'm gonna fill up another segment of this distraction wears off clock. But you feel confident that you've done it. It is primed and ready to go. You don't know what that journey will look like or what consequences it might have, but you are ready to make the journey.
In case we
If
need it.
push comes to shove, you have an exit strategy.
Sounds good. Great. And now we have some valuable knowledge on the gates if we need it in the future. So there we go. That's it. That's assuming we get the hell out of here. All right, great. All right, who wants to do stuff now? I mean, I've been monopolizing a lot of this time, so.
All right. I guess, I mean, and also perhaps while he's doing that, we could be doing other stuff like scouting out, like can we check out the patrol route of these creatures? How are their movements? Are there ways past them?
Yeah, you could certainly try.
Yeah,
I
have survey.
Survey's not bad. Yeah. You have 3 in survey?
2.
I have 2 in prowl as well. Either way. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I'll do that. What's my position?
It is going to be desperate.
Ooh, yeah.
Standard.
Okay. And I think I will push myself. And that's +1 die.
+1 die or you can up effect.
Um,
Or position.
All +1 die. Oof.
All right. A success with a complication. So, Silas, you spend some time surveying those hallways, those passageways. From the torchlight, you catch first the glimpse of their shadow. From what you see is a tall, lanky figure with articulated joints like a mannequin, whose arms have been replaced with long, sharp blades that it drags on the floor as it walks. You catch sight of one. It is constructed with electroplasmic technologies, not uncommon among the Sparkrites. You have encountered hulls, spirits within the machines. These caverns, you get the sense, are definitely haunted, but these beings seem to be acting as spirit wardens and are kind of creating a null field of ghost activity around them where they patrol to whatever end. The complication that arises from this, however, is going to be another clock started. This is going to be a 4-segment clock, which I'm filling one up. And this is going to be simply the hulls take notice.
Oops.
All right. So since you're doing that while he's tinkering with the gate, if you relay that information, we can. It sounds like we need to take an action to get through here. But it sounds like this is complex. Like we want to kind of be nearish the holes, but not alert attention to them because they're driving the spirits away, right? Unless we want to avoid them completely. Like any ideas?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so I guess my question is, where are we going from this point?
Gotta find the gem, right?
And
Is
if
there an
that's
upstairs?
past,
Is there a stairway? Is there like a passage upstairs?
Not that you can see from like this central complex, like the paths kind of wind and turn in a way that it's not necessarily visible at this point, but from all the things you read, you are certain there is some way to get from here to the manor above.
Okay. I think we need to get past these creatures as quietly as possible.
Sounds good.
Sneak.
So that sounds like a group action.
Yeah.
Sure.
Cool. So it sounds like a prowl is what you're looking for. I'll
Yeah.
give you guys a free +1D for this for Silas's survey. We'll kind of take it as a bit of a setup.
What's the highest rank prowl anyone has?
He never
Well,
probably
it doesn't
Two.
matter. It's stress that you whoever
Yeah,
is leading it is gonna take stress for
Okay.
failures.
Okay. I have already 4 stress.
I have a lot more than that, so I
Okay.
hate so.
I've only got
I
2.
can lead
so-
the group action for Prowl because I have 0 stress right now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You do it.
I do. Thanks.
So everyone rolls who wants to take part, and whoever fails, Nebra will take stress.
And we all get +1D.
Yep.
And it's
What's the position?
I'm guessing it's a
Prowl.
desperate.
It is a desperate, and the effect will be, we'll say, standard.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, and that maxes my playbook advancement.
No, so desperate rolls give specifically into prowl,
Oh, I
Yeah.
see.
or specifically into what you're rolling. Right.
Oh, okay, so that would go
I crit
into
us, by the way.
prowess, right?
Nice.
Or no, resolve, right? No, prowess.
It's prowess.
Okay.
Prowess.
Cool. So it looks like Lysander crits, and no one gives you any stress. Way to be stealthy, guys.
Hold
So
on, I haven't rolled yet.
oh, sorry. Nicely done, Reese.
Way not to
So
break the perfect game.
yeah, Nebra and Cole, how about you tell me, like, Nebra, how do you lead these guys through? Because you're not gonna get caught by the hulls. You're not gonna get caught by ghosts. This was a crit. This is perfect success. And then Cole, like, how did you take what Nebra was doing and make it that much better?
So I can't help but feel like this is one of those like video game stealth missions where there's just like these convenient like little hidey places like every 3 feet or so. So it's just Nebra trying to lead everyone into hiding behind these rocks or whatever, and then
I
eventually
like to think
getting
that there's
past
like also
everything.
like a 10-foot circle around each guy. As long as they're
Yeah.
facing away from you and you're in one of those
Yeah.
circles. So they walk to the wall and they
Yes.
walk back. They're pathing back, and we just move into that little radius, and then
Yeah, very wow stealth mechanic.
yeah.
Yep.
And then the other one turns and moves away. We move into that circle, and we just hop across the room.
And I like to think that the reason Cole made it that much better was that he actually holds his like very brightly glowing spirit bane charm out. So in his mind, and maybe this just is his, I don't know if it's intention or what, but that it's providing a small like bubble of like don't look at us kind of thing of
Or like a compass. You're like, no, a little this way, a little bit this way.
yeah, it's like ghosts like yeah, that's actually good call too.
Yeah,
Like,
because it
if
would,
this is
right?
a
Like
briar
the
patch,
depression
yeah.
would cause
Yeah.
it to go down. Like, no, back up. We want it
Yep.
to go a little. Yeah.
Mhm.
Excellent. Cool. So you guys meander through the catacombs, taking about like 5 minutes or so. I won't add to any of these clocks. And you do get to a stairway that leads up to a kind of a rough-hewn wooden door, and it looks like a cellar door, like you might expect. But um, those of you who fought in the war are soldier friends who are used to like the trenches, right? You realize like you have a good depth sense, and you're still too low. So it seems like this isn't going into the manor directly. You're about to enter like a cellar or a basement. That's kind of the start of the manor, separate from the temple, right?
That would be Reese or Cole, right? And
Yeah.
well, possibly Silas, but
I will pass that along as I'll say. We're still underground too far. This has got to be like a root cellar or maybe a wine cellar or something down here.
Does it smell kind of musty down there? And does it smell like a basement or?
It does, yeah. It smells like mildewy, dusty.
Do we hear anything down there?
Yeah, you do. You hear like the whirling of machine. Like it almost sounds like similar to what you heard in at the Spark Rights design facility. Very similar structure there, which is a bit weird for the Dimmer sisters, right? But that's what you hear in their basement.
Well, there's some kind of machinery running down here. It's a bit odd, don't you think?
I think this whole place is a bit odd.
Hmm.
Without saying it
When
lightly.
when we come to a door, right?
Yeah.
Is it like how solid? Like, is it like wood plank? Like,
Yeah, it is pretty. It is like wood plank, but they're pretty sturdy wood planks. Like at some point, this would have been like maybe like the outside door, right? When like the temple was more of its own thing, and this thing had just been built. So it is pretty sturdy.
okay. Uh, there's not like a crack or any, like you can't see through a crack in it.
Oh,
or...
there are cracks you could peer
Okay.
through.
So I'll like I'll like very casually, I'll actually put my arms to like the sides of the passageway because I assume it's pretty tight and narrow. And I'm like, so I'm not leaning on the door at all, but I'll put my kind of get as close to the crack as I can to kind of see through it.
Yeah, so inside the room is an old wine cellar that has been converted to, instead of holding wine, hold spirit bottles. Um, there's also a lot of other supernatural containment devices of a larger caliber. Think almost like Ghostbusters containment union type
Mhm.
deal.
Big
The
Twinkie.
walls are, what?
So that's a big Twinkie.
Yeah. Uh, the walls are constructed of carved stone, and you see like it's kind of hard because the hallway kind of turns in an L shape, but there are several cells, not like jail cells, but like cloistered like cells that branch off the main path.
I'll turn back and I'll say, "Well, this room is like a wine cellar, but for fucking spirit bottles."
What a waste of a wine cellar.
Sure, but I think if Emeline got her way, we might have something similar. But I can't see where the path goes. It kind of goes off at an angle. I don't see anyone in there currently, but yeah, there's definitely machines and whatnot. I'm thinking maybe we got to go through here, but maybe we don't touch nothing.
That is a sound. You're smart.
All right, so the first thing Grease is going to do is touch everything. No.
All right.
Lead the way, Cole.
I will. I'll gently push the door just to kind of give it like if just to test to see if it creaks at all or anything like that.
It does, yeah, because it is an old door.
All right. As soon as it does, I will stop, and I'm going to spend a point of my my heavy load to
Mhm.
pull out a small vial of oil.
Squeaky, squeaky,
A
squeaky.
little bit
Yeah,
of
love it.
WD-40.
And I
Just
and
a-
I will I'll just tip the oil into the hinges, and let it push back just a little bit. Tip some more oil in the hinges, and then I will go ahead and try to push it open now.
Love it. Yeah, you spent the kit, so yeah, it works like a dream.
All right.
Nothing like a spray can of WD-40 to get the job done.
Right.
All right.
Actually, we can even say it's in my burglar gear, maybe. So yeah, I step into the room.
Cool.
I will follow.
I'll
Yep.
also follow. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see much more than what was described before. You know, you have you have a path that kind of branches off in an L shape, and along that path are cells with doors that are closed. One of them on the right does have light that shines underneath, so it perhaps someone is in that one. The other ones are dim.
I'll try to sneak my way down the path.
Cool. I think that will be another prowl roll, and if anyone, that might be another group action that Cole's leading this time.
I can lead this one, yeah. It sounds like I'm in
Oh.
front, so
Okay.
Ready? No
Okay.
+1Ds this time, so here we
No
go.
+1D this time. It is, however, this time only a risky position and
Okay.
a standard effect. Oh, twice in a row!
Damn.
There's my 6, but accompanied by a 1.
All right, so you take 3 stress,
gross. What is wrong with you people?
but you crit. So
Oh, I
tell
also
me,
I also got a 6 too. Yeah, so you got the double sixes. Damn.
So tell me how you have to handle Reese, Silas, and Nebra this time, but how you make it good. And I will say, there is someone in that cell as you kind of creep, so maybe that plays into it. And it
Yeah.
is seemingly, from what you can see, because there's like a small window, like a barred window, kind of like a wooden jail cell window, and it looks like an Aruvian Sparkrite at work tinkering in there. Um,
All right.
yeah,
So
but you're able to pass through.
the way I think this goes down, and you feel free to tell me if you guys have a different option for or have a different idea for this. But so I think for Reese, one of two things happen. Well, I think the thing that happens is he joked. Like I know we joked out of character that the first thing Reese is going to do is touch something, but I think Reese does actually get a little bit like he starts looking at some of this machinery and he's like, "What? This is actually even better than the Sparkrite thing that the Sparkrite lady gave me, that Emeline's sister gave me." Like it starts like kind of moving towards it, and I'm like, I'm like, I grab his shoulder. I'm like, "No, we gotta go this way. Like, come with me."
If I could offer something for Nebra,
Oh
I'll
yeah,
say that
please.
because it's so like musty and dusty in there, she's like about to sneeze essentially, and
Yes.
you're trying to have to shush her.
Well, so that actually plays really. I'll get to Nebra in a second. For
Oh
Silas,
no!
no, I have a thing for Nebra. I think
Oh.
I'm gonna use that. But for Silas, I think Silas honestly just trips a little bit, and I think it's because, and you tell me how you feel about this, Nate. But I think maybe by stepping foot in here, Silas's hand starts burning a little bit. It might
Oh,
be
yes.
psychosomatic,
Oh, yes.
but
Oh, my
like,
God, yes.
he
Mhm.
starts to get really distracted. He starts to like sweat,
Yeah,
and
probably
he
like
definitely like
hold
he's
my
right
hand
about to
up.
bump into something. Like he trips and is right about to knock
Yeah.
over like a shelf and thing. And I grab his collar
It's
and
like,
I gently pull him back up. And I just like, we're good. For Nebra, we're like almost done. We're bypassing the cell, and I think Nebra, like dust falls down from like a thing as like everyone else is like going out up a stairs or whatever, and so everyone else is kind of going up these stairs, and Silas is Cole is standing there. He's going to be the last person out, and dust hits her in the face, and she kind of blinks, and she starts to like tear up a little bit, and she's like trying to hold back a sneeze. And so what Cole does is he like steps over to her, puts his hand against the brick, puts his hand over her mouth, but gets like incredibly close to her and like basically holding her and like and waits, and then like they're like, okay, we can go now. But like there is that moment where he puts his hand away and they're just like face
Pinching the
to
nose,
face.
give it a little bit of itch so it doesn't scratch that
So like
itch. So it doesn't-
yeah,
Totally
they're
not awkward at all.
Yeah.
totally not awkward at all. And he's like, all right, we gotta go, and like moves on.
Awesome. Love it. So you snake your way through this basement section, and you eventually get to a short staircase which rises up to another door. And it's this door that it's a bit more like of an interior looking door, so not as sturdy as the one previously. And your soldiers, with your depth perception, can kind of um, determine that like this is probably the entranceway into the ground level of the manor.
Right, so this time Reese will kind of lay out over the stairs and peek under the door to see if he can see anything.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds like maybe a survey roll.
sounds good to me. All right, not too good at surveying, but we'll try it anyways. What am I?
Yeah, and this will be controlled actually, and a standard effect.
All right, here we go. Ah, dang, almost.
Okay. Success with a complication. So the complication,
No, no,
I'm
no.
just gonna take.
That's a 0 die. So that you'd
That's a
have to take a
3.
3. Yeah.
Just a failure. So
Yep.
here's the deal. I'm gonna add 2 ticks to this distraction wears off clock, and we'll say that with that failure, the door actually goes kind of flush to the ground. There's not enough of a
Oh,
crack
okay.
to see through.
I can't see a bloody thing through here. Anyone else get a good eye out there? I can't see a damn thing.
I could attempt to prowl to take a look.
So
Take the
I
door.
think with that, the opportunity has been lost, which is something that
Okay.
can happen on a failure. We're saying the door goes flush to the ground. No one could see through that, right?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Sorry, guys.
So we'd have to open the door a bit.
I go ahead and I oil the hinges just preemptively with my, we'll say, my remaining oil.
Open the door into their dining
If
chamber. and they're
Emeline
all
were here,
sitting
she'd
there.
be like, "What are we repairing their house as we go? What is this?
Yeah.
We should charge them for the service."
Yeah. I'm happy to try a prowl roll to quietly push the door open a crack to see if I
Yeah.
can.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What's the position?
Position is honestly controlled for
Okay.
reasons that I know,
Okay.
and the effect will be standard.
Okay. 6.
Yeah. Cool. So, the doors only slightly creak open, with a light, mournful groan that only those, like only really you, Nighthawk, can hear, being so close because of the applied oil. And it reveals a labyrinthine interior. As Cole saw while scoping the place out, the first story sits in stark contrast to the building's exterior. It is brightly lit with electroplasmic lighting, our version of kind of electricity, and furnished in a stately manner one might expect of Duskfall's nobility. There is a grand staircase that leads to the floors above, and it is tied off with a velvet rope barrier. What you notice, Nighthawk, as you open the door, is Kawashi's plan, or Kawashi's distraction seems to have worked, and any Dimmer sisters that were on this first floor have seemingly either rushed out or rushed up to deal with the explosion of the spirit generator.
All right. It looks clear. I think that the distraction worked, but we're on the main floor.
All right, let's spread out and see what we can find, eh?
I think we need to get to the tower. Now, knowing the plan of the mansion, with the blueprints, which we've talked about having from the library and also from what Cole said, like, is this tower one where, like, we'd have to access it through upstairs, or is there, like, probably an access on the main floor? Like, is it a tower that goes all the way to the main floor, or is there, like,
So according to the plans, this tower does go all the way down. It's not like cantilevered or anything, but there was no like real current blueprints of the house, so you don't know if it's like a straight shot up the tower, right? Like the each tower might be contained to its own floor, right?
can we go to the area and see where that, like, where the tower should be, and see if there's a staircase there?
Yeah, sure. So on this level in particular, you see that there is no staircase in this tower, and the tower, like whatever wall used to be of this tower that connected to this room, has been demolished, and is essentially that space has been used to expand the sitting room.
Okay.
If that makes sense, right?
So the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
floor of the tower was removed essentially and expanded into as a sitting room.
Yeah, it's like the outside wall of the tower remains, but it's no longer like it's almost like a tower for show, right?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
been made basically a fully interior part of the
So essentially,
room.
to get access, we're gonna have to go up a floor then, at least one floor. Okay. Is there anything in the room
Are
of
there
interest?
servant stairways, or
Ooh,
do we
good
have to
call.
use the main stairway?
Give me a roll to see what you guys find.
Let's see.
Be a survey.
That will be
roll.
a survey. I have 1 dot in survey. I
Better
mean, I
than
can
me,
do
dog.
it. You want to do it?
No, I'm saying that's better than me. I only have one. I have no dots in survey.
So what's the position?
Position will be controlled, and the effect will be limited.
Okay.
Cool. A success with a complication. So it takes some time to search. I'm going to fill in one of these ticks on the distraction wears off clock. With a limited success, there are what you find, it's not necessarily servants' staircase, but secret passages a la like Clue, right? This place is
Ooh.
riddled with them. You're able to like walk through walls at different sections and stuff like that. So there may be a way through that, but they're dark and twisting through the interior walls of the house, and you're unsure what might lurk in there. And Silas, as you're looking, like as you head to that main staircase, just to gauge that option, something strikes you as a bit odd. On the wall beside the main staircase are about 24 beautifully painted portraits, such that Silas would perhaps love to have of himself one day. Each one of these depicts the same scene.
Project.
Two decrepit crones standing behind two young women. The final portrait, closest to the second floor landing, is unfinished and depicts the two crones standing behind the likeness of Rosalind and a taller, waifish woman who has been left as a simple sketch over a white silhouette.
This is some like Dorian Gray shit.
Okay. That's interesting. Wondering if perhaps Emeline was supposed to be that other picture. So what'd you find, Silas?
I described the scene of the portraits to them.
In the passages.
There are secret passages all over the place.
Well, can I either take the stairs or risk the passages? I'm getting lost.
What about that rope by the grand staircase? Does the spirit charm glow when I get close to it?
Not more than usual in this haunted house, right? But it is just kind of like that type of thing that you have at like a movie theater or something like that. It's just like a rope barrier. You could easily remove it, right?
Okay.
Wow.
Seemingly.
Seemingly, yeah. It's like
Did you check for traps first? Well, time's running out. Where are we going?
I mean, I don't want to get lost, but the stairs might be too obvious, but it seems like a simple route.
Stairs it is then.
Yeah, I agree.
I will Reese step over and
Brought weapons, right?
lift up the old rope, let everybody walk by.
Excellent. So the second story is quite different from the first. Standing on that second floor landing, you see that down the hallways of this room, strange symbols and glyphs adorn the walls, painted in blood and illuminated by flickering candles. The sound of chanting echoes through the halls. Obviously, some of the cultists who did not respond to the barrier are on this floor. And along with that chanting, you hear the moaning and wailing of long departed spirits. And indeed, your spirit bane charms can confirm their presence. Yes,
Can we make our way to where the tower would be on this floor?
you can certainly try.
Alright, are we sneaking or what are we doing?
I mean, I think we're sneaking.
It's noticing we're here.
What was that, Nate?
I don't want to have cultists notice us unless we plan on killing all of them.
Sneaking it is then.
Yeah, I think we're sneaking.
Alright, who's
So,
running?
Nighthawk, are you leading this group action?
Is there somebody who has less than 4 stress currently?
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a Spirit Bane charm too, so I can use that as sort of a navigation tool.
Okay.
But
All right.
I have a 1 prowl, so
All right.
I'll group action.
Sounds good
Okay.
to me.
This is going to be another desperate roll, and the effect is going to be limited.
Okay.
For all of us?
For all of you.
Can I push myself?
You can. Yep.
Can I push myself to change our effect to standard?
I think everyone would need to push themselves to do it.
Okay.
Unless you were the leader. Like Nate could potentially. Or if you want to take leadership of it.
I'll lead it. Like
Okay.
if the yeah, if the
So we're rolling as a effect desperate standard. Okay.
Yeah. Well,
Des-
Charles is, yeah, because that will affect everyone else. So you can roll whatever.
Okay.
Nice.
Another crit.
Oh.
Are we all rolling again, or?
Never got
Yeah,
crit. Never rolled a crit there.
Yeah.
Okay, 1
nice.
second.
well, everyone has to roll because it's a group action. So
Oh, I
if
already
you
rolled
fail,
once, so I rolled a 2 and
Yeah.
a 3.
Yeah. So you take what is it? 2 stress from
yep. So I take a total of 4.
yeah, Silas and Reese. Nebra crits. So I will want you to tell how you do it and how Nebra makes it even that more awesome. Because dang, what a way to crit through this. But here's what you encounter, right? So yeah, there are like the rooms here like don't have doors. They're like just open in a similar way to like how you've seen the Grey Cloaks hideout, but much worse. Like the rooms are drenched in blood. There's sacrifices. There's arcane artistry and sigils in these rooms. There are gray-robed cultists that you have seen who are chanting. There are spirit bottles on the floor, and spirits are everywhere. What you notice is the paintings that still adorn this this floor, and like these were probably paintings that like at one point came with the house, like when it was built, that have been scrawled over with blood paint of these sigils, but their eyes have all been caught out. And one of you catches this quickly and were able to kind of dodge out of the way of prying eyes. And because of your spirit bane charms, you have also been able to dodge the ghost patrols that have been on this level, which is what was contributing to the limited nature of that roll.
All right.
So yeah, Charles, how about you tell us how you lead it, and Nebra, how you made it that much better?
Yeah, I think I think Cole honestly just like what he actually does is he lines everybody up in a specific order, so that way because we have 3 Spirit Bane charms in the crew, I think total, and so he puts like he's in front, he like has one in the middle and then one at the end, to try to like give us coverage, and then yeah, he honestly like yeah, just kind of looks almost down at his feet and just very gingerly like walks forward throughout, and he's like, and the thing he has everyone do is like step exactly where I step, and I think that this is actually reminiscent of a story he has never told anybody, which is he's definitely walked through a minefield and been fine. In that, even though he said at Nebra's parents' place that he was not superstitious, he definitely like I don't know if he mutters prayers or what he like thinks about during this period of time, but he remembers that minefield and he treats this exactly the same to where you'll see him like go to take a step and then actually maybe step a little bit farther or step to the right or some intuition that he doesn't necessarily understand guides that.
And I think Nebra adds to that by remembering the conversation she had with Lady Clave at Duskfall Academy, where she pointed out the paintings, and so she'll, let people know to avoid the eyes portion of the paintings.
Excellent, excellent. So yeah, you guys lead to where the tower would be. This one doesn't have a door on it, but there is a door frame that's kind of an archway. And you do see, as you walk into it, the cold stone of this tower does have a spiral staircase that goes up. But what you notice is that it only goes up to the next floor. It does not go up to the 4th story of this building or beyond. Because there's only 4 stories of the building, but in my mind, the tower does kind of jut above, right?
Mhm.
Shall we?
Well,
So we'll just have to explore the next floor.
Cool. As you walk up, again, there's no door that leads to this next floor, it's just an archway, and you see almost a direct copy of the room beneath, but it's like looking in a mirror, right? It's like opposite of what you just encountered. But you hear less chanting here, which is a good thing. You hear more moaning though, and the walls here are all frosted over in the way that you have seen when ghosts are manifested.
okay. Reese will kind of have his hand in his bag, and he's just kind of like, making sure that the personal lightning barrier is still within his possession.
Can we do a little survey to see how we can get further up?
So when you say the room is mirrored, does that mean the staircase is also mirrored, or there's no stairs up that lead up in this room?
So the stairs the stairs are unmirrored. So the stairs are like where the stairs on the lower level were leading up. It just the layout of the floor is opposite.
Oh, okay. So just the way they put the furniture down. Okay, but there are no stairs leading up to the 4th floor in this room.
There is
Oh, there
on
are,
the
okay.
far end, like
Oh,
opposite
okay.
where you.
All right. What's in this room?
But it seems like there's no stairs leading down is the thing. Like the tower was the way up to this floor, right?
Oh, I see. Interesting.
Yeah, I can do another survey of the room. What's my position?
Position will be risky standard. A 5. So as a complication, I will tick another box of this distraction wears off. But here, Silas, you notice like you have Kawashi to thank for what happened here. Much like the first level, it seems like the cultists here, being so close to the top, were like the ones who immediately went up to see what happened with the spirit, the lightning barrier. So while they have those photographs with the eye holes, right, you don't notice anyone peering through. You don't notice any cultists really chanting in the room. It seems like that low chanting you heard is almost like overflow from the floor below, like it's that loud and sonorous. But what you do see here is like you do know they were probably summoning and interacting with spirits, and there's empty spirit bottles in these cell-like rooms. And with the destruction of the lightning barrier up top, has allowed like amalgamation of spirit to manifest. So like what you see patrolling the hallway, like between you and where those stairs are, isn't something you've encountered before. It's not like a singular spirit, but like many different spiritual forms coagulated into one writhing mass that kind of crawls its way across the floor, leaving electroplasmic essence as it does so. And you hear its wailful moaning as it crawls, walks. And yeah, it's between you and the way up.
Can
Nope.
we put the portable
yeah.
lightning barrier on it to keep it contained?
Always try.
I don't know.
All right, so describe that again. You said it's a big slithery, ghosty thing that's leaving ectoplasm behind.
Yeah, think of like just like body horror, multiple people stitched together type thing, but it's ghost, right?
Sure.
And this is not something you've seen in the wild with ghosts. Like if you had to guess, this is something the Dimmer Sister cult has done to it
Yeah.
for their own nefarious ends.
And it's standing in the middle of the room.
It's like patrolling that hallway. It probably just manifested because of what happened with the distraction, and
Yeah.
it's like looking for essence to prey upon. It hasn't noticed you yet, but that may change.
Okay.
I have another idea.
Okay.
I mean, I know we don't have a whisper, but I have an idea to maybe use an attune roll to kind of get it to like direct it away, or directed it into one of the, directed into away from where we are, or into something, into a container, or use the personal lightning barrier to contain it. So I can I could try that. I'd be willing to try that, and for that I would also use my Rook's Gambit to use a different thing to roll instead of a tune.
Okay.
And I have an explanation for how I would do it too.
Cool.
All right.
So like for a tune, what can you do with a tune, by the way, just to kind of?
It's the manipulation of spirits and magics. What does it say here? Attune to the spirits of the ghost field, channel electroplasmic energy, perceive and communicate with ghosts, understand spectrology.
Okay, I would like to do like an attune roll, but I'm going to use a Rook's Gambit and take 2 stress, and I'm going to actually use sway. I'm going to literally just convince the ghost to go away. If that
Love
works.
it. Yeah. That's great. It's gonna be a desperate position, and your position is going to be limited because you are not a whisper. You are kind of relying on your other things to deal with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But yeah.
But channeling, just being really persuasive instead of attune. So it's desperate and then limited, but this could get the thing out of our path, right?
Well, limited.
Contain, or let's see, I could take another 2 stress to up the effect, and then I would get max stress.
Actually, hold on on that. Is it possible for Nebra to help using her ghost voice ability?
Yeah.
To maybe try to be like the
especially
backup
since
to
he's
the...
doing sway. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll let you help without taking stress because of
okay.
That's really cool.
Okay.
Synergy.
Yeah.
So she'll act basically as like the ghost to human translator, I guess, for lack of a better term. But yeah.
Can we up the effect then to like standard, where we like get it contained or something like?
Yeah. With that help, if
does everyone think that's fair? Like we can add another dice.
No, do that up the effect, man. That's way better.
Okay. All right. Let's see what we get here.
Oh, a fucking crit, man!
Nicely done. So, Cameron, Nebra, how about you guys tell me what happens to this ghost amalgamation?
So we're talking to it.
You
like
guys
it's probably
are killing it. This one, Dimmer Sister's got nothing on you. You guys are rolling hot.
It's probably just like, I feel your pain. I know your pain, but there is. It can be. It can be fixed. Just come this way, just like leading it into like one of the containment vessels, just this way, a little closer, just like carousing like an animal that's a little nervous, but like it kind of wants to be safe, and just like convincing it it'll be safe here. You'll be safe here. It won't, and just slowly guiding it into the containment, and like.
What are you containing it with?
Well, there's spirit bottles and
okay.
all around. Like the Dimmer Sisters probably summoned this from
Right.
Okay,
Or
so you
just
just
try
like
to-
you just walk it back into its cage and close the
Mhm.
door.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah. Like an animal that's like it's like it does want to be safe. It's out. It's just looking for something. It's hungry. But it's like you're gonna be safe here. It's okay. And just get it back in the container.
Yeah, throughout all this, you hear Nebra just like groaning and warbling and stuff as she's trying to translate it into like, I guess, a language that the ghost would understand.
The ghost voice. Yeah.
The
Excellent.
ghost
Awesome.
voice,
Excellent.
yes.
And yeah, with that crit, it goes down exactly as you said. The ghost is contained in a bottle. You cork the bottle, sealing it inside. And because the Dimmer Sisters of this level have left, you have free reign to that stairway. Well done, guys.
Sweet.
Awesome.
All right, now let's go walk up and find the group of them.
Least of all our kids.
Let's get up there. Let's do it.
Cool. So you head up to the 4th story. This part of the stairs exits to a landing and a small like foyer, and then a single door that leads to a large room that, based on the layout of this floor, must be where the tower enters into.
All right.
Alright.
On the door, like this one, much like the first floor, is much more grand in its attire. Like it looks like a place of nobility, but much like the exterior, everything is kind of faded and decayed. There are 2 electroplasmic wall sconces on either side of the door that, even at this level, kind of flicker.
Now, is this the level everyone's on, or are they on the roof or something?
They're probably like, there's no way to be sure, but they're probably out on the roof trying to fix the thing
Yeah.
or see what happened, right?
All right. Let's go investigate this. What else is in this room, by the way? Is it, you said it's just a longer hallway and a doorway at the end of the hallway, or?
It's not even a hallway, it's more like a foyer, so there's like some like couches and tables and stuff
Okay.
like that. Like obviously a place for people to uh maybe wait while before they are summoned into the room beyond. But again, everything's kind of old and like it looks its age, where below looked much more well appointed.
All right. So another survey.
I don't think you need it.
Oh,
Like
okay.
that's all that's in the room other than that
Yeah.
door.
I surveyed that already.
Yeah.
And that's
Oh, okay.
So
Okay. Cool.
yeah. So
Let's
let's go
check
up to
out
the top of the
door.
tower.
Yeah.
Well,
Check
so
out the door.
yeah, you'd have to go into that next room first.
Okay.
Yeah, so the door is again like an interior door that's kind of again showing its age. You hear not much on the other end except and being in presence to the door, you feel a chill and the scent of decay.
All right. Grease the door.
You got. There's something on the other side of this door. You got that portable lightning barrier.
Hold it in my hand.
Cole pulls out his cudgel, his shillelagh, and is like, I don't know what good this will be for this, but
Well, it's always good to be a bit prepared.
sure.
Shall we? All right. Holding the personal lightning barrier. Reese will open the door.
All right, the door opens into a master bedroom. The bed in the center of this room is a looming monstrosity. Its carved wooden frame is draped in heavy, moth-eaten velvet. 2 cadaverous crones lie beside one another, Their skin is stretched tight over their bones. Their eyes are sunken and lifeless, and their hair is thinning, lank, and greasy, falling in tangled strands around their faces. Both are dressed in tattered, threadbare sleeping gowns that hang off their emaciated forms. They lie in bed as if in repose, but their stillness is eerie and unnatural. Their hands are twisted into claw-like shapes, as if frozen in the midst of casting some dark spell. The air around them is thick with the scent of decay, and the room seems to grow ever colder with each passing moment. You notice that the one on the right has been dead for several days now. Only the one on the left remains. And that is from who you hear. At this point of decrepitude, unable to articulate using words.
What else is in the room? Do we see the gem?
You don't see the gem, but you see a fireplace along the wall, unlit. That seems to be where the tower, like, it seems to be like where a door to the tower would be.
Secret passage.
I have a horrible, strange thought. What if we put the lightning barrier on it?
On what?
The creature, the living sister.
Right.
Or beat her to death with a shillelagh.
I don't know if it'll do any good.
I don't know what it would do. But could it cut it off from doing any thing
Spirit crap.
weird? Yeah.
I don't know.
Cole will lean in conspiratorially. Like, we've done really fucking good so far. I say we just fucking get the stone and get out of here.
I'm right behind you there.
Yeah, this crone has clocked you, I will say.
Oh, nah.
Like, has seen you, but isn't able to speak and isn't able to really move. So she's just there looking at you like maybe trying to rouse an alarm, but unable to in her state.
If we kill her, then the crows will show. The spirit crows will show up, and the wardens will come. And
Not necessarily.
Go on.
You remember back we tried to use this other whisper as a bargaining chip?
Mhm.
They accepted it gladly. And from what I understand, it was not meant to live, and the crows never came.
Yeah, but perhaps it's not just because someone died in his house, it's because he did something special. I say, get the damn gem and get the hell out of here.
The house.
No, it's clocked us.
It's clocked us.
Well, I could put her to sleep. Reese pulls out a syringe of
Got anything to make it forget?
not a magician, just a doctor.
I say you use the barrier.
Yeah, that actually I think is a very good idea.
Yeah.
All right. Reese will step over with the barrier and
I pull my like shamag looking thing up over my face, and I'm gonna go shillelagh it in the head as well, but for the physical form. But I figure Reese's bit will be the thing.
Yeah, I'll kick off the activate the device to surround her.
So that, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, she's too weak to really put up a fight against this, so I think it goes down just fine. Cole, do you mean to kill her?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, you bonk her on the head. You hear dong as
dong.
the spirit bell rings. Well, you remember it did dong, but no
Oh,
crows came.
Okay, yeah.
and the lightning barrier is on her and seems to be active for however long that fuel source lasts.
Let's get up there and get out of here.
Yep, let's do it. Now we have to try to find our way up, right? Because there's just a fireplace where a door should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I checked the fireplace. Does the fireplace have a chimney?
No, like there is like just a brick wall behind it. Like it doesn't look like it's functional, and it looks very out of place. Like the brick wall looks modeled rather than like an actual structural wall.
Can I do a tinker roll to look for a mechanism that might be hiding a?
Yeah, I love it.
I'll do that.
I think because you dealt with the crone, I think you're in a controlled position, and I think because of your interactions with the secret mechanisms in the Path of Echoes thing, which is very similar to what's going on here, you're gonna have a great effect.
Oh, okay. Here comes the roll. Woo!
A crit. Yeah. So you find it easily. Like it's a tilted candlestick on the top of the fireplace that removes that modeled section of the door, and yeah, it leads to the interior of the tower with a stairway leading up to its top. And as you guys head in there, you do see, like, clocking out the window of the tower, you do see Rosalind and some of the other Dimmer sisters working on the roof, trying to find out what happened. You see some are trying to look at trying to spot where Kawashi is, but he's no fool. He got the hell out of there. And you do see on this plinth is this rough-hewn sapphire about the size of a man's chest, uncut, that is now glowing with spectral blue light that Cole saw emanating from the top of the tower. And with what happened in the room below, you do see that glow is now slowly dying out until the gem goes matte once more.
Right. Who wants to grab it?
This is the type of thing, as we discovered in the first game, that to move will require like one burly person or like two people, because it is a heavy, massive rock.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd help.
I'm happy to help Silas. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll come up and because I think I'd like to have the cutter's hands free.
Cool. So you two who are carrying it, go ahead and mark off 2 things to load each.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys have the sapphire. How are you getting out?
The way we came, I suppose.
That seems really hard and very stressful.
I wouldn't have you go through each room. Like, you guys have encountered what, like, you have a better awareness of the layout and the steps to take. So it'd just be one roll to do the whole thing again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, then yeah, we could take like a secret. There's a secret passage you now notice, or it's like, oh, there's a quick, way down.
Well, it's just we've been through it before. We know it's in the way, and
Yeah.
we know how to bypass it now.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we try to roll that?
All right.
Yeah, so that'll be a prowl roll. It will still be a desperate position because of the dangers.
Yeah.
But we'll say the effect will be standard because you do know how to navigate it.
Who is gonna lead that? Because it can't be Cole.
Yeah, I can lead that.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Here's my roll.
Okay.
So
So
it's
it's
a standard
desperate.
effect?
Standard.
Yeah. Desperate standard.
Fuck.
Oh.
Well, there's 2 stress for you, Nebra.
There you go.
God, man, I with the 3 I got from in prowess this time, I should probably buy a point in prowl.
Yeah, so we'll take the 6. So a success with no complication, flat success. You do take the 2 stress. So Nebra, this will get us down back to where we have the boat in that the temple to the forgotten god. So tell us just a brief montage or summary of how you do it and how you have to help those who gave you the stress.
Oh, okay, so who's carrying the sapphire again?
Me and
currently?
Silas.
And I was the one that
Okay.
failed.
So was
I
Nick.
rolled a 6, so like I was fine, but then Silas.
So maybe it could be like, Nighthawk is actually doing most of the heavy lifting and Silas is kind of struggling. So
Silas trips,
of
and
it-
I'm just like holding it, like, and Silas is like
Yeah,
going on. He's
yeah, and part
slowly
of
getting
it's just
himself,
making sure,
dusting
like-
himself off.
exactly, yeah. Yeah.
What about
It's
Reese?
mainly,
What did
it's
Reese do?
mainly just like
Dirty my
manhandling the
clothes.
sapphire all the way down.
All right, and Reese is
Sneakily.
just again trying to grab stuff.
Yeah, there
Oh,
are
yeah.
times like when you get to those rooms where like ghosts were present, like that glow starts coming again. So it's not like the sapphire's been broken, but like without the crone kind of channeling it, like it does kind of like it starts and then you move a little bit away from the spirits and then it kind of goes down again, and you get down there no problem, avoiding cultists, ghosts, and robo killers.
Sweet.
Wow.
Let's just hop on the boat and sail the fuck out of here.
Yeah, well done.
I would like to do one more thing.
Mhm.
And I could do it in a flashback, or I could do it here if you want. But the Forgotten Gods don't like each other, right?
It's difficult to say. Like, they're like Lovecraftian entities. So like some kind of work together, but they also have their own desires, own things. So it's difficult to say how they all interact. Like some do get along, some don't.
Because depending on the vibe I get from the statue, I was considering either praying to it or blowing it up. Like, pulling out some kind of small explosive or something to deface the statue.
Yeah. So I think
If I
like
could make a, oh, sorry.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, if I could make a counterpoint to that, I've already met one of the followers of the Dream Beyond Death, who is Hamilton Baldry, and he was the
Mhm.
one that gave us the map to the ancient gate in the first place.
Indeed.
So maybe it'd be better if we give it respect or just otherwise leave it alone.
Well,
Yeah,
that was my question. Is like, if this isn't an enemy of the Forgotten God that I serve, I might take a moment to just acknowledge its,
yeah,
authority
I think
here.
that there's there's ambivalence between the two, right? Like so like the throne of judgment deals with like vengeance, justice, like making sure folks get what they deserve, right? Where the dream beyond death is a promise of uh, something that exists beyond what we know, right? Something that that death is not the end. The spirit remains. Perhaps the spirit is all that is really true about us, which is why Hamilton didn't want his husband incinerated, right?
So
Like they kind of have
yeah.
different domains. If
These,
you're-
they're not mutually exclusive. Vengeance might create more spirits. Spirits might need vengeance acted upon them, but like they're not mutually exclusive. So I would like to take a moment to just acknowledge the presence of that entity, that being and its authority here.
Cool. Give me like a sway or a consort or something.
Okay.
That's gonna be a risky standard effect.
Okay, I will do that.
Real quick while he's rolling, when we came back down
Oof.
from the tower, was the lightning barrier still active?
Ouch.
On the crone?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
it was.
All right. I'm worried about leaving it behind because it's a new piece of technology, and I don't want to lead them to the spark rights.
Did you want to take it with you?
No.
I would say so.
What's the danger
We
of
don't-
not taking it?
It's containing
know.
the crone. It's containing the crone, dude.
Well, I mean, she'd still be contained within it. She'd just be coming with us.
Oh my god. I don't think that's it.
Huh?
You'd be bringing the body, or it would contain her spirit.
The spirit.
You're
is
taking the whole
inside
corpse?
No.
What is not? I will say, remember, ghosts don't rise from the body until 3 days have passed.
Oh, so the ghost. Okay, so never mind then. I'll leave it there. My only concern was because it looks like Sparkrite technology, plus it's using the new fuel, and so
I mean, we
don't
could
want
we
to
could take the corpse.
just dump it in the river on the way out.
No, I would probably hand it to the gondoliers.
Yeah, and they'd probably appreciate that.
This was just an afterthought. Let's keep going.
No, I think it's a good thought. I think
Yeah,
it's a great thought. I think it's a really good thought we should consider.
All right, so I guess Reese will then throw her over the shoulder and carry her along with the lightning barrier in hand.
Cool.
Maybe
mark
that's why
off-
Reese needed a. Maybe that's why
Well,
Reese needed.
I can also spend a stress to do it.
I don't think stress will be needed here. I'm fine with you guys retroactively kind of doing
But
that.
like,
But I
mark off
think
some
you will
load.
need to mark off 3 load for her
Sounds good.
body. Cool. So the Nighthawk, you pray or kind of give reverence to this forgotten god, and much like you did when you kind of used the Rook's Gambit to like have the Throne of Judgment intercede on your behalf several games ago, you
Yeah.
get some insight into like this forgotten god and the realm that it rules. Though unlike with the Spirit of Judgment, who kind of fried your brain a little bit, this one is a bit different. Like it seems almost pleasant in a way. Like it wants to spend time with you, where the Throne of Judgment really didn't. It was like, do the things, right? And so you don't take any harm as a result of it, but seeing these other worlds that don't conform to the laws of physics, and feeling this intrusive presence in you as you kind of interact with this being that man was not supposed to know, it is uncomfortable, and you'll take 1 stress as a complication.
Okay. Sure.
Sweet. Nebra, your camera's been frozen for a while. Do you want to turn it off and back on, see if it fixes?
Okay.
Anyway, all right, so you guys leave without problem. So there's a few things that need to be taken care of. You have the handoff in Miss Shore Park with the silver nails, and you have the body of the crone, which you'll probably want to do something with.
Well, if we can find a gondolier on our way back to the lair, I think we should try to hand it off there.
Cool. So I think you could easily find a gondolier who will as I see you, as you kind of flag them down, they will row up to you. It's not Griggs this time. It's some other gondolier who still kind of has that Charon look about him in his robes as he rows over to you. And he will look at you and say, this was kind of afternoon, so good afternoon, Nighthawks. I see we will be adding 2 more coin to your tab.
Actually, this is for you.
What is this?
Dimmer sister.
he kind of laughs like, no, that's impossible.
I keep a straight face.
And he's like, no, what is it really?
It's the corpse of a dimmer sister.
The spirit of somebody who needs your services.
Would you like the crone or not?
This is really one of them.
Yes, it is.
What's it
This
worth
is
to you?
probably the
On
first
any
time.
honor or god that you may
This
consider.
is probably the first time one has left that house in several centuries.
We were just there.
Jesus.
I would be sure to tell many of your stories. I'm
Thank
sure it
you.
will affect your renown.
Please don't.
He didn't say he would. He said you guys
Ah.
would.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
And you are giving this to us?
Yes, really.
We don't want it.
I will make sure Isley gets it. I am sure he will be pleased.
Thank you for helping us. This is
And-
This was somehow either the best idea or the worst idea, and it might be both.
Reese will also reach into his pocket, and he will present him with the 2 coin. Just sorted per square.
For this crossing, indeed.
He
And
nods
he
and
will
agrees.
remove the lightning barrier and look at it very quizzically, like this is like I both recognize it and don't recognize it at the same time, and will hand it back to you and be like, where she is going, she will have no need of this.
And Cole will very solemnly, because he's been very solemn through this, because this is very serious. He'll say, hopefully she'll finally get to rest.
Hopefully. Indeed.
All right.
Good luck.
Night. As we roll away.
Later.
But.
Oh my god.
So yeah, we'll go to Eiley Park at the appointed
Miss Shore
time.
Park.
Oh, sorry, Miss Shore Park.
Yeah.
To meet with.
Cool.
Eiley.
So well, and you, let's say you rendezvous with Kawashi, but obviously before heading there, because he's gonna accompany you, and he'll head up to Silas, and he'll be like, "How did it go? I did a good job, yes."
I reach in my coat, check off some kit, and say it went very well, and hand him a fine bottle of whiskey.
Ah, this man, he and I get along gangbusters. Thank you, my friend. I am glad it went good for you.
Hopefully, we can do business again in the future.
And you guys still have the stone there, so he'll kind of clock it, and he'll kind of make some hand gestures that obviously have some cultural or religious significance, though their meaning is kind of lost to you. And he will be like, Suresh will be very pleased with what you have done. You have made a very strong ally today.
Yes, I
and
look forward to our partnership in the future.
and maybe now it's just the dimmer sister. Who knows?
Oh, jeez. All right.
Once we got there, so
Cool. So you guys head to Miss Shore Park for the rendezvous. And this takes place, a few days later, so you guys have a chance to kind of
Lay low
reconnect,
for a
get
minute.
things sorted. So Miss Shore Park takes up most of Six Towers' North Miss Shore neighborhood, and its southern portion is across the street from Emeline's family estate. This haunted park is a series of dirt paths through a desolate wasteland, overgrown with petrified plants that writhe and twist in the wind. The trees are gnarled and contorted. The bark has blackened and charred as if they have been struck by lightning, and the grass is brown and withered, crunching underfoot like dead leaves. In the center of the park's northern portion sits Red Fog Tower, an ancient aqueduct reservoir whose stone walls loom above the landscape like a sentinel from another time. A frigid breeze creates a thick sense of unease in this part of the city, and the silence in the park is deafening. Strange ghostly shapes can be observed moving in the periphery of one's vision, giving the impression of being watched, but seem to dissipate if looked at directly.
Like eye floaters.
After a moment of walking through the haunted park, you encounter Suresh and his crew, along with Emeline in their possession. There are 6 horses that are tied to the base of the tower. 5 of them are bartered for survival in the Deathlands. The 6th is not. A proud and gorgeous Palomino stallion. You see Suresh, who approaches you, obviously clocking that you have brought the Severosi Sapphire along with you, and you haven't tried to hoodwink him or cheat him, which would have ended badly for you.
And Emeline.
Suresh is wearing his riding leathers, tanned pants, and an open vest beneath necklaces of engraved stones and pieces of wood. Um, as he appeared before, he's a Severosi man of 30 years old, tall, broad-shouldered, dark, brash, bold, and defiant. He has 2 double-barreled 12-gauge pistols strapped beneath his vest, and a collection of throwing knives are strapped to his arm, as well as a large hunting knife sheathed on his thigh, just in case this meeting didn't go as he had planned. Next to him is a elderly Severosi woman, dressed as a Deathland scavenger, sans gas mask. It's kind of resting on her head, and another Severosi man who is actually the one holding Emeline, with hair styled into dreadlocks that fall past down his shoulders, and a neatly trimmed build. Like his compatriot, he too is dressed as a Deathland scavenger. You don't see any other Severosi, which means Tuhan and at least 2 others are out there, probably on the tower, just in case, again, you tried to cheat or this went bad. But seeing the Sapphire approaching, Suresh looks happy, so everything seems to be on the up and up. And as you approach, Suresh will say,
I like to think that me and Silas are still carrying it.
Yes, we are.
yeah. Well, someone has to, yeah.
Yeah, we're the ones.
And he looks and is like, "Hello, my friends. It is said that it couldn't be done. You were afraid to go against the Dimmer Sisters, but look at you now. Heroes returned triumphant. Yes, this looks good on you.
Yes.
Nighthawks of Night Market."
We did what no one thought could be done. And did he have a place for us to put it, or like do we just put it on the ground, or?
Well, yeah. As you walk, he'll be like, "Please, please," and he'll actually direct you to give the sapphire to Emeline, or like put it down in front of her.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. I was like, if I'm having
She
trouble
can't carry
carrying it, yeah.
I'll
Although
look
she
at him.
did once.
I'll look at him like, "Are you all right?"
She just kind of gives a solemn nod. She looks like someone who has spent like a week recovering from the flu. She looks ill, but like seemingly well taken care of, and like she does like this guy definitely has a knife to her again in case you guys try to pull something. So she's not trying to give any sudden movement, but she is giving a
Yeah.
nod like, no, I'm good. Suresh will look to Emeline and he was like, "Please, my girl, if you would, just want to make sure it is not broken, that it still works okay." And Emeline, or this thug holding Emeline will let her go, and she will do a brief attune. And indeed, because this is the real Severosi Sapphire, it hasn't been tampered with or anything. It does, as she attunes, start to summon the ghosts of Miss Shore Park to it, acting as a spirit lore. And as I get closer, she'll stop, and Suresh is like, "Good, good, yes, everything perfect. Well done. I believe our agreement was 1 stone for 1 missing whisper. Please."
was.
And he'll motion for the guy to let Emeline come over to you, and she does. And with that, the elderly woman will approach you, Silas,
Mhm.
and hand you a tincture and be like, "She is still not all repaired. Make sure that she takes this medicine for the remainder of the week. And if you have any say in the matter, I would recommend that she stay away from this drug usage so that she doesn't end this way again." And she'll kind of pat you on the shoulder like that old elderly, like grandma
Mhm.
type, and just be like, "Look after your friend. She is a good one."
We will. And I look forward to a bright and prosperous future with you and yours, Suresh.
Yes, yes, indeed. In fact, we have something very big planned, a big score that could be lucrative for the both of us. Because it is dangerous, and now we Silver Nails live for danger. But perhaps we lower that danger if there are two crews for it. It's still in the planning. Maybe one more month to get things down, but I think our relationship has gotten to a point that maybe we could do these things together. Split the profits, say 70-30.
Are we? I see that throw with a smile like I've.
Silas, don't be disrespectful.
No,
Thank
no.
you. Keep this one around. We met at the consulate. She is very smart. It is good to have wise words in your ear, Mr. Eventide.
Yes, yes. But yes, I can. I think this would be beneficial to us.
Now, I understand, based on our previous meeting, that there was some concern about how this was handled. This misunderstanding of us helping your friend.
Mhm.
I would, in honor of our newfound friendship, like to ease that misunderstanding. Offer something of restitution to you for what you have perceived to be a wrong on the Silver Nails. We are
Okay.
leaving Night Market. The Mustang is now yours. We will
The-
make sure that all of the people who are paying us will now pay you. A gift for the unpleasantness that we had to deal with.
Oh, well, that is much appreciated.
Very gracious.
And mechanically, you guys can decide how you want this to be, but it could be either, it's a claim that could be either a tavern, a vice den, or a side business, depending on how
Ooh.
you want to run it.
Ooh.
Now, Suresh will look to you again, Silas, and be like, my man Kawashi, he
Mm,
did good for you in this.
he was great. I very much enjoyed his company as well. Just his company.
Well, this is good to hear. And Kawashi, you were treated well? And he's like, I was treated very well. Good. This is all good. But then he turns to Cole and be like, when we met at the consulate, Lysander Colburn, you told me that under your captivity, Kawachi was treated to, what did you say? Fine wine and even finer women? Is this the truth of things? And you clock Kawashi giving you a slight, like, don't do it.
That was a Akarosi expression I've picked up. What I meant is that he was treated well.
Oh, I understand. These expressions, the parlance of your people is new to me. It is okay. Even if it were true, it does not matter to me. We Silver Nails, we frown on these things, but a Silver Nail doesn't get captured. And Suresh is perhaps the quickest draw you've ever seen. And the spirit bell muffles the gunshot as a hole appears in Kawashi's chest as he falls to the ground dead. Dong. And Suresh looks to you, Silas, and says, consider that a free lesson in talent management, the Severosi way.
Thank you very much.
I think we should depart before the spirit wardens and their crows find out what has transpired here.
Yes.
Leave
Yeah,
him to them.
We'll be in touch.
And with that, some folks descend from the tower to come get the sapphire, but they will do so and depart into the Deathlands.
I like.
All right.
Why did you?
Well, that was
Quite a
that's
score.
a score. Yeah.
Cool. So, yeah, that will conclude the score portion of this. Well done, guys. Lot of solid rolls. Made it look easy. Made some new friends along the way,
I feel like
which
I'm more stressed than my character is.
which we are desperately in need of. And Emeline is back and able
Woo.
to take part in crew activities again.
I don't know exactly on what. but part of me wants to spend 1 stress on something because I'm 1 stress away from trauma. And I kind of want Cole to have taken trauma after dealing with all of the ghosts.
If that's something you want to do, I'm cool with that from a story perspective.
Okay.
Up to you.
Remember, you can only take 4 trauma before you're dead, basically.
I know. I mean, we've made it 10 games and I've taken 0 trauma, so...
Messenger and I are the only ones so far, so you'll be joining a pretty weird crew.
Yeah.
I was 1 away from trauma as well. I was close.
So I think yeah, at the end of that, Cole is just weirdly quiet throughout and stares off with a haunted expression.
Are you now haunted?
Yeah.
Okay. Just like
which really just means that he has like PTSD.
Yeah.
Well, it could mean different things to different people depending on what they want, how they want to color it, right? Which is one of the things I like about the trauma tags.
Exactly. But I actually think that he's and the way, and we can get into it in rounds. Actually, I'll wait for that.
So we're gonna start off with payoff and downtime.
Okay.
And the entanglement. So first, let's just handle payoff. So unfortunately, this score was for 0 coin, so we don't gain any financial benefit. But we do gain 3 rep, which will cap us at our rep. For a tier 1 gang going against a tier 2, the Dimmer Sisters.
Cool.
Now for heat. +1 heat for a high profile or well-connected target. Yes. +1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. Yes. +1 heat if you're at war with another faction. Yes. And +2 heat if killing was involved. Yes.
That puts us at wanted.
Yep.
Well,
So reduce
That literally
to 0 and add a wanted level of 1.
that fills up the last tick on heat. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was editing your sheet, Nate.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so we are all the heat is down and we're officially wanted. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, but for what we did though, like if we're gonna be wanted for anything, it's like the only people to escape the Dimmer Sisters compound in centuries.
Well, it looks like Bear gets to take another one for the team and go to jail.
Who went to jail the first time?
One of the.
No one did.
We haven't done jail yet.
If anyone should go to jail, it should probably be me, even though I don't have jailbird yet.
All right, so now with all of that, we get to roll our entanglement. So we roll dice equal to our wanted level, and find out the entanglement we encounter. Who would like to do that for us?
I can do that.
All right.
So just roll entanglement, number of dice 1.
A 5. So that is
That's
there
engagement.
could be some stories to tell here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
sorry.
fine.
Doesn't matter.
This will be gang trouble. So one of your gangs or other cohorts or members of your gang causes trouble due to their flaws, and with a bunch of new gangs we can determine what that is. Maybe Tweedledee, Tweedledum. You can lose face and forfeit rep equal to your tier +1, so lose 2 rep. Not necessarily bad since we're capped on rep. Make an example of one of your gang members, or face reprisals from the wrong party. So you guys can discuss and tell me what that looks like.
I have an idea.
Yes, Charles?
Well, first off, between the 6 coin we have and the 4 coin that I'm holding, we need 6 more coin to level us up. So I think we should do that, which is why I don't want to take the rep hit. So, what I would like to do is make an example. And I think it's Tweedledee and
Marlene?
Tweedledum.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Marlene.
They said that they can't die.
Yeah, okay.
And so what I think happened is that yes, I don't know what they're doing exactly. I'll need help, I think, coming up with that. But I think that they're doing something that is fucking up, group cohesion. And so I think being the sergeant major, he's going to walk in and attempt to just backhand one of them and knock him on the ground and deal with that in a very physical altercative way that is not necessarily and actually will not result in actual injury or death, but will make an example. And I think I have a good speech for that if we want to go that route, but I don't know if that's acceptable to Kyle for what this looks like.
Yeah.
Oh,
go ahead, Cameron.
I was gonna say, in relation to the other one, I was thinking could have been this place is booby trapped and they went somewhere they shouldn't have. One of them got hurt, and you show up and you're like, "What are you touching my stuff for?" And you just similar effect, but they set off some kind of alarm or trap where they being where they shouldn't be, and they get punished for that. It's
So I like where you're going with this, Cameron, but I want to use that aspect for something else in dealing with them.
okay.
But we're on the same page there. So I like the just making an example of them for disrupting our operations.
Cool. So what I will have you do, Cole, if you want to do this, is because we know they are trained mercenary soldier types, right? I will have you give me a roll for this just to
Yeah.
see if you don't take harm as well, right? If they
Totally fair. And so I think actually what this is an intimidation type thing, in which I'll be physical and things, but this is a coercion. This is trying to establish who is actually in charge here. I imagine that they're off in the corner, not doing whatever, and I'm gonna come in there and berate them. I will roll after I do the speech because I don't want that to interfere, whatever. But basically, Cole's gonna come in and he's gonna see this, and Bear's gonna have told him, I think, that they've been really disruptive and they're not doing stuff or whatever. And so he's gonna come in and he's gonna walk over to him and he's gonna if they're supposed to be training, he's gonna pick up the piece and throw it at the ground at them and say, "The fuck are you doing?"
What do you mean? What is this?
The fucking rest of the gang is training. The fuck are you doing over here?
I think
No, you shut the fuck up. Why the fuck are people that you're going to be working with over there training and you're fucking sitting over here? Now I know y'all are fucking big shots. What, you're from the regiment? You did what, 10 years? Fuck you. All right. The rest of the people that these folks are replacing went out there and they got the job done. And they fucking died. Right. And the reason you're here is because they sacrificed their lives to get back some goods. I would fucking burn every good that I have to get those people back, because their lives were worth more than this shit. And as long as you're here, you're going to be fucking working. I don't give a shit who you are. I don't give a shit where you've been. All right? You have a problem with it? Meet me in the ring.
I love it. I don't think we'll need a roll. That was very moving. And I think they weren't necessarily expecting it. I don't think they were expecting that level of loyalty from a criminal outfit, which impressed them enough to kind of stun them a bit. So it takes them a moment to be like, oh dang. But after that moment, they don't say anything, they don't nod, but they turn and join the rest of the crew.
And Cole goes back to doing whatever.
Sweet.
Making some breakfast.
Right?
Love it. That was good. Thank you, Charles. It gave me feelings. I'm gonna move us over to our reputation page real quick, and we can discuss our status. All right. So first things first, you guys made a friend today. We're going to take +3 with the silver nails.
Wow.
Two?
Yeah, up to 2 total.
They're under Underworld.
Yeah.
Yep. Additionally, Silas, you succeeded in your mission. So we're going to take a +1 with Lord Skurlock.
Oh,
What?
that's right.
Where's he at? Is he under?
I don't
He's
know
under
what this
Underworld
is.
as well.
Oh, okay, there it is. +1 with Lord Skurlock. Okay.
Yep.
I
Whatever
don't
that
know what
means.
this is.
Don't worry about it.
It's on the video if ever you have the
Yeah.
inclination to watch of last game.
Don't worry about it.
Now, you guys were stealthy. But Rosalind, especially in her current form, is smart, knows you were asking about the sapphire, knows that it's now missing. And I think although like the gondoliers don't say stuff, like maybe it's some folks in your own gang or something, but the fact that you went into the Dimmer Sisters, killed one of them, and escaped and lived to tell the tale, and did so flawlessly, without any injuries and nothing but stress from the encounter. I think word gets out, and I think that contributes to your wanted level, right? Like I think you can almost see that as a bit of a badge of honor of like before, yeah, you were a nuisance, but now you took out a Dimmer Sister. You are one of the only ones in history to go in and come back out. Now you're a player, right? So I think all that considered, we're gonna take a -2 with the Dimmer Sisters, which will bring us into war with them.
That's the third group we're at war with now.
But we are war dogs. Bring it on, right?
Nope.
Um,
I mean, how many
So-
Dimmer Sisters they got left?
I'll
Yeah,
say
the Dimmer
proud
Sister.
of us for
Yeah,
getting
the
wanted.
Dimmer Sister, yeah.
unless something goes wrong with the gondoliers, but we'll have to wait and see. Cool. Going to bring us back over to our main page. Awesome. So I think that's payoff downtime status. I think we can move into downtime activities. Emeline missed 3 games. She's going to take her downtime activities at the beginning of next, and we'll find out what it looked like when she was with the Silver Nails.
Okay. Can I go first?
Sure can.
All right. So we can figure out what this looks like, but I think as part of his downtime, Reese is going to look into a new vice, and here's what I'm thinking. I think the time he spent with Emeline's sister. Sorry, what's her name again? I don't want to forget it.
Una.
Una. Okay, the time he spent with Una has really affected him. I think looking at what happened to Emeline, how she's looking now, where she was found, has kind of sent a ripple through Reese. Realizing just how affected he is by his drug use, and especially on top of that, just the conversation he had with Stavia. So I think Reese is going to, with Emeline, go visit Una and indulge in his vice with a little bit of weird, exploring. Essentially, he's found a new passion, is studying this sort of like echo tech.
Yeah.
With the sister, or with the Sparkrites, or with Emeline in particular. I think he's trying to pull himself out of this, as well as continue to care for Emeline. I think it's really important to Reese that Emeline like come out of this clean as well. That he's, this is like a chance for them to escape that, that sort of life and move in that direction. And I think he's going to try to inspire Emeline to do the same, the revolution that he came to. And so he's going to spend some time with Una and Emeline and try to indulge in a vice in a way that's more exploratory from a creative perspective with the weird.
Cool. So Emeline will not go with you to see Una. She has no desire to see her family. And she's also very, having just come back from everything, obviously still kind of weak physically from being sick and withdrawal and all that. And also just like, she knows that she let the crew down. She knows that she missed out on a lot of coin, which is equally, if not more so important to her. And she's kind of detached from the rest of the crew, like doesn't want to hang out with you, just wants to be left alone. And so that's kind of where she's at now. Switching a vice, I love it, and I think with your conversation with Stasia,
Yeah.
that works out well. I want to think about how I want to do this, because I think like if you were to keep, because your vice is stupor, I think if you
Mhm.
were to go from drug use and stupor to something else, I think that could be manageable. Um, but switching completely, I think, will be kind of hard. So maybe to represent that kind of switch and that pull of your vice gnawing at you and wanting you to come back to the Quicksilver usage, let's say like uh I'll start a downtime clock, right? Um, and the more, uh, is that what I want to do? No, I won't do that. Let's just say it's stressful. So let's give you one stress to make that change.
All right. Well, there's some more trauma. So I'm gonna say he is paranoid. Is that
Oh, dang.
that caps my trauma? So, alrighty. So let's do this indulge roll. I might be doing it twice now. Now that I'm capped.
Yeah, with taking that trauma, I'll say like, let's say like that trauma was enough to make a clean break. So like you won't be tempted back to Quicksilver usage in that addict way unless you want your character to go in that way. So I won't have any mechanics behind the scene that might pull you away. Taking that trauma, because that is such a big deal, you're free to move on to weird pursuits.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip. Actually, I'm gonna stay not paranoid. I'm gonna go with obsessed. He's now obsessed.
Oh yeah,
with this
perfect.
new,
Yeah,
with this
I love
new
that.
practice.
He
yeah.
throws himself into his new obsession.
Yeah, it's just another addiction, but one that's not as destructive, perhaps. All right, here we go. So that would be 4.
Mhm.
Okay. That puts me at 5 stress. So you know what? I'm gonna indulge again. Just if I roll a 6, we'll see what happens.
You're spending a lot of time with my sister, Reese. Don't do it.
Well,
Don't fuck my sister, Reese.
I think that already happened. Anyways, I'm at 5 stress now. Yeah, I'll stay at the 5 stress. I think it makes sense because he's still feeling the stress from doing the switch. He's still feeling the you know the need to go use the Quicksilver. So I'm gonna actually instead do a healing roll because I'm still sticky and ghost touched. So I'd like to try to clear that clock if I can. I've only got 1 mark in it so far. So
You get more dice than that. You
Yeah,
rolled
you
a
definitely
0
get more
dice.
dice. Yeah.
Oh, how many
you
dice
should
do I
have.
get?
Well, you get 1 base, and you get 1 because you're a physiker, and then if you're getting Charles's Doctor Help, that'll bring you up to 3 dice.
Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. So that's 2.
Yep, 2 segments.
All right, we need 1 more to get rid of being sticky and ghost touched. And that's my downtime. Who would like to go next?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just a question. If you take trauma, doesn't that automatically clear out your stress?
It does.
It does.
Oh.
Oh
So you
yeah,
actually-
sorry. So, yeah, thank you, Nebra.
You don't need to indulge.
Tiffany.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
well then,
you can have. I still like the idea that you're spending time with Una in your downtime, but maybe, hit up a different role.
I'll just heal again. So I think that
Yeah.
the part of that time
And that'll
is,
auto
yeah.
drop
And
you.
that'll auto
Yeah.
drop. Yeah. So there we go.
They
I
say
didn't
love
need
is
to
the
roll.
best medicine.
Yeah, and it worked. No, I'm no longer sticky and ghost touch, guys.
That's great.
All right, who wants to go next?
I'm willing to go.
Cool.
But like, all right. So similar to Cole, I'm like really close to trauma, and I haven't I'm inspired. I have an idea for this trauma. So I think I'd like to.
Everyone's getting trauma this game.
Yeah, I got.
The score went perfect. Everyone's mentally damaged.
Well, we went into the
That
Dimmer
sounds like
Sisters'
Attack of
house.
the Dimmer Sisters, right?
Player
Yeah.
has 2 stress.
But like, having failed that role with that forgotten god from the great beyond, and that feeling like I'm going to try to attune again, I'm going to push myself, which is 2 stress, which will bring me to the trauma level. And we can figure out what the attune roll was, but I know how the trauma will manifest itself. But I'd like to kind of, I want to get some, because like I'm now pondering of death versus vengeance and trying to understand, like I'm doing this to get revenge for my parents, but like what will that bring me? And like, so I'll roll that attune. I'll take, I guess this would probably be a controlled, standard effect, but like I will take a extra die for that, just and see what the attune roll shows, and then I will do the trauma part second once you tell me what comes out of that.
So,
Which is failed. Perfect.
cool. So, tell me about that attune roll again. I didn't quite follow.
Oh,
So
sorry.
I
I want to know. Will this really get me closer to, my parents' killer? Am I really on the right path?
Yeah. So I think contemplating these 2 gods, you have there's like almost like a discourse going on in your head, right? Like an angel devil situation where the fact that your parents were hollowed, are they dead or could their spirits remain?
Oh, okay.
That's a question mark that the dream beyond death would say death of the physical form is nothing. If the spirits remain, you have nothing to be vengeful for. Where like the throne of judgment is like, no, someone killed them. Like you can no longer converse with them, and they are no longer in your life. Kill them. Vengeance. Rain blood for this. And then the dream beyond death is like a side of your brain is like, plus, now that they are gone in the state that you once knew them, what will vengeance bring back? What purpose does it serve?
Awesome. I love it.
And that will just make the Throne of Vengeance angry. And
okay, and with that, and this is how I want to like. I think the trauma portrays itself as like I'm in this state. I'm like attuning. I'm like like eyes rolled back in my head, and like I'm like on a like black plane, where and I see the 2 statues of them, and like this is playing out like the emotion of the forgotten god of vengeance, fierce, and then the forgotten god of the great beyond, agonizing but also somehow embracing, and the statues start consuming each other, and the forgotten god of vengeance starts taking over, but like parts of the like forgotten god from the beyond start poking through, and at the moment when like it's all just coming together, it just suddenly everything goes dark, and I just see 2 spirits. It's like, son, what are you doing? And I'm like in this trance, and I'm like, mom, dad, and then I just fall unconscious.
you love it
for an hour, and I am now haunted. But the haunting is sometimes when I'm like trying to do things, I see my parents and maybe they're judging me, right?
Oh, yeah, dude.
But like it's a combination of death and judgment and vengeance. Like, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Awesome, man.
All right.
Awesome.
And so you clear your stress, becoming
Yep.
traumatized.
Yep.
But you get one more downtime activity. What would you like
Awesome.
to do?
I would like to heal harm, actually.
Cool.
So having woken up after that for a bit, it's still definitely very shaken. I'd like to try to heal 1 harm with some help, maybe from okay.
He's
Yeah,
help
from
you out real good, buddy.
excellent.
And Sawtooth will come
Just take
by.
off that mask and I'll have a
Yeah.
look.
His
Mask stays on.
But you hurt your face. How am I supposed to
It's just
fix
like
it?
it's just like me shirtless, like in my underwear, but the mask is on.
Why do you have a tattoo that says Virgil Caesarian on your back? All right, cool.
All right,
Roll.
Virgil Caesarian
It's
licks
2
butt.
dice.
Why would you tattoo your own name and say
That'd
that
be-
on yourself? I was really drunk. Let me tell you.
That'd be 3 dice.
And
Cameron,
I do
for your
lick
hero
butt.
Yeah.
Nothing
When they
gets
say
me
you're
done.
most honest when you're drunk.
All right, go ahead and roll that recovery from me.
So what is that?
You click the
It's under
healing.
the heal.
Yeah.
Healing. Okay, healing.
Yeah, click healing. And then 3
And number of dice?
3.
2? 3?
Three.
Okay.
Woo!
Cool. So you fill up 2 segments of the clock.
Cool. All right.
Now, remember those who this might be only you at this point, but if you get injured before you heal it up, that clock drops back to 0.
Ah,
So if
okay.
you take another harm, you lose progress.
That's
So
what happened to me. Is
careful.
I was halfway through healing my sticky and I got ghost touch. So
Sticky.
All
But I
right,
don't have
great.
to. I don't have to deal with my stress because I did that other roll. So
Man, I'm loving the narrative that's coming out of this downtime session. Great. So who's next?
I can go.
no pressure, Cole.
All right. So first of all, do we have 6 gold besides between everyone else?
2.
You have 2.
I have
I
4.
think I have
So
3.
Emeline has 2.
Okay.
Oh no, I have none. I have none.
Because
as far as I know.
I just want to make sure that we save enough gold, right?
Yep.
So because we only have half of the vault, so I think Cole is gonna first off, not an action. I'm gonna deposit 2 gold in the vault, so it puts us at 8. And that'll be my contribution to us getting to 16. So we need if everyone else can give 1 or 2, I think we can get to 16 to be able to do it. And then besides that, I'm going to start a clock, I think.
Move us over to our downtime.
And actually, I want to see.
I was gonna say you already got a clock on, but no, that's the one for you to get arrested.
Yeah, it's not a good clock. That's
No.
a clock that's about me. It's not for me. And so I want I'm not hurt and I don't have any stress and we don't have any heat. So I have basically nothing to do. So Cole is actually going to do active things, which is good. I think for this one,
Remember too, you can
help others.
investigate other factions' clocks as well too.
Oh, that's true. I think for this one, what I'm going to do is, oh man, I had an idea just now. Oh, okay. So let's see, who's our actual enemy? Like,
Everybody.
well, no, but so we're at war with the Deadline Scavengers, but that was like a circumstance thing. That
Mhm.
wasn't really a thing. The billhooks, we think, again, I don't know why. I think it was because they were paid to go to war with us, kind of thing. And then the Dimmer Sisters have a legit complaint now. And so basically,
What is the civ form? Like the grievances or something?
yeah, like the Cassius Belli.
Yeah.
So the reason, I'll tell you the reason, is because I am going to start a clock, which is frame an enemy for incarceration. Because one of the ways to clear the wanted level is to frame an enemy to get picked up for your crimes.
I'm gonna frame the Dimmer Sisters for stealing from the Dimmer Sisters. I'm down.
Well, no, it would obviously be for other crimes, right?
That we
it would
committed.
be
Yeah.
that we committed. So it'd probably be for stealing the Severosi Sapphire and harming the like killing all those people at that mental institution. Those kinds of things. All the things Nebra has done. Does that make sense?
This game had a lower body count than average. I know.
It did.
Just
Yeah.
Just one.
So let's see. We'll say call it frame dimmers for our crimes.
And like they probably won't pick up the actual dimmer sister and put them in jail, but like they may pick up somebody, right?
Yeah. Cool. This is going to take some work because obviously, as you work at it, the Dimmer Sisters are going to do their own propaganda campaign to try to stop it. So I think I'm going to set this clock at 8 segment.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'm going to do is to start that is I'm going to well, we haven't assigned what our new turf is yet, even though we got it. Like we technically own it.
Not turf. A
hold or no?
a claim.
A claim.
Because that's the thing. We'll need. Have
if
we
I-
already got enough turf to level up the next one, or we'll need to go?
I didn't look.
Yeah, so we'll need one. So we'll need to do a score to acquire turf before we can level up.
Fuck.
Oh, so we can't level up this time?
No, because we have to have turf equal to our level.
It's doable.
Boo.
Maybe we'll just take over that bar so we can get the book.
And that's not a rule in the book. That was a Kyle decision from the start.
Yeah, no, that's a good decision. I like it. That's a bummer because I was hoping we could level up now. All right, well, so personally, I think we should make it a tavern. It should stay a tavern, and the reason is because tier minus heat is annoying. As we've seen, you end up with a lot of heat, and our tier never is going to be high enough, I feel like, to make it actually worth the coin in downtime. Whereas if we start inviting all of our contacts to consort at our tavern, getting that +1D to consort and sway, I think is amazing. And the reason I say that is because as part of this campaign, Cole is going to consort with the Grey Cloaks. He's going to invite them to the Mustang, which we may name later. Change the name later.
Hawk's
And-
Roost.
right?
The Hawk's Roost.
I
like that.
Yeah, the Hawk's Nest, or something.
I like
And
Roost.
I like Roost as well, or just the Roost. But wasn't that what the crows were called too?
Yeah, the Crow's Nest is
The
the
crow's
tower.
nest. Okay. But yeah, so he's gonna go ahead and try to consort with the Grey Cloaks, since they are also the former constabulary of that area, to be like, I'm doing a thing.
Cool. So if I was gonna save this till the end, but we could do this now if we want. If everyone's cool with making that a tavern, I'll give you that +1 on that roll.
Well argued. I'm cool with it.
Yeah.
So
Nebra, you like that idea? All right. Cool. So everyone mark off a tavern on your crew sheet.
Is that under crew?
It's in the top right corner
Oh, I see. Cool.
of the little layout.
All right. So we just got to get one more turf and we can level up.
Yep.
Cool. Just got to get that turf right there under tavern.
That'd be ideal. What were you gonna say, Cameron?
no, I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so I'm gonna do a consort roll. Is that controlled, risky?
Yeah, I think well, this is in your tavern, so we'll call it controlled standard effect.
All right. +1D.
You will at some point too need to determine who worked this
Boo.
claim.
Which
Yeah.
is one tick, right?
Yep, 1 tick.
One tick.
Oof.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and do it again. I'm gonna try to consort.
Duskfall wasn't built in a day.
Dustfall
No.
wasn't built in a day. I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna start inviting all of my contacts. I'm gonna talk to Scovelanders as well. Get the word out.
Woo!
Cool. That one fills up 3.
Well, and actually, I'm thinking about paying. I can't pay a coin. I can pay a coin to make a 4 or a 5 a 6, which would crit it.
It turns the 6 to a crit. Yeah.
Okay, turns a 6 to a crit, which would fill up 5. So I will pay that coin.
Okay.
Dude.
You want another downtime?
I have another downtime
Oh, because you have it as well.
because I'm also calculating.
Okay.
Yeah, you need one more. That would have been. Oh no, you're good. Good. Sorry.
Yeah. So I was gonna go recruit some folks because I was hoping that first one would have been better, but I will go ahead and consort one more time. Who I think with this, I'm just gonna consort with like contacts within the hive. So I've done the Grey Cloaks, I've done the Scovelanders, and I think this will be like people in the area, community members, like as we do this, kind of thing. I also see this as Cole spent basically this whole downtime working at the bar, getting it cleaned up,
Set up and
getting it set up, yeah, serving as a bartender, etc.
Is Marlene the bouncer again?
Maybe
he still needs that 3 coin.
he does. Oh, I didn't fucking do anything for him. Whoops. I do tell Silas that about the 3 coin issue. All right.
Yeah, and
yeah.
No,
Wait, well, that fills up 2, so that will do it.
Does that drop our wanted level?
It does.
Well done.
And a dimmer sister goes to prison. We'll have to find out more about that next time.
The only remaining dimmer sister, or the
Probably
other one?
Probably not. It's probably a member of their cult.
Oh, okay.
Because Rosalind will no longer leave the house.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. So everyone on your character sheet, drop the wanted.
All right.
Well done, Charles.
Cool. Anything else, or who is next?
I can go. I do have a question though.
Because mine's gonna need to be in private.
Oh. Ew.
Sounds good. So what happens, if anything, if I decide not to indulge in my vice?
So long as you're not traumatized, nothing happens. If you do have trauma, every time you don't indulge your vice, you take stress.
Oh.
Oh, I wasn't trying to do that. Sorry. I was trying to delete something from my
sounds
character
good.
sheet.
Okay, so in that case, I think what I'll do is I'll try to complete Messenger's Clock on investigating the principles of Oblivion. And unless you want Nebra to do something different, the plan was to just go back to the Hooded Proprietor and try to read, like maybe finish off the complete book while she's there.
Spend a week just in the library, as it were. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Studying. So yeah, it's going to be a study roll, obviously.
I'd help you out with that. If you want some help with getting the right librarians.
Plus 1D if someone's helping you out.
Oh. Okay.
How about this? Actually, how about this? You're going to study with library, and is this at the university?
No, this is at the Hooded.
No, it's the Hooded Proprietor. Yeah.
Let's just say Virgil shows up to hang out and help you study.
No. Great.
He's like, no, you should try this book. This book's way better.
Oh, thank you, Virgil. I appreciate the suggestion that I never asked for in the first place. But yeah. Okay, so I'll go ahead and do the study roll. So 3 dice, or I have 2, and then.
So now,
okay.
Do I roll anything to add the dice?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not for downtime.
Okay.
Oof.
Cool.
Got that too.
Yeah, so that does fill up the clock. Nebra, as a rare complication to a downtime activity, having to deal with Virgil helping you study, let's give you 1 stress from that.
I'm totally fine with that.
Does that traumatize you?
No, it does not. Thankfully.
That would be amazing if that pushed over the edge.
That would be fun.
It wasn't the mission. No, it was Virgil.
All right. So, the principles of Oblivion. Some things that we already know. It was written by Preceptor Dunville of the Church of Ecstasy, and Ephraim Shields, a doctor of philosophy, who had a mental breakdown after penning the book and is now in Murkwater Sanatorium. This book details the practices of a cult devoted to a forgotten god known as the Empty Vessel. And Virgil, you recall learning that Basil Baz was a member of the Empty Vessel cult, and some of his crew, the Lamp Blacks, are concerned he has more loyalty to that versus his crew.
And I would also, while I'm trying to help her, I will also just talk to her a little bit about my traumas of my parents and some of what I'm investigating, why I'm interested in this material.
Do you want to make that too stress? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
But that's how she learns the rest. Some of this.
Yeah. The Empty Vessel, this cult surrounding a forgotten god, is essentially a precursor to the cult of ecstasy, or not the cult of ecstasy. Sorry, the Church of Ecstasy. This is what the church grew out of. Who, much like the church, believe that the spirit is something unholy, unclean, and should be purged. And while the church has kind of distanced itself from that worship of the forgotten god, what you uncover is surrounding this book is that Preceptor Dunville is still leading a cult that actively follows this forgotten god from within the church. So that big question mark of what does Preceptor Dunville do at the church? He leads a cult, which Lord Strangford is also a member of. This book, The Principles of Oblivion, details rituals that the Empty Vessel used in the creation of hollows to get rid of the unclean soul. Now, it seems that Ephraim Shields' chief academic interest was in how to hollow someone to remove a spirit and then confine them into a mechanical form for the creation of hulls. And indeed, it was Shields who created Lord Strangford's Sparkcraft valet, Tillman Murray, who you met at his party. Preceptor Dunville, however, seemed much more interested in the process of creating hollows, and hollowing an individual to separate the body from the spirit. He seems obsessed with demons and makes several mentions of a secret ritual referred to as ascension. This process sees an individual hollowed with their soul stored in a spirit bottle or other containment device, leaving behind only an empty vessel. Ritually desecrating this empty vessel by carving out ancient Hadrathi rune words could, it is theorized, transmute the once human flesh into demonic corpus, which the stored spirit might once again inhabit. According to Dunville's notes, that weren't present in the book, you had to kind of search elsewhere in libraries for these later. Such experimentation has been attempted, and thus far, all attempts have resulted in failures that were promptly disposed of in the city's canal. So, Nighthawk, you essentially have uncovered what has happened to your parents. They were being prepared, like they were interested in this cult, worried what influence it might have on the church, being members of the church themselves. They kind of got in too deep, learned a bit too much, and Preceptor Dunville hollowed them, trying to test his theories on turning humans into demons. This failed, and he had Lord Strangford and his crew murder the hollows and dump their bodies in the canal.
Meaning their souls might be somewhere.
Mm-hmm. this seems to be something, this dumping of hollows that have been altered in this way seems to be what the gondoliers have been dealing with recently, and why they want the book in the first place. How do we deal with the repercussions of what has been done, because something is happening. We don't know that fact yet about what exactly is going on deep in the canals. You also learn that Preceptor Dunville has recently seen success. He has turned a human into a demon. And he is now looking to destroy copies of the tome that others might use to copy his results, which is why this tome has been going missing from all places except uh, the Hooded Proprietor, where it can't leave. It is possible that this success is the bright stone horror that the Incrakes caught a picture of.
Hmm.
Well, that's fucked up.
I'm
Alright.
kind of sad that Messenger had to miss this session because I
Oh,
feel like this would
You'll
be
see it in the
amazing.
video, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I know, but still.
I'll say, like, this
Right.
was the big allure of Lord Strangford, right? I think he looked at someone like Lord Skurlock, who is a vampire, right? And was like, look at this person with all this power, but he had to give up so much of his social standing to do it because he is no longer clean in the eyes of polite Duskfall society. But Strangford is like, if I were to become a demon, I could maintain my social standing and have all that power. And that is why he joined this cult to begin with. And this is also why maybe Bezo Baz has an interest in it. But again, this is all kind of, it stems from the teachings of the original church, but is all happening under their nose. This is definitely underground type happenings.
Excellent.
Well, that was very insightful, wasn't it, Virgil?
Yes, makes me
And
angry.
Virgil, I will say, Strangford's party, you punched the wrong priest.
Yep. I realize that now. Makes me angry. I almost say in the Nighthawk voice, almost, but not.
Okay, good to know.
Cool, and Nebra, I think you have one more downtime activity?
Gonna hang out with your family, do a bit of indulging.
Yeah. I don't need to indulge. I'm good. Yeah. That's why I asked earlier about what happens if you don't indulge. So I think I'm good for that. Definitely want to start a new clock. At least I'm assuming it's a clock. So basically, and I think I mentioned this earlier last session to you, Kyle, but Nebra would like to gain an audience with Ulf Ironborn. So I don't know if we want to represent that as a clock to work on, or what do you think?
I'll tell you what, let's do that as a downtime activity to make that arrangement and do a roll to see whether or not it will happen. And if you do secure that meeting, we'll handle that next session, which will be about like a week's time has passed.
Okay, that works. So Nebra would like to finally speak with Reese about seeing if either is it Hutton that's in the grinders, or is it Hutch? Okay,
Hutton.
Hutch is
Hutch is in the
Hutch is
Grey
Grey
Cloaks.
Right. Okay. Got it. Yeah. So Nebra will ask Reese if she can either put a good word in to Hutton, or maybe meet up with Hutton or someone from the grinders and see if they can in turn put in a good word to Ulf Ironborn to like arrange this meeting, basically.
Yeah, I'd help you out with that. Why not?
Yeah.
Cool. So again, because someone's helping you, you can add a +1d to this roll.
Sure,
Okay.
I'll introduce you to the lads. If
Um,
they're a bit drunk, don't be surprised.
Oh, I'm definitely not surprised, especially with Scotlanders these days. So I was
We're a
thinking
merry
of a
bunch.
consort roll for this.
Mhm.
Okay. One bonus die.
Cool. So yes, Reese and you are able to secure a meeting with Ulf Ironborn, and during free play next time, please remind me. We will handle that meeting then and see what goes down.
Okay, sounds good. All right, that's it for me.
Cool. Before I forget, just real quick, before we move on to Nate and any private discussions that need to happen, at the end of the game, I am filling up one segment of this Cole gets picked up clock. Would have been 2 for the wanted, but then it got reversed, so we'll just keep it at 1. All right, Nate.
So the deal is, part of this is because I don't know that the crew will understand what I need to do in the immediate time, but basically the first action is a long-term project to deal with the Ministry of Preservation problem, specifically getting rid of the thugs to start. And I know that this is probably going to take something that's a while. But ideally, the buildup is to somehow, and this is where I was going for with 2 birds with 1 stone, to have a faction we are at war with end up killing them so that it's not on us.
Okay.
And so that would be the first action, is to just start that clock going or whatever it is.
Gotcha. So what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna just type question mark.
Mhm.
You remember what that means in case
Yeah.
I forget. And I'm gonna set this at an 8 segment clock.
Okay. And then one of the first things I want to do that I don't know if it'll be contributing to it or its own thing, is the first thing will be investigating these 2 thugs and what they do when they're not here, and
Okay.
what time they come and go, where they go, who they might be talking to. And then to accomplish this, I would consort with various people that I might know to just keep the word out.
Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, let's hit up that consort roll, and it will contribute to this clock.
Okay. Here we go. And this is just controlled standard.
It is going to need to be risky
Okay.
standard. Actually, let's do a risky limited.
Okay.
And what this limited will mean is all of your results are going to be reduced by 1. So if you roll a 1, 2, 3, nothing fills up. 4, 5, 1 fills up, etc., etc.
So risky limited, we're saying?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so that one is a bust. It seems like these guys are very well trained, very guarded, and perhaps are even being protected a bit by the ministry. So you learn nothing from that roll.
Okay. And so is that 2 actions then?
No, we'll say that's just the one.
Okay. Second, I would like to investigate the bill hooks.
Oh, now, do you want to do that as a down, like to unlock their clock
Yeah.
and find out what they're up to?
Mhm.
Awesome. So that's just a 4 segment clock
Okay.
to do so.
And in this case, I'll be doing consort again.
Mm-hmm. And this one is as standard.
Yeah.
Okay, so that fills up 1.
Okay. Cool.
But you have 1 more downtime activity.
Yeah, and then one more. I'm gonna go into investigating my Ulf Ironborn thing as
Gotcha.
well. So again, another consort at this point, since I don't have a cohort to command. And hopefully, all right.
Okay. So that fills up too. Cool. Anything else private, or can we jump back up
We
top?
can go back up to the regular.
Yeah, sounds good. So I think, unless I'm forgetting something, that brings us to upgrades. So let's go ahead and do our cruise first. Who would like to lead us through that?
I can do it. Let's see. Executed a successful smuggling or acquired new clients or contraband sources. I think both, right? So we successfully smuggled that gem out of the Devil
and
Sisters,
yeah.
and we got a new client. So that's
Yeah,
two.
I mean possibly the silver nails for sure.
Mm-hmm.
So that's two.
Yeah, and we're
Uh,
getting paid by some group from them.
and we definitely contended with challengers above our station. So that's three. Bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we leveled up, and now we're back to 1 XP.
Yep. And then express the goals and drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew.
Ambitious and brutal, I think, are.
Well, that's the reputation. That's the
Oh,
one.
you're
yeah.
right.
I mean, we definitely did something very ambitious.
No, that's reputation again.
Oh, reputation.
I think we could have one for this from like when we're talking about inner conflict with like what happened with the downtime activities, like people taking trauma, like Reese trying to get Emeline to stop using drugs. He's stopping using drugs for.
I would argue for a second one only because we didn't get to use our cohort, but we do have a new cohort, and we have the it's not inner conflict directly, but essential nature of the crew. We have outside observers now having this whole thing.
Yeah, well, and I think that's inner conflict as well.
Yeah.
That's fine. So
Should be at
we
3
leveled
then.
up, and we are at 3.
Cool.
So what do we want? Do we want to go with one special ability or 2
Ghost
things
passage.
in?
Ghost passage? Harsh experience. Crew members become immune to possession by spirits. They choose to carry a second ghost as a passenger within their body.
Emeline learned things while she was
Oops,
with the
do
silver
that.
nails.
I think that would fit thematically at the very least.
Especially now that we are weird.
I mean,
seekers
just
of weird
passing
items.
through would also.
Alternatively, we could up both secure and vault. If we
Yeah,
wanted
I think
to.
we definitely need to update Vault. It's something we've been needing to do for a while.
I like the ghost passage idea just from a thematic thing. That seems pretty cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down with that. Are you guys down with it? Cameron?
Yeah, I mean, we survived the Dimmer Sisters. That's how we survived it, right? Like,
Sounds good.
Well, that and I think it's a multiple things like that, like dealing like especially with what the messenger or sorry the Nighthawk and Nebra did dealing with that spirit. I think as Charles said, Emeline is probably coming with some Severosi way of dealing with spirits. Like I think when it comes to the weird and the spiritual, we've all kind of gained some knowledge that we're bringing back to the table.
And Reese
Yeah.
is like starting to like understand better technology around it. Like,
yeah,
I think thematically
Yeah.
it makes perfect sense.
I do think that's fine. Yeah, I can't argue that.
Perfect.
Cool.
Alrighty.
This will also mean that like possession is potentially like character ending, especially as we increase our trauma level. So that first effect is probably not terrible.
Well, and it's good that I'm no longer part of the Path of Echoes. So there you go. Or
Well, you still can carry if you choose to. It just
Yeah.
a ghost can't force itself on you.
Sounds
Right.
good.
it's a passenger. You're still in control.
Oh, well, there you
Yeah.
go. All right.
Also, that's purely from Cole's trauma. Is he's like, ghosts are bad. Ghosts are bad.
Yep. Alrighty, are we on to
Cool.
individual advancement?
I believe so.
All right, cool. I'll go first. You addressed a challenge with the technical skill or mayhem. I would say so. Just in the finding the switch for the secret door.
Also, the portal. I mean, theoretically, if we're ever in the Ghostlands and we want to
didn't
send
really
something
use
to the
it, but-
basement of Dimmer Sisters, we still can.
Yeah, you
That's true.
you still pre-configured it. Like,
That's
Yeah.
true.
It'd be kind of
Alright.
funny if like some that ended up actually being useful someday. We're like fighting, like, oh yeah, we're near a gate. They just shove somebody into the their basement.
So, all right, so that's 2 then. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think there was some of that in there, like helping Nebra talk to the Scovelanders. And especially, I think the drives came into play as well because there was a shift in priority for him, and there was that whole scene with Stasia. So I'd say that's another 2. And then you struggled with issues with your vice trauma during the session. Yeah, I mean, this was all about his vice this session. So I would say that's 5 total.
Nice.
I would almost go with 6 in just because you actually did the thing. You took a trauma to change your vice.
That's a
Alrighty,
struggle.
well, that leaves me at 1. That levels me up, and twice. 1 for prowess and 1 for my regular playbook advancement.
Nice.
Yeah, so that would so I'm gonna take a dot in prowl because I've been doing enough of it. I'm probably kind of decent at it now. And then I get another advancement. I will continue to think about it. I don't know exactly which special ability I want to take, but so you whoever wants to go now can go ahead.
I'll go. So for me, did I address a challenge with calculation or conspiracy? I feel like for sure in my downtime.
I
That
mean,
counts.
you literally accomplished a secret goal that none of us know about.
Actually, he
Strong
didn't.
word.
Is
Oh,
you see all
or
those bad rolls?
yeah, fair.
Accomplish is a strong word. I
But
Oh,
yeah.
we meant the Lord
challenge.
Skurlock.
I didn't accomplish one.
But yeah,
Oh, the Lord Skurlock thing was accomplished though. Yeah.
yeah. You worked through
Uh,
something secretly. Yeah,
And
so
I think also I expressed my beliefs via the fact that it was very important to me on a personal level that we get Emeline back over anything else. And I'd never really struggle with my vice. I don't know about y'all, but so I think that's where I'm at.
I can go.
I can okay.
Or go.
No, you go. It's fine.
Address a challenge with violence or coercion.
You killed a Dimmer sister.
Yep, scoreboard. I definitely am one of the few people I think I'll ever to have killed a Dimmer sister. I
That's
hope.
pretty rad.
I hope she's dead and not coming back. But
Thank God for that ghost passage. All I have
Also,
to say on that.
Oh, no.
For you intimidating the thugs.
and then
Yep.
yeah, intimidating the thugs I think was good. So I think 2 beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I think that this, Cole's background, I think, or sorry, yeah, Cole's background, I think, was very prevalent in this game. In a lot of different aspects, like meeting with Nebra's parents and having him like be affable and like talk about his in almost a very vulnerable way about his history was very interesting, I think. And it's very interesting to see what that character could be, kind of thing, if he wasn't murdering people, kind of thing. And then also, in general, yeah, his beliefs and drive around the crew and around the loyalty needed, that he whereas Silas said that the be all end all of this crew is to gain currency, to gain coin. I think for Cole, coin is good and is obviously the goal, but there is clearly some sort of additional motivation, and it's around people. So I think that's good. So I think it puts him at 4. I just got trauma, so I don't know that I struggled with it.
I would say,
Nice.
but I would say you did struggle with it. Like, I mean, if you got trauma, like that's it. I think that's at least a point.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I could go either way. I think I do think. Well, I guess I do think that we've seen Cole really dislike ghosts throughout, and I think that this, especially with being haunted, I think for him, though I didn't. Oh, I was going to wait till now. He is going to actually start seeing things, I think. And if it's, I don't know if it's because we've been around so much ghosts, or it's because of the horrors of war that he has had. But maybe he, and previously maybe he always could see them, but he like ignored it to a certain degree. Like it was subconscious, but like there was that thing I described of how he'd like walk through a minefield or whatever else. So like maybe that intuition was something he didn't want to acknowledge, which is also why it terrifies him. And so I think him being able to start to at least passively see some of the spirit world in a way that it would be terrifying and haunting and traumatizing for a person. So yeah, that puts me at 5. I had enough, or with that, I'll put a couple into insight, and so I will actually take a dot in survey, since he did a bunch of kind of survey things, I think, this game. And then that puts me at 0 for insight, and then I actually can also put 2 more into prowess to finally level up my prowl ability.
Welcome to being prowler like me.
Right. Well, I already had 2 prowl, but now I have 3 prowl.
Damn.
And which I think is thematic with how sneaky he was with Nebra. I think Nebra and him were team sneaky. And I will drop my last one into just my playbook advancement, so I have 1 XP in playbook advancement so far.
Nice.
I can go. So let's see. Address a challenge with deception or influence. I mean, would you count intimidating our newfound guests at the beginning?
As what? Sorry.
As influence, like standing there as the Nighthawk blocking their way out.
Perhaps, I guess. I mean, it ended up not really working out in
Yeah.
Nighthawk's, but
No, yeah, and so
it's
that's fine. Yeah, the other, I guess, I mean, deception. I literally swayed some ghosts into containment.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
I'll give you
that's-
one for that for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Okay. And then let's see here. I don't know if there's any other for that one. Express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I mean, this wasn't a revenge motivated mission or anything, but definitely got some opportunities to express my beliefs.
You learned
You
what
know,
happened to your parents, man.
learned what happened to my parents. I
when you're kind of
did
in a crisis of faith too.
Yeah, I acknowledge,
Look at the truth
in
about
that,
it.
an effort to kind of like pay respects to another forgotten god, definitely struggled with what I even believe, which ultimately did give me trauma. So I guess, sure. I don't know.
So-
Would you say?
I was actually going to say that you get 2 points off of the next one, which is the struggle with issues from vice and trauma, since your vice is your faith,
Right.
and like having those, yeah, that was just a lot for you.
Yeah. So then 1 for that, and then 2 for the next one. You think? So that would
That
be
was my
4.
suggestion.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Nice. Before I forget and we move on to the next one, everyone make sure to add 3 to your stash for advancing the crew.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
And remember, from a money standpoint, you can always take coin out of the stash at a rate of 2 stash to 1 coin.
Hmm. So we should have two lines of filled stash at this point.
No, we still have 2 left remaining on the bottom stash.
Okay.
Unless you've put any in there yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't.
Huh, that's weird. I only had 3 remaining on that line.
I also only had 3 remaining total, so on that line.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Alrighty. Who wants to go next?
I think that leaves me. Sorry, let me pull this up. Okay. You addressed a challenge with stealth or evasion. Yes, this was
Yeah.
like
Say,
the
yeah, take 2 for that
sneakery
easy.
mission. All the
Yeah.
sneaks. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Obviously, celebrating the Arubian holiday early on was pretty nice. I would like to argue another point for that because of using the ghost voice, because her Nebra's current drive is being able to like actually interact with ghosts and communicate with like ghosts and demons, especially with knowing Elstera and what she's hiding. Okay.
Yeah.
Just do that. And then you struggled with issues from your vice or trauma during the session. I think the only one thing I can come up with is what the little name drop that Elstera did during the dinner. I think might be arguable, but I think that's pretty much it. But yeah, and then
Yeah, that's the second time in game that name has been referenced, but no one's too curious about it yet. So that's
Well,
not yet.
So Cole did have a private conversation with Nebra to be like, at some point when they were alone, be like, so that name, that was like a family name or something, like, and Nebra just kind of breezed over that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was also going to say I did get enough desperate rolls to actually level up my prowess, so I now have 3 in prowl. So
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Same here. I ended up with 1. Like I rolled over by 1 in the thing, so I was almost full. So
Nice.
Very nice.
yeah.
Sweet.
I think that leaves Nate. Or did we do you? We did you? Okay, sorry. Cool. So that's everyone done then, yeah?
Yeah. And get us on to
Awesome.
rounds.
Yeah, let's go ahead and get rounds started up.
Cool.
I guess I'll kick off as I've been pretty eager
Oh,
to share
real
my
quick,
stuff.
if I can say one thing for rounds, real
Sure.
quick, I did want to say, this was fun for me in that it's rare having a GM played character in their own game that you feel the same stress about the existence of your character, and I got to experience that one in this one because if the Sapphire was wrong, if it didn't work, if any of these things went down, Suresh would have had Emeline killed. And I still want to play my character. I still like Emeline. I have plans for her. But like those were the rules of the things I was written. I wanted there to be legit consequences if things went bad. That's Dustfall, baby. And so when like the messenger was like, let's screw him over, let's do all these things. Like last game, I was like, my character's gonna fucking die. And it was stressful. Granted, everything went well. You guys did amazing. But I will say, as a GM, that was fun for me to have that concern over my character very legitimately in this one. So, thank you all for saving her.
Yeah, man. All right, I guess I'll go. So for me, this was a pretty big game for Reese. Just for what he learned about himself, I think, based on the experiences he had in the last game, and just sort of that, there was a bit of a wake-up call at the beginning of this game, like when he made that desperate approach to somebody that he knows cares about him and is a friend, but still comes to her with this like desperate need for this drug. Definitely like was an eye-opener for Reese. Seeing that, the disappointment that he caused the person he cares about and the shame he felt for himself. definitely was kind of an eye opener. So I think that was a bit of a transformative moment for him. Getting that bit of care from somebody involving his vice is kind of really all he needed to move in that positive direction. And I think he's definitely going to lean in Emeline's direction in terms of trying to see her helped as well. I mean, does Reese have a girlfriend now? So that's a thing. We'll see where that goes. I don't think she's fully tuned in to the fact that he's a criminal, but she might know if she knows anything about her sister and him being related with her sister, or related to her sister in some way. So there's that. In terms of the world, like the world is looking a bit smaller in terms of just the amount of ground we can cover as a group now. This score in particular is a huge step for us as a group, and something that Reese sees and understands, and he believes that this movement is kind of a one-way door for us. Whereas we were a very ambitious crew, and we're doing all this stuff. At the end of the day, before that, we were still kind of like this sort of pissant little crew. Like we'd poked the bear a couple times, but this time around it was different. Like we fucking killed a dimmer sister, okay, and walked her ass out of her house without them even knowing it. That's bananas. It's crazy. In terms of the other characters, I'm gonna start with Cole. A lot of the same sort of feel from Cole that we normally get. Like he still very much trusts you as a soldier and a leader. And so like you're much more of a battlefield attuned individual than he is. Reese was much more on the sidelines helping people in battle, but your prowess with with just driving the crew forward and the leadership that you can employ during our score, I think is endlessly valuable, as well as just your ability to organize and rabble rouse. So I think both of those are really big assets to the crew and something that Reese appreciates in your character. For Nebra, I mean, brilliant job again. Like all around, like you didn't kill anybody this time. He's a little disappointed. But like still very, very impressed with your ability to sort of spirit our way through this in conjunction with Cole, sort of spirit our way through this horrible house full of horribleness. And the fact that we got in and out untouched is I'd say were paramount in that. You were and so he's very grateful that you got him in and out safely, and is still very impressed. For Emeline, now that Emeline is back, he's happy to see her home. He's happy to see her healthy. I think there's a conversation for us to have at some point when she's ready to have it. Dating your sister. I don't know how that's gonna work.
I love you like a brother.
I'm kind of your brother now. No, anyways. So that's happy to see Emeline back. I'm happy to see her in games again. I'm really glad we saved her. For Silas, seeing you do some manual labor, didn't think he'd ever see that. You carried that rock like a champ. I mean,
literally a rock, a sapphire, if you will.
He almost dropped it, but you know what? I'm not going to blame him for that. He's never done manual labor before. His hands are soft. So, but he's very appreciative that you helped him get a spot at that fancy restaurant so he can impress a girl, and that was very nice of you. He might take you out to dinner in the future as a thank you. For the Nighthawk, we didn't really get to too much together this game. We were a bit sort of off in dreamland, but I do like that the bit of confrontation we had about the gate, and it was kind of cool that we got to work together to investigate the gate that was in their basement and retune it. So I think that was pretty cool. Yeah, excited to see what more the Nighthawk has going for him. So yeah, that's me. Who's next?
Plenty. I mean, I'm willing to go next.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so the Nighthawk, aka Virgil Kassarian, learned the horrible truth about what happened to his parents, who's to blame, and all that's left is to take vengeance. Except he also, in the same game, had a massive crisis of faith, and now has trauma because of that. So that adds some interesting complexity. I just like, it's going to be interesting. I think that's a great hiccup in the story arc of this character. What am I doing? But like I also like the idea, just like even when he was like in the library discovering, and he's like how does it make you feel? Like, makes you feel angry, but then at the same moment just like looks up and like there's his mom standing there looking at him like, what are you doing, son? And she's like, it's like, why do you want? It's like he doesn't know what it means. It's like, is it trying to say something? Is it like? But he's just like haunted. It's like, am I doing the right thing, or am I just getting vengeance for no reason? Like, I think that's something that's really interesting to see how that plays out in the future. And in terms of just coming to terms with those details, it was big game in that sense. Lot of character development there, and I like and the score was really well executed. Good rolls across the board on that one, because I honestly I do like the go big or go home. Like, we went in, we're like, all right, no one's made it out, we're going in. We could have gone against the Silver Nails, we could have screwed them over, we could have done all these other things like the messenger would have wanted, but instead we did the thing, and we got out unscathed relatively. I think that is that was actually really fun to play out, and develop that, in terms of what will happen in the future. Like, what does it mean when one of the crones is gone? What, or where does she go? Like, we'll have to find out the consequences of that. In terms of the world and other characters, we're gonna have to. I mean, Virgil is going to want to come and do some things that execute vengeance. But also, I mean, I had some thoughts this game about somebody owns our den, technically speaking, as a deed to the property. Like, is this something where Virgil's conglomerate corporate investments, am I going to try to seek to buy out the area so that it's owned by some shell company, dummy company, right? And so that we can get these guys off our backs. Or as Cole said, is there a mission that Virgil's going to employ the Nighthawks in, right? Save up some coin and be like, I've got some coin, I've got a job for you, right? That could be kind of an interesting twist in the future. I really did enjoy. I really did enjoy that. I finally got a scene or two with with Silas, because I don't think we've had very many at all. There's been a lot of games where we just sort of miss each other, and so this is I think one of the first games where we had a scene together, and it involved the gang itself, and we're the two of the founding members of this. So it's good to finally have that scene. Having a drink together, I like it. Also, at the end when we're presenting to the gang, it's who shows up? Well, it's the leader and the Nighthawk, or rather the representative leader of the Nighthawks and the Nighthawk bring the Sapphire in. I like that kind of symbology there, when we deliver the Sapphire. For Cole, it was definitely good to kind of actually work through some of the roles and problems and planning session in this game with you as well, because I think that yeah, like especially killing the Dimmer sister, it's like are you gonna kill her? It's like she saw us. The Nighthawk's just like, I mean, we gotta do what we gotta do. Symbolism. Yeah, and
What's
so
the
I
symbology there?
symbology, yes, symbolism. That needed to be done. Nate's just freaking out because I said the wrong word.
Well, he's freaking out because it's a Boondock Saints quote.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then for Reese, I mean, like, you know, it was good to interact with Reese to get, I mean, at least, hey, here's a book. Here's how to operate an ancient gate potentially. These kind, like from a forgotten part of a library, most people don't ask. Like, feel like that could come in handy. That could be pretty useful. But you know, maybe Reese sells it for drugs. I don't know. Reese has got some issues going on, but he might not be into drugs anymore, which I don't think the Nighthawk necessarily knows that yet. I don't think we've had that kind of interaction. Like that's something you just have the path you're just going down. But it'll be interesting to see how things play out in the future. I still like the idea that there is this that we now technically have a two-way functional gate, but the other end leads into the basement of the Dimmer sisters. I don't know if that'll ever be useful, but that's kind of fun. In terms of Nebra, so got some interactions with in the game, but also just had Virgil, you know, with the research, help out with the research and discover his origins. I think that's something that, yeah, as it, you know, is going to be interesting to unravel for Virgil. Yeah, I mean, I think whether Nebra, like, I think Nebra finds Virgil weird, but I think the fact that she's willing to talk to him is probably something that, like, he probably views her as someone he could talk to, which is probably weird. Is probably what makes it weird because Virgil definitely presents himself as someone who doesn't probably get out very much, right? And then the Nighthawk itself actually knows Nebra, right? So, like, it's one of those, like, I feel like this is where Virgil like this is something that could end up getting his identity revealed, which is potentially a problem in the future. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out because you now know some of Virgil's story because that helped unravel that. So yeah, that could be that's a hairline away from some potential problems there. And Emeline, you know, we're glad to have her back. I'm interested to see how Emmeline's been doing and what she's been up to in her downtime activities next game. I'm glad we could get her back intact. Yeah. So that would be I think that's everything.
I can go next. So I think for the first time, so as far as the world, like Silas has always kind of known on some level that there always is a bigger fish because back in his life back in Scoveland, he and his family kind of were the bigger fish. But you know, it didn't really click to him that the hive probably has to pay up to someone else too, and now there's someone that owns his place. Like this is beyond like whose name was on the deed. This is my place. And it shouldn't be anybody else's. And so he kind of took a little offense to that. And then for himself, I think on a certain sense, I as a player for the first time kind of really realized for myself the spider things that he does, that I do, that I want to do, and sort of get into that more like conspiratorial type leadership role. Especially given the fact that and it's sort of helped now by like apparently we're gonna have people that pay up to us now according to our new relationship, and is very thankful for the fact that the messenger wasn't here to try and make us fuck him over. God, because as much as there are points where I'm like, yes, it's been great to have the messenger here, it's like he would have wanted us to push the wrong direction, and Silas just needs to have some order in things sometimes. we're not the big fish yet. We're very much not the big fish yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Like, that's what'll happen. He also, I think, likes the fact that we have a tavern. Like, that'll be a good place just in general to have meet and greets, to hang out, to all that stuff. As far as the other characters go, Cole, you're the intimidation thing. Like, that's like, this is what Cole does. Like, this is what he does best. Like I definitely have plans for how to deal with them that I can't talk about right now, but that's also a way to deal with the problem that is very appreciated. That like no role needed, just you don't fuck around in our place. Like I don't care who you work for. Like that's some gang loyalty right there. Um, Reese, he is going to be very happy to see that you will no longer be a drug addict. Or a drug user, rather, because you're really always an addict, and it's a lifetime of management. Because, like, yeah, your vice, indulging in that vice too much can ruin some stuff for you. And is glad that he has someone that, on a level, cares enough about him to like want to have him go on the right track. Where Silas probably would have just let him like quicksilver himself to an early grave.
Fucker. Sure, fucker. You know that.
Yes, yes, I do. Nebra, again, like we need to talk about how you should like devote fully to a life of crime. Like this is like I don't know why this is still a question. And man, like I could be sharing hookahs with like your parents, and this was never something that came up. Like it's a good thing Silas does not know about that because that would piss him off a little bit. Like come on. Nighthawk. Yeah, we did get that scene. And I think the big thing there is like we both have various different approaches to how a problem is solved. And while I do have this sort of secret way of doing things, he definitely will want to involve the Nighthawk in how he wants to deal with things because like this is a problem that we need dealt with and like it's gonna take ultimately it will take everyone in the crew, but the crew can't really know what I'm planning yet. But you'll probably be the first to know what that plan is. And this is not out of like anyone tattling or anything like that. That's I think people might not like what the plan is, and I'll have to butter people up individually because it's ultimately a very harsh solution. But yeah, we got that little powwow where we both can express sort of our views on how we deal with shit and like be able to be like, no, we gotta. And Silas doing the more spider thing, like we'll deal with this, but we can't just try and like do the physical altercation straight away.
Which is funny because as the slide, I'm pretending to be a tough guy when I'm not.
Yeah. And he's good to see Emeline back. Hopefully, now she's the one where he would be like, "Hey, I really think you should stop like doing the drugs. Like, it's not good for you." Unlike with Reese, where he'd be like, "Yeah, he's just gonna."
You're a fucker.
But it is good to see her back, and is looking forward to updating her on certain things. He's also, I really didn't also, I don't know what's happened to my little mark on my hand. I don't know that it's still there or not, and he'll probably
Oh,
want
it's
to.
still there.
Oh, okay. He'll probably want to discuss that with.
You only got one.
Oh, that's right. But the other one looked dead.
She did, didn't she?
Oh, wait. Oh.
That's why I said Rosalind won't leave the house.
Yep.
I like how he just figured it out. Like now I get it.
But yeah, he'll have to discuss that with her a bit
Is that why
before he.
Rosalind didn't answer the door last time?
I mean,
Silas.
we probably missed our one good opportunity to take her out.
Well, there'll be others. We're at war. But yeah, that's Silas.
All right, we'll
I can go.
next.
As far as the world, man, the list of enemies that we have is just going to continue to get longer. It feels like, and that's not necessarily great for us. but it's also not the worst because we are war dogs, and hopefully we can I don't know, negotiate our way through some of those things. But I just think about how much trepidation we had about going to war in like the second game or third game with like one faction, and now we're at war with three groups that are equal or higher than us. And so that's interesting. I think as far as Cole goes, I mean, he's definitely focused on the war. He's definitely concerned about that and the continuing of if we burn more bridges kind of things. I think actually he will be a little down because he's haunted, but also I think he'll be a little down in the idea that, man, we should have tried to go after Rosalind. We should have just tried to take out the head of the Dimmer sisters completely while we were in there, because next time it will be worse or more difficult. And I think he's a little frustrated that we have so many things piled up that it's just there's just too much going on for us to actually get anything done, especially after our cohort was wiped out. And so we're training up a new one. He's very happy with the new one, though it's definitely is concerned about the ministry thugs that are now embedded within our group. Though he did like, since they're former military or even current like police officers or whatever, like he did take note of how they reacted to his like dressing down, and how he's like, I wonder if I can turn these guys. Like if I show them that we're on the same side, that we're actually working together, maybe they can become allies. Which, to be fair, is kind of what Cole does. It seems like he turns enemies into allies as much as he can. Hopefully, not the other way around. Don't want to turn allies into enemies. With the exception of the Dimmer sisters, apparently. Still hates ghosts. I think that's a key concept from every little piece. I think it's become a big deal. It's so funny when you play a character and like you don't necessarily have a good concept about, like, you have a concept about the character, but like I just happened to note in like game 1 or game 2, I think it was actually literally game 1, that cutters get a free spirit bane charm, and I handed it to Emeline to like make a makeshift carry thing for the sapphire, actually the Severosi sapphire, and came up with this story about how Cole didn't like ghosts and things, and now it's just become a pretty large portion of what his character is, or at least the challenges he faces, especially for a crew that deals primarily with the weird. Then it's also really interesting. I do really think that it would be the person that Lysander Colburn is, or could be, if given the opportunities in life that other, like, it's an interesting like study or case study around you know socioeconomic status and like education and things like that, in a very small microcosm of like, if he had been given the opportunity to do things even after the military, like there's lots of different opportunities, going to college, doing all kinds of stuff, but not having any of that and having to go into crime, I think is yeah, very interesting. I didn't. I should have expected that you'd bring that up, Kyle, because it was the thing that I was thinking about during that scene of like, I was like, oh man, someday somebody's gonna like go research my records, and they're gonna ask me like which classes I'm taking, and so I already had it prepared completely that that he had applied at one point, because I was thinking like, oh man, is he gonna have like Nebra like sneak records in or something along those lines to like fake it? And I was like, no, I think he's gonna go with essentially what is the truth, and he's gonna hide in plain sight that he did apply. he is Scovelander, so he's not getting any benefit, right? He's not a noble. He doesn't have money. He doesn't have a patron. He got drafted. He's poor. Like there's no aid or anything like that. So ultimately, at the end of the day, he's just a street kid. There's no way for him to actually get a step up in the world, with the exception of what he's doing, which is try to make money, try to find a patron, try to do these things. And like if it had developed further, he was gonna name drop like not Netherton, sorry, Eventide, right, and be like, oh yeah, I do some work for Silas Eventide, that kind of thing, which I thought was really, it's a nice little like dovetail of how everything kind of comes together. As far as other characters, the Nighthawk, aka Virgil Caesarion, yeah, I thought we had a lot of really great scenes this game. And I think part of that is because Virgil was really, or the Nighthawk was really forward on trying to plan things and get things going. And especially having missed the result, like the previous session, and not knowing what was going on with Emeline being like we knew Emeline for sure was kidnapped, et cetera, slash picked up. And so that was very good. And then all of the war stuff, since yeah, it's very clear that Virgil's just off doing his own thing, and like he checks in occasionally here and there. He's definitely a founding member, but that might be why he's not the leader. Is because he doesn't have the dedication of being with the gang and doing the things.
Unlike
Like,
Silas.
well, like Silas missed a game, and we all just assumed that he was doing stuff, right? He wasn't at the actual score, but we assumed he was doing stuff behind the scenes. And we've done that to a certain degree with the Nighthawk at times, but like there are also times when we've made it clear that the Nighthawk just disappears for weeks or months at a time and then comes back to check in with us and see how we're doing, kind of thing. And it's one of those things of when he's here he's great, with the exception of some of the craziest plans and the enthusiasm of a 17-year-old. But but when he's gone, he's gone. As far as Silas, yeah, I agree with you, Nate, in that Silas doing a lot of the spider negotiation, like weaving webs, getting things together, pulling a bunch of different angles is very interesting. And I think that you are well suited for it in that. I do think that your job is going to become harder. And actually, I think in the future, Silas may have to start spending stress to do things that are social versus walking through the game and the score and everything with no stress or like couple stress. He may have to start spending a bunch of stress to try to defray some of the wars, some of the thing like make our reputation slightly better, that kind of stuff. But I do really like having a bar. I think that's very cool. We have to recruit a crew of just thugs or something to run the bar. As far as Reese, I thought we had a great time. I mean, Reese and Cole didn't interact a lot, but directly. But I think they had but they don't necessarily need to interact a lot to fit together. Being Scovelanders, having similar backgrounds, like I think that they are very well suited to. They don't necessarily need to talk to be friends. And they do a lot together, even at the same time, even if they don't discuss it. I think, yeah, Cole will be really interested in the fact that Reese is no longer a drug user. That's very cool, and I think it's really interesting. Personally, Charles wants wants Pete's character to Reese to also dive into this obsession because of the possibility of Reese finding or seeing or securing his wife's spirit again. Like he tried the drug side, he like toyed with the religious side. Now it's time to try the technology. right? And that seems really cool, and that's like I can tell that narrative arc kind of thing. It's really really interesting to me, kind of as a recipient or like as a receiver of narrative. With Nebra, I'll need to figure out what her actual name is since I've heard it now, but um, I liked all of our scenes. I think the stuff in there is very good. I like the little bits of like almost romance. And what started out as a cover story, like developing into I don't know what, I think is very good. And yeah, just the the surprise of like one night doing a like we're celebrating a thing and like you know Cole brought presents and like tried to like impress everybody, etc. Because he's trying really hard to do this kind of thing. Um, and like on the one hand, like yes, he's probably started doing it as like a cover story. This way, if they are like courting, then it's not weird for them to like leave or something and go to a public place. Or hang around, but and maybe this way Nebra's family will be able to trust that Cole and will like make sure she gets home or whatever, especially during a civil war. But then also like it is like you go through the motions enough and it's there, right? So like I think it's very interesting. Like he's like, oh, he does get really flustered and nervous around the family. He's trying to figure out what he's supposed to be doing, because it's like outside of his culture, and also it's not a thing he's really done. Like he doesn't know how to live in society. He's super poor. Like he just doesn't do that. But yeah, so I thought that was really good. And then Emeline, man, super happy. Cole's super happy to have Emeline back. If Emeline had died, he would have downed a raged vial and like lost his mind. He still had 5 loads, so he was going to go heavy armor in that scene and like just get to that plus his special armor to disregard three different harm things because he was just going to try to murder his like as many of the silver nails as possible. So yeah.
I think that leaves me. So what did Nebula learn from the world? The Dimmer sisters are basically just these 2 decrepit old ladies. That was kind of a surprise there. Um, I guess other than that, she didn't really learn too much. Like, she wasn't really surprised to know that the Ministry of Preservation had access to their holdings, because she's just so used to dealing with the bureaucracy over at the consulates. It kind of just made sense to her. It's like, oh yeah, we pay up to the Hive pays up to them, and of course it would trickle back down. Like, so that wasn't really much of a revelation to her. Um, guess no, also knowing that people actually want to become demons and all the hollows and all that fun stuff. I don't think she necessarily was trying to search for that per se. It was more of just trying to help out Messenger and I guess Virgil to an extent. But more information is not a bad thing to have. In terms of what she learned about herself, I guess she's dating now. She's got a guy she's seeing that's not Aruvian, and the parents are okay with that. That's like mind blowing. Um, Man, anything can happen in Dustfall if you just believe hard enough, I guess. I think the other thing too is that she initially wanted to be more like a diplomat, so like basically what Silas does, but I think now she wants to be more like Emeline. Like, being able to interact with the ghosts and the spirits and stuff just seems a lot more fun, more interesting. So she definitely wants to pursue that more, with the ghost voice and possibly other special abilities in the future. Who
criminal.
knows? And being a criminal, sure, I guess. For the other characters, Nighthawk and Virgil. Again, Nighthawk, she tolerates Nighthawk much more than Virgil. Yeah, she's not sure why Virgil just randomly showed up at the Hooded Proprietor and be like, "Hey, I'm helping you out," and she's like, "Great, how'd you know I'm here?" Like that's
He didn't know
all
you were
sorts
there.
of
He
weird.
was looking for the same material you were.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it though.
Still, it just seemed like too much of a coinky dink that she might have to look into it. Who knows? But again, Nighthawk was as being able to directly work with Nighthawk on something was pretty interesting. Like it probably proves to her that maybe he is a cool guy and she just needs to get to know him better. The Nighthawk guy, specifically. For Silas, didn't really interact too much, but Silas was doing his spidery things, and Nebra always respects that. That might change next session. Who knows? What happens? Sorry, sorry, Silas. Look, it had to be done. I'm sorry. For Reese, yeah, I think seeing the transition from just being like this drug junkie to kind of almost being like an academic in a way, like being interested in like what the spark rights are doing and the lightning bearers and stuff like that. I think this is the first time that Nebra sees him like that. It's just our expertise, if you will, it's just different. It's more of a soft science, and Reese is more of a hard science type of guy. Maybe we'll end up interacting more on the academic side of things. Maybe we can bring Messenger in, and it'll just be like one big study fest or something. I don't know. I don't know what us nerds do for fun. Um, and then for Cole, again, didn't think this whole romance thing would be a thing. Again, it as you mentioned, it was supposed to be a cover story, but now it's an actual thing, and she's looking forward to seeing how far she can take it. Like it might turn out to be a good thing, it might turn out to be a horrible thing, who knows. We'll see. And finally, Emeline, is good to see Emeline back. As soon as she's healthy and around, Nebra might just start hanging out a little too much with her, be like a little shadow, because she does miss her, and she was worried that the worst would happen with the silver nails. So yeah, it was good to see her again. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys for playing. I hope you had a good time, and we'll catch you for the next one.